Part 2, The Prophecy Revealed. Chapter 11, The Ancient Prophecy. The days had passed in a haze of uncertainty and tension, each one blending into the next like a dream Seb couldn't wake up from. His body had regained much of its strength, the physical wounds of his time stranded in this strange world beneath the waves slowly healing. But it was his mind that still felt adrift, caught in a tempest of conflicting emotions. The pull he felt toward Alaric had only grown stronger with time, an undercurrent that ran deeper than anything he had ever experienced before. It was impossible to ignore, impossible to escape. Whenever Alaric was near, Seb's heart would race, a relentless beat in his chest that betrayed his efforts to keep control. The siren's presence had become an inescapable shadow in his thoughts, looming over him even when they were apart. And with each passing day, Seb was beginning to realize that the invisible line between them, drawn by duty, by destiny, by the natural order, was no longer enough to keep them apart. Seb had always known that sirens and pirates were enemies, their fates intertwined in a long and bloody history that neither side could ignore. But the more time he spent with Alaric, the more his understanding of that ancient conflict began to crumble. The siren's actions had always been calculated, deliberate. He held himself with an air of distance, as if he were guarding something far deeper than Seb could comprehend. But recently, something had shifted in Alaric's behavior. The careful, controlled presence he had once maintained had softened, as though the walls he had so meticulously built around himself were beginning to crack. There were moments when Seb would catch a glimpse of something else in Alaric's eyes, vulnerability, perhaps, or a kind of weariness that Seb hadn't expected from the creature who had once seemed so untouchable. The distance between them, though still palpable, felt less like a barrier and more like something that was slowly eroding with every passing day. It wasn't just the subtle shifts in Alaric's demeanor that made Seb's heart race. It was the changes in their conversations. What had once been brief exchanges, fraught with tension and laced with suspicion, had evolved into something more intimate. The silences between them, which had once felt heavy and uncomfortable, were now filled with unspoken understanding. The weight of their connection, once a confusing and overwhelming mix of fear, fascination, and desire, was beginning to feel like something more. Seb couldn't put his finger on it, but it was as though the bond between them had deepened, transformed from an unspoken tension into something undeniable. It was impossible to ignore, and for the first time, Seb wasn't sure if he even wanted to. One evening, as the sun's light filtered through the water above, casting strange, shifting patterns on the cavern walls, Seb found himself in one of his usual spots, a stone ledge near the water's edge, where he had been spending much of his time trying to make sense of the chaos in his mind. The light from above created a soft, ethereal glow that danced across the rocks, making the whole cavern feel like a dream. It was in this quiet moment, with the world around him still and peaceful, that he felt Alaric approach. Seb's muscles, still stiff from the long days of recovery, tensed as he noticed the intensity in the siren's eyes. It was a look he had come to recognize, one that always made his pulse quicken, but tonight there was something else in Alaric's gaze. Something deeper, something that spoke of centuries of experience, of burdens carried for far too long. Seb stood up from the stone ledge, his movements slow but deliberate, his curiosity piqued by the change in Alaric's demeanor. There was a heaviness in the air now, a sense of anticipation that neither of them seemed able to ignore. Seb's breath caught in his throat as he met Alaric's gaze, sensing that whatever was about to unfold between them had been a long time coming. The distance between them, though still there, felt smaller now, more fluid. They were closer to something important, something that would either bind them together or tear them apart. Seb didn't know which it would be, but he could feel the weight of it pressing in on him, making it hard to breathe. "What's on your mind?" Seb asked, his voice quieter than usual. his tone laced with the curiosity and uncertainty that had been gnawing at him for days. The words felt strange coming from his lips, as if he were opening a door that he wasn't sure he was ready to walk through. But he knew he couldn't keep hiding from the truth of what had been growing between them. The air between them was thick with unspoken words, thick with the tension of what might come next. Seb could feel it in every inch of his skin, the weight of the moment pressing in on him, and he couldn't help but wonder if Alaric felt it too. He had always been guarded, always seemed to hold something back, but tonight there was a shift. Alaric paused for a moment, his expression unreadable, as though weighing Seb's question against something far deeper within himself. Seb could see the conflict in his eyes, the same conflict that had been in his own heart since they had first crossed paths. And yet, there was a vulnerability in Alaric's gaze now, a softness that had not been there before. The siren stepped closer, the water flowing around him like a living thing, moving in time with his movements. For the first time, Seb saw a glimmer of uncertainty in Alaric's eyes, a crack in the mask of control that the siren had worn for so long. It was a moment of shared understanding, a fleeting connection between two beings who had been bound by fate, yet now found themselves standing on the precipice of something new. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The only sound was the gentle ripple of the water, the steady rhythm of the ocean that had always been their constant companion. Seb stood there, waiting for Alaric to speak, unsure of what would come next but feeling the undeniable pull between them, stronger than ever before. Whatever was on the siren's mind, Seb knew it was something that could change everything. And yet, despite the uncertainty of it all, there was a part of him that felt ready to face whatever came next, even if it meant facing the consequences of a connection that neither of them had ever expected. Alaric's gaze drifted away from Seb, the intensity that had defined his presence now clouded by something unreadable. His eyes, once sharp and unwavering, were distant, as if caught in a memory or a thought he wasn't ready to share. After a long pause, Alaric spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. "I found something," he said, the words hanging in the air between them, weighted with something Seb couldn't yet place. "Something that might change everything." The way Alaric said it was not like him. There was hesitation in his tone, a rare vulnerability that stirred a mixture of unease and curiosity within Seb. Seb's brow furrowed in confusion as he searched Alaric's face for answers. "What do you mean?" he asked, his voice low, almost tentative, as if speaking too loudly might shatter whatever fragile moment was unfolding between them. He had come to know Alaric as someone who rarely hesitated, someone whose confidence was as unyielding as the ocean itself. But now, with this uncertainty in the air, Seb felt the weight of the unknown pressing in on him, making him keenly aware of the tension between them. Without answering immediately, Alaric stepped forward, his movements deliberate and measured. Seb watched as the siren reached into a hidden alcove in the cavern, his hand emerging with something Seb hadn't noticed before. It was an ancient scroll, its edges tattered with the passage of time, as if it had been forgotten by centuries of history. The sight of it, so fragile, so worn, sent a chill through Seb's spine, as though the very object carried the weight of lost knowledge, of secrets long buried. It felt as if time itself had pressed its mark into the scroll, each crease and fray a testament to the age it had endured. Alaric unfurled the scroll with careful precision, his fingers brushing against the worn parchment, as if handling something far more precious than mere paper. The air around them seemed to hold its breath as he laid it out before Seb, the text written in an elegant, flowing script that Seb couldn't understand. The symbols were foreign to him, alien, and yet there was something in the way Alaric's gaze lingered on them that made Seb feel as though this was no mere relic. It wasn't just an ancient artifact. It was something significant, something that held power, perhaps even answers to questions Seb hadn't dared to ask. Seb's eyes followed Alaric's movements, his fingers hovering above the parchment without touching it, as though the mere act of making contact would be an intrusion. He could feel the gravity of the moment, the weight of whatever was contained within those fragile pages, pressing in on him. The scroll felt almost sacred in Alaric's hands, the care with which he had unfolded it revealing how deeply he valued it. Seb swallowed hard, his throat dry, suddenly aware of the silence that had settled between them, the air thick with anticipation. "What is this?" Seb asked, his voice a whisper, as if speaking too loudly would disturb the fragile nature of the moment. He couldn't shake the feeling that whatever this was, it was far more than just a historical curiosity. The way Alaric had introduced it, the way he had handled it, there was a reverence there, an urgency that Seb couldn't ignore. This wasn't just some relic. It felt like it held the key to something much bigger than either of them. Alaric's eyes never left the scroll as he spoke, his voice soft but intense. "This scroll, it's part of something much older. It's a record of the bond between sirens and pirates. A bond that was forged long before we were born, long before the war between our kinds began." His words, though measured, carried a weight that made Seb's heart race. This wasn't just about them anymore, about their connection. It was about something ancient, something that reached back into the very foundation of their worlds. Seb leaned forward, his eyes scanning the scroll, trying to make sense of the symbols, but the meaning was elusive, slipping through his fingers like sand. Despite his confusion, he could sense the importance of what Alaric had found. This scroll, this record, had the potential to change everything, not just for them, but for the war between their people. The implications of it were enormous, and Seb couldn't help but feel the gravity of that truth settling over him. The future, it seemed, was not as clear-cut as he had once believed. There were forces at play here that neither he nor Alaric could fully understand, but together, they might have the power to unlock something that could change the course of their worlds forever. Alaric's voice broke the silence once more, barely audible but carrying the weight of centuries behind it. "It's an ancient prophecy," he murmured, his words almost swallowed by the vastness of the cavern. The seriousness in his tone made Seb's pulse quicken, a shiver crawling up his spine. "One that has been passed down among my people for centuries. I had only heard rumors of it, but now, after everything that's happened, after we've..." He trailed off, his expression tightening as if the very thought was difficult to put into words. There was a moment of hesitation, a subtle wariness in the air as Alaric gathered himself. "After we've met, I think I understand." Seb's heart thudded in his chest, the revelation hitting him like a wave crashing against the shore. His breath caught, and for a fleeting moment, he wasn't sure if he could breathe at all. A prophecy? His mind raced, trying to grasp the enormity of what Alaric was saying, but the weight of it all seemed too much to bear. "A prophecy? What kind of prophecy?" he asked, his voice unsteady, the question slipping from his lips almost as a desperate attempt to make sense of the impossible. Alaric's gaze drifted back to the ancient text, his fingers brushing over the symbols once more. The way he traced the words told Seb that this was no ordinary scroll. It was a sacred relic, something deeply personal and crucial. It speaks of a union between a human and a siren, a union that could change the fate of both our worlds. Alaric explained, his voice barely more than a whisper, the gravity of his words pressing down on them both. Seb's mind struggled to comprehend the implications, the sheer absurdity of what he was hearing. A human and a siren together? It felt like something ripped straight from myth, something that could never truly happen. Alaric continued, his eyes never leaving the text, as if the words themselves held a truth that he had been too afraid to acknowledge. "It's said that when the two of us join together, the balance of the oceans will be restored," he said, his voice tinged with a quiet intensity that made Seb shiver. "The ancient conflicts between our kinds will end, and the power of the sea will shift, The world above and below will be changed forever. The weight of those words hung in the air, thick and oppressive. The prophecy wasn't just about them. It was about something much larger, something that would affect the very fabric of their worlds. Seb's mind raced, trying to process everything that Alaric had said. The concept of a union between a human and a siren seemed impossible, like a dream too fantastical to be real. Yet the conviction in Alaric's voice, the way his eyes seemed to glimmer with something ancient and profound, made Seb hesitate. This wasn't a story. It wasn't a fable to be told around a fire on a stormy night. This was real. The prophecy, whatever it meant, was undeniably tied to them, to their fates, and to the strange bond they had been forming. Seb opened his mouth, his voice trembling as he tried to wrap his mind around the enormity of it all. "But how?" he asked, the question barely audible, a whisper of disbelief. How could this be true? How could he, just a pirate, a mere human, be part of something so powerful, so world-changing? He wanted to reject it, to dismiss it as nonsense, but the look in Alaric's eyes stopped him. There was no trace of deception there, no sign of manipulation. Only truth. Only the raw, unfiltered weight of something far beyond their understanding. Alaric's gaze flickered back to Seb, and for a moment, their eyes locked in a shared understanding that neither of them had anticipated. The silence between them was heavy, filled with unspoken questions and fears. Alaric's voice was barely above a whisper as he spoke again. "I don't know how, Seb," he said, his words strained, the vulnerability in his tone impossible to ignore. "But this is real. I've known it for a long time, but now it feels inevitable." His words hung in the air like a confession, a burden that he had been carrying alone, and now Seb understood the weight of it. Seb's chest tightened, a mixture of awe and apprehension swirling within him. This prophecy, this union, was far more than just a legend. It was a part of them now, entwined with their fates in a way that neither of them could escape. Seb wasn't sure he fully understood what it meant or what would come of it, but one thing was clear: there was no going back. Whatever this prophecy foretold, it had already begun to shape their lives. And no matter how much he wanted to fight it, Seb knew deep down that he couldn't. The bond between him and Alaric had already begun to change everything. Alaric's voice was quiet but resolute, each word carrying the weight of ancient knowledge as he spoke. "The prophecy speaks of a time when the seas will be torn by war, when the creatures of the deep and the humans above will be locked in conflict once again," he began, his tone steady but heavy with the burden of what he was revealing. Seb felt the tension in the air, the words sinking in like a weight settling at the bottom of his stomach. "It says that only the union of a human and a siren can heal the wounds that have been festering for centuries," Alaric continued, his eyes meeting Seb's with an intensity that sent a shiver down his spine. The gravity of his words was undeniable, and Seb couldn't tear his gaze away. "It speaks of a bond that will break the chains of hatred and fear between us, that will lead to an era of peace and harmony." Seb's chest tightened as his mind raced to keep up with the enormity of what Alaric was saying. He had heard the tales, stories of wars fought over treasure, over power, over resources. The conflict between the humans above and the creatures of the deep had never truly ended. It had only simmered beneath the surface, waiting for the next spark to ignite it. And now, here he was, a pirate captain, a man who had spent his entire life navigating the violent seas and skirting the edges of the law. To think that he, someone who had been trained to fight and survive by any means necessary, could be the key to ending such a conflict was almost impossible to grasp. His head spun as the weight of the prophecy pressed down on him. The silence between them stretched, thick with the enormity of Alaric's revelation. Seb opened his mouth to speak, but the words caught in his throat, tangled by disbelief and confusion. How could this be real? How could he, a mere pirate, be the one to fulfill such a prophecy? What was he supposed to do with this knowledge? The questions swirled in his mind like a storm, but he couldn't find the words to voice them. What could he even ask? How could he possibly understand the implications of what Alaric was telling him? Finally, after a long pause, Seb found his voice, though it was hoarse, barely more than a whisper. "Why are you telling me this now?" he asked, the words tumbling out in a rush. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was missing something, that there was something important about this moment that he didn't fully understand. Why now? It was a question that had been nagging at him ever since Alaric had revealed the prophecy, a question he had to ask, even if the answer felt just out of reach. Alaric met his gaze with a look of intensity, his eyes searching Seb's as though trying to uncover some hidden truth within him. For a moment, the silence stretched again, as if Alaric were carefully weighing his next words. When he spoke, his voice was soft, but it carried an undercurrent of certainty that struck Seb to his core. "Because I believe the prophecy is true," Alaric said, his words slow and deliberate. There was no hesitation in his voice, no sign of doubt. It was as if he had known, deep down, that this moment would come. "And because, for the first time in my life, I think I understand what it means." Seb stared at Alaric, the weight of his words sinking in. Alaric was a creature of the sea, bound by his people's ancient customs and beliefs. If Alaric believed the prophecy to be true, then it carried far more weight than anything Seb had encountered in his life. And the fact that Alaric was now sharing this with him, this deeply personal, deeply significant revelation, only made Seb more aware of the magnitude of what they were facing. He wasn't just a pirate anymore. He wasn't just a man trapped between two worlds. The prophecy, whatever it truly meant, had bound him to this ancient struggle, whether he was ready for it or not. Seb took a step back, trying to steady himself, to process the flood of emotions and questions that threatened to overwhelm him. "So, what now?" he asked, his voice a little stronger now, though still tinged with uncertainty. "What are we supposed to do with this prophecy?" The question felt ridiculous as soon as it left his lips, but it was the only thing he could think to ask. What was the next step? Was there a plan? Or had they simply stumbled into something far beyond their control? Alaric's gaze softened, his expression becoming almost tender, as if he had been preparing for Seb's confusion. "I don't have all the answers," he admitted quietly, his voice barely more than a murmur in the vast cavern. "But I know this. Whatever this prophecy means, whatever it requires of us, we are already part of it. There's no turning back." His words felt final, heavy with the weight of a decision that had already been made, a fate that had already been sealed. Seb didn't know if he was ready for this. Hell, he wasn't sure if he ever would be. But there was no escaping it now. Seb's mind was a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts, each one more confusing than the last. He had spent his entire life grounded in logic, driven by action and reason. Prophecies, in his world, were things reserved for old stories, passed down through generations and told around campfires or in the whispering halls of ancient temples. They weren't meant to be real, certainly not something that could define the course of his life. Yet here he was, standing before a siren who was telling him that the fate of their worlds rested on a bond between them, something that, until now, had seemed impossible. The surrealism of it all pressed against him like a weight, forcing him to confront a reality he was ill-prepared for. "And what does that mean for us?" Seb asked, his voice quieter now, tinged with an uncertainty he could not hide. His throat felt tight, the words coming out more fragile than he intended. He wasn't sure what he was even asking. What could he ask when the very foundation of his understanding had been upended? "What does it mean for me?" His heart pounded in his chest as he waited for Alaric's answer, unsure of whether he even wanted to know the truth. Alaric glanced down at the ancient prophecy in his hands, his expression softening as his fingers traced the faded symbols. The air between them seemed to thicken, heavy with the enormity of what he was about to say. "It means that you and I, our connection," he began slowly, his voice quiet but deliberate. "It's more than just a chance encounter. It was written long before we ever met." The weight of his words hung in the air like a thick fog. "The prophecy speaks of a bond that transcends our individual lives, a bond that could reshape everything, our worlds, our peoples, our very existence." Seb felt a strange shiver run down his spine, a ripple of cold that spread through his veins. It wasn't fear, not exactly. It was something deeper, something more unsettling. The full implications of Alaric's words were still settling within him, and with each passing second, they seemed to become more real, more inescapable. He had always been in control of his own fate, had made his own decisions. What did it mean to have something so immense, so beyond his grasp, suddenly fall into his lap? "You're saying that this union, is our destiny?" he asked, the question feeling like a weight he couldn't ignore, even as it hung heavily between them. Alaric's eyes flickered briefly with something that could have been regret, but it was quickly replaced with the same solemn determination that Seb had seen in him so many times before. The siren nodded slowly, his gaze unwavering. "Yes," he answered, his voice steady but tinged with an ancient sorrow. "The prophecy speaks of a bond that will bridge the divide between us, between humans and sirens. It's said that when the time is right, when the two of us are bound together, we will have the power to end the centuries of conflict and strife that have torn our worlds apart." The magnitude of Alaric's words crashed over Seb like a wave, each sentence adding another layer of weight to the already suffocating atmosphere. He took a step back, feeling the ground beneath him shift, as if the very earth was responding to the enormity of their conversation. The bond between them, this connection that had grown between a pirate and a siren, was suddenly not just some fleeting attraction, not just a strange twist of fate. It was something more. It was a force that could alter the course of history itself. The realization was staggering, and Seb struggled to find his footing as his mind raced with questions that had no easy answers. "What does it mean, though?" Seb asked, his voice thick with disbelief. "What happens when this bond is fulfilled? What will it really do to us?" He could already feel the weight of the decision pressing on him. Whatever this bond meant, it would shape not only his future, but the future of both their worlds. It was a terrifying thought, but also one that stirred something deep within him. He had always been a man of action, but now, in the face of such a monumental shift, he wasn't sure what action was even possible. "How did you fight against destiny?" Alaric's expression grew even more serious, and he stepped closer, his presence almost overwhelming. "The prophecy says that when the bond is completed, the war between our kinds will end," he explained softly. "It will bring peace to the seas, end the cycle of hatred and destruction that has marked our history. But there is more. This union, it will shift the very balance of the oceans, change the way we interact with the world above and below. It's a bond that is not just about love or loyalty, it's about something far deeper. It is a force that could either heal or destroy us all." His words hung in the air like a warning, heavy with the gravity of what they were about to face. "Yes," Alaric replied, his voice steady but filled with an emotion Seb couldn't quite place. "It's our destiny, whether we choose to accept it or not." The words landed between them like stones, sinking into the deep silence that followed. The certainty in Alaric's tone was unmistakable, yet there was something in the way he spoke that hinted at the weight of what they were both facing. It wasn't just a statement. It was a proclamation, one that seemed to hold the entire world's fate in its grasp. Seb stood frozen, his mind reeling, unable to process the enormity of what he had just heard. The air between them grew thick with tension, and Seb could feel the electric charge in the space, an invisible force that pulled them closer despite the distance between them. His heart began to beat faster, each pulse thudding in his chest as he tried to make sense of it all. The idea that he was part of something so much larger than himself, something that had been set in motion long before he had ever crossed paths with Alaric, was almost impossible to wrap his mind around. He was a pirate captain, not some hero destined to change the course of history. Yet here he was, standing in front of a siren who claimed that the fate of both their worlds rested on a bond between them. How could he possibly comprehend something so vast, so profound? Alaric's gaze remained fixed on Seb, unwavering, as though he were waiting for Seb to say something, to make some kind of decision. Seb could feel the weight of those eyes, the pressure building with every passing second. But Seb wasn't sure what kind of choice he was supposed to make. What kind of decision could he possibly be asked to make when the future of the world was on the line? How could he choose when there was no real alternative, when destiny had already set its course? The very thought of refusing was unthinkable, yet the idea of accepting it felt just as daunting. "What if I don't want to be part of this?" Seb asked, his voice low, barely above a whisper. The question slipped out before he could stop it, driven by a mix of frustration and confusion. His eyes narrowed slightly, a defensive reflex. He wasn't sure what he wanted from Alaric, whether he expected reassurance or a reason to change his mind, but the words were out, and he couldn't take them back. What if I don't want to be tied to some ancient prophecy? The thought of being bound to something he had no control over, something that had been written long before he'd even known Alaric's name, was a concept he could barely stomach. Alaric's expression didn't change, his features as stoic as ever, but there was a brief flicker in his eyes, perhaps regret or sadness, that didn't escape Seb's notice. It was fleeting, almost imperceptible, but it was there, a sign of something deeper, something that Alaric wasn't willing or able to share. The siren's gaze never wavered from Seb's, and for a moment, Seb could see the centuries of pain and history that Alaric carried with him, the weight of a prophecy that had shaped his life in ways Seb could barely begin to understand. "You don't have a choice," Alaric said softly, the words slipping from his lips with a quiet finality. The siren's voice was steady, but it was also tinged with an emotion that Seb couldn't quite place. "The prophecy doesn't care about what we want. It's already begun." The finality of Alaric's words sent a chill through Seb, and he felt the world around him shift once again. There was no escaping this, no running from the reality of what had been set in motion long before their paths had crossed. Whether Seb was ready or not, the prophecy had already begun, and there was nothing they could do to stop it. The weight of those words pressed down on Seb's chest, and for a moment, it felt as though the air had been knocked out of him. The realization that there was no turning back, no way to avoid the inevitable, struck him like a physical blow. The future was already determined, and all he could do was follow it, whether he wanted to or not. That thought lingered in his mind, a gnawing, inescapable truth that seemed to echo in the silence between them. "I didn't ask for this," Seb muttered under his breath, more to himself than to Alaric. The words were a quiet confession, a release of the frustration that had been building ever since Alaric had first mentioned the prophecy. But even as he said them, Seb knew that the prophecy didn't care about his wants, his desires, his choices. It was bigger than both of them, and that realization made him feel smaller than he ever had before. The weight of destiny was heavy, and Seb had no idea how to carry it. Alaric's gaze softened just slightly, and he stepped closer, his presence filling the space between them. "None of us asked for it," Alaric said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. but we are bound by it all the same. All we can do is face it." There was a strange kind of acceptance in his voice, a resignation that Seb could understand, but it didn't make the weight of the situation any lighter. In the end, there was no running from this prophecy. Whether they accepted it or not, the world was changing, and they had a part to play in it. Seb stared at Alaric, his mind racing, trying to unravel the confusion and turmoil that had suddenly overtaken him. The emotions swirling inside him were impossible to ignore: fear, confusion, curiosity, and yes, even desire. He was a pirate captain, accustomed to commanding the sea, to taking what he wanted, to bending fate to his will. The ocean had always bent to his authority, and he had grown used to the feeling of power that came with it. But this was different. This wasn't about gold, plunder, or even survival. This was something far beyond his control. Something that felt as though it had been set in motion long before he ever stepped foot in these waters, long before he had ever met Alaric. His chest tightened as he looked into Alaric's eyes, searching for some hint of understanding, some clue as to how he was supposed to navigate this. The siren's presence was both a comfort and a threat, familiar yet foreign, alluring yet terrifying. Seb had never been one to shy away from challenges, but this felt like something entirely different. The stakes were no longer just about his own survival, or even the fate of his crew. This was about something bigger, something that could change the very fabric of their worlds. The idea of being caught in a prophecy, of being swept up in a force so vast, was overwhelming. How was he supposed to face something so immense? "What happens now?" Seb asked, his voice barely more than a whisper, as if speaking louder might shatter the fragile reality that surrounded them. He didn't even recognize the uncertainty in his own voice. For the first time, he didn't have the answers, and that terrified him. "What are we supposed to do?" He felt like he was standing at the edge of an abyss, staring into the unknown with no idea how deep it went, no way of knowing what would happen if he took the first step. He was used to forging his own path, but this felt like a force he couldn't control, and that made him feel small, vulnerable. Alaric's gaze softened, and for a moment, Seb saw something in his eyes that he hadn't seen before, something human, something fragile. It was vulnerability, and it struck Seb harder than any of the siren's usual intensity ever could. This was a side of Alaric that he hadn't expected to see, a side that mirrored his own uncertainty. The siren was just as trapped by this prophecy as Seb was, just as unsure of how to proceed. For the first time, Seb felt a connection to him that went beyond their shared fate. It was a quiet moment of understanding, a brief flicker of shared humanity in the midst of all the chaos. "Now we decide if we're willing to embrace what fate has set before us," Alaric said, his voice steady but laden with emotion. The words carried a weight that Seb wasn't sure he was ready to bear. "We decide if we're willing to change the future, or let it destroy us." The finality of the statement hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. It was a decision, one that wasn't just about them anymore. It was about the future of their worlds, the future of everything they had ever known. The burden of that choice was almost too much to comprehend. Seb swallowed hard, the weight of Alaric's words pressing down on him like an anchor, dragging him deeper into the sea of uncertainty. He had always been a man who made decisions based on what he could control: his ship, his crew, the waves beneath him. But this was different. This wasn't something he could command or steer. This was fate, and it had already begun to pull them both towards something neither of them could escape. His heart thudded painfully in his chest as he realized that, no matter what he did, he was already part of this story. He wanted to argue, to resist, to push against the inevitability of it all. But the truth was, he couldn't. He could feel it deep inside him, a force that was greater than anything he had ever faced before. He had been brought here for a reason, just as Alaric had, and no matter how much he resisted, he couldn't escape it. The prophecy was already in motion, and there was no turning back. Seb's mind raced, the questions piling up, each one more complicated than the last. What was he supposed to do with this knowledge? How could he possibly live up to something so grand, so overwhelming? For a moment, Seb closed his eyes, letting the weight of everything wash over him. The future was uncertain, and the path ahead was shrouded in darkness. But there was no escaping it, no running from it. He had to make a choice, just as Alaric had said. And yet, even as he stood there, feeling the weight of destiny bearing down on him, Seb couldn't help but wonder what it would mean for him to embrace this future. What would it mean for him to accept the bond that had already been written, to step into the unknown with Alaric by his side? Alaric's voice broke through his thoughts, steady and calm. "We can face it together," he said, as if reading Seb's mind. The words were simple, but they carried a promise that, despite the fear and uncertainty, they would face whatever came next side by side. And for the first time, Seb felt a glimmer of something other than dread. Perhaps, just perhaps, they weren't completely powerless. Perhaps together, they could change the course of their destinies. As the days passed, Seb found himself trapped in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. The world around him had shifted, the air charged with a sense of inevitability that he couldn't escape. It was as if everything had changed in an instant. His place in the world, his future, and the very course of his life were no longer his to control. The weight of the prophecy loomed over him, a constant presence that tugged at his thoughts with each passing day. The choices he made now were no longer just about survival or freedom. They were about something much greater, the fate of both the human world above and the Siren's world below. Each decision seemed to carry the potential to alter the course of history, and Seb could feel the magnitude of it pressing down on him. And yet, despite the pressure, there was a deep, lingering uncertainty within him. As the sea whispered its ancient secrets in his ears, he couldn't help but wonder if he was truly ready for what lay ahead. The call of the prophecy, the union between him and Alaric, felt like a force too powerful to resist, but it was also terrifying in its scope. Was he prepared to face whatever the future had in store for him? Could he truly embrace the path that had been set before him, knowing that his actions would have consequences far beyond his own life? Seb didn't have the answers, but with each passing day, the pull of fate grew stronger, leaving him to question whether he had any say in the matter at all. Chapter 12: A Shared Destiny. The cavern remained eerily silent after Alaric's words, the weight of the ancient prophecy settling heavily between them like a storm cloud. Seb could feel the air growing thick with the salt of the sea, and it was as if every breath he took was weighted down by the enormity of what had just been revealed. The stillness around them seemed to pulse with an energy that mirrored the turmoil in his chest. He had always been a man of action, accustomed to taking control of his own fate, but this was different. Every word spoken between them now carried a deeper meaning, an undercurrent that tugged at him in ways he couldn't explain. He stood across from Alaric, his heart racing faster than he could process, as he tried to sort through the questions, the fears, and the overwhelming confusion that had suddenly clouded his mind. What was fate? What was his own choice? And how could something so unimaginable be so inevitable? Alaric, on the other hand, remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the worn parchment that lay between them, but Seb could see the subtle shifts in his expression, the flicker of something deeper, something fragile in his eyes. The Siren's usual composure was gone, replaced by a vulnerability Seb had never expected to witness. Alaric had always been a creature of strength, of calculated moves and sharp edges, but now, with the weight of the prophecy hanging over them both, Seb could see the cracks in his resolve. It was as if Alaric, too, was grappling with the same truths Seb was only beginning to understand. The connection between them, once an unsettling curiosity, had become something more, something far beyond their control. There was a momentary softness in Alaric's features, a fleeting glimpse of uncertainty that made Seb wonder if the siren was just as uncertain about what lay ahead as he was. Breaking the silence, Seb found his voice again, his tone steady despite the whirlwind inside him. He had to ask, had to know if Alaric truly saw their bond the same way he did. "Do you believe it?" he asked, his eyes never leaving the siren. His question was more than just about the prophecy. It was about the path they would walk together, about whether Alaric believed in the impossible connection that had been written for them long before they'd ever met. The weight of his words hung in the air, a challenge, a request for truth. Seb's chest tightened as he waited, watching Alaric carefully, searching for any sign that would tell him whether this bond between them, was real, or merely an accident of fate that neither of them could escape. Alaric didn't answer right away, his gaze shifting as if he were trying to find the words, or perhaps the right answer, in the shadows of the cavern. Seb held his breath, the seconds stretching between them like hours. The silence was thick, heavy with anticipation, and yet neither of them moved. The cavern seemed to pulse around them, the ancient walls absorbing the weight of the prophecy they were both struggling to understand. Finally, with a soft exhale, Alaric's eyes flicked up to meet Seb's, and there was no hesitation in his voice when he spoke. "I do," he said, his voice barely more than a whisper. "In my heart, I do." The words were so simple, yet they carried the weight of a lifetime's worth of searching, of waiting for something he couldn't name until now. As Alaric spoke, Seb could hear the conviction in his words, the truth that lay beneath the surface. He had seen this prophecy his whole life, had felt its presence in the whispers of the sea and the ancient songs passed down among his people. But never before had he imagined that it would bring him to this moment, to this man who seemed so far removed from the world Alaric had been born into. Seb's heart pounded as the meaning of Alaric's words settled into his chest. This wasn't just about some ancient tale, or a story lost to time. It was real, and it was happening to them. The bond between them was not some chance meeting. It was the culmination of everything that had led them both to this moment. And as Alaric's gaze softened, Seb realized that the prophecy wasn't just something written in an ancient text. It was a living, breathing truth that had been unfolding all around them. Alaric continued, his fingers brushing lightly over the edges of the parchment, as if seeking some final confirmation. "I've seen signs," he murmured, his voice distant for a moment, as though lost in memories. "Fragments of this prophecy throughout my life, but I never thought they would lead me to you." Seb's heart skipped a beat at the words, the idea that their meeting wasn't a coincidence, that their fates had been intertwined long before they ever knew each other. It was a daunting thought, one that filled him with awe and fear in equal measure. The idea that his existence, his very presence, could be the key to something as monumental as the prophecy was both thrilling and terrifying. Seb's mind raced, the implications of Alaric's words spinning in his head like a storm. He had always been a man of action, but how could he act in the face of something so far beyond his understanding? How could he take control of something that was already set in motion? His pulse quickened as the weight of the siren's words settled deep within him. Their meeting, their connection, it was not a coincidence. It was fate, whether he wanted it or not. And yet, in the face of this revelation, Seb felt more uncertain than ever. Could he truly embrace this path, this destiny, that Alaric was so sure of? The silence stretched between them again, but it was different this time. It wasn't oppressive or filled with fear. It was charged with the weight of understanding, of two souls finally acknowledging the bond they had formed without even realizing it. Seb felt the pull of Alaric's gaze, the gravity of the moment pressing down on him. He couldn't escape this, and maybe, just maybe, he didn't want to. The prophecy had brought them together, and now there was no turning back. The future, it seemed, was already unfolding, and they were bound to walk it together, whether they were ready or not. And as Seb looked into Alaric's eyes, he saw something else there, something beyond the vulnerability he had glimpsed earlier. It was hope. It was the belief that together, they could rewrite the fate of their worlds. The weight of it all pressed against Seb's chest, but for the first time since he had arrived in this strange undersea world, he didn't feel so lost. They were no longer strangers to each other. They were bound by something deeper, something that transcended both of them. Whether they wanted it or not, they were part of the prophecy now. And Seb knew, in the pit of his stomach, that whatever came next, they would face it together. Seb's brow furrowed in disbelief as he processed Alaric's words. "You've known about this prophecy all along? And you didn't tell me?" His voice cracked slightly, the mix of anger and confusion taking him by surprise. How could Alaric have kept something so monumental from him, especially when it involved their futures, their very fates? The weight of the secret, the knowledge that had been kept from him, was a heavy burden that pressed down on his chest. Seb had trusted the siren, had opened himself to the possibility of something between them, and now it felt as if the ground beneath him was shifting. The foundation of everything he had believed about their relationship, about their connection, was starting to crack. Alaric's shoulders tightened slightly, but the siren's gaze never wavered, meeting Seb's with a quiet intensity. "I didn't understand it," he admitted, his voice softer than Seb had ever heard it before. There was a vulnerability in his tone that struck Seb deeper than any of the siren's usual aloofness. It was a rawness, a hint of guilt and regret that Alaric had never shown before. "I didn't know what it meant until you were here. Until we met." The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken truths. Alaric's admission of not understanding the prophecy, of not knowing how Seb fit into it, left Seb reeling. The siren, it seemed, had been just as lost in this as he was. And yet that didn't fully explain why he hadn't shared any of this with Seb sooner. Seb swallowed hard, trying to steady the storm of thoughts swirling inside his mind. "But you knew I was a pirate. You knew my kind were your enemies." The words slipped out before he could stop them, but they were filled with hurt, a sense of betrayal that was difficult to ignore. How could Alaric, with all his wisdom, have been so sure about the prophecy but so uncertain about Seb's role in it? And how could he have kept the knowledge of the prophecy to himself, knowing the conflict it would cause between their people? The history between humans and sirens was fraught with violence and mistrust. Seb had always known that, but he hadn't expected it to come between them, at least, not like this. Alaric's jaw tightened slightly, a subtle but unmistakable shift that told Seb just how deeply the question had cut. Yet, the siren didn't flinch or look away. His gaze remained unwavering, as steady as the ocean itself. "I did," he said, his voice steady, but there was a trace of something else beneath the surface, something raw, something real. "But there's something different about you, Seb. I could feel it from the moment I found you in the wreckage." His words were slow, deliberate, as if weighing each one before he spoke. "It was more than just the curse that brought you here. There's a reason we crossed paths." Alaric's voice lowered, the weight of his words settling heavily in the space between them. The sincerity in his tone made Seb's heart race, his confusion momentarily giving way to something else, a flicker of something that felt like hope. The idea that their meeting hadn't been by chance, that it was part of something bigger, something far beyond them both, left Seb speechless. His mind struggled to keep up with the gravity of Alaric's words. "There's a reason?" Seb repeated, as if saying it aloud might help him understand. The siren's words had unlocked something inside him, a truth that had been lingering just out of reach. It was a terrifying thought, the idea that they had been pulled together by something beyond their control, by destiny itself. Seb had always prided himself on his ability to shape his own fate, to bend the world to his will. But this was different. This was something far more powerful than he could ever have imagined. Alaric's gaze softened, and for the first time, Seb saw a flicker of vulnerability, something unguarded in the siren's eyes. It was almost as if Alaric, too, was grappling with the enormity of what was unfolding between them. The siren's usual composure was gone, replaced by a weariness that Seb hadn't noticed before. "And now I know it wasn't a mere coincidence," Alaric continued, his voice quieter now, as though sharing a secret. "It was destiny." The finality in his words made Seb's chest tighten. Destiny. It was the word that seemed to seal everything into place, locking them both into a future neither of them could escape. Seb stood there for a moment, the weight of Alaric's declaration pressing down on him. Destiny. It was a word he had heard before, in the stories of sailors and legends of the sea, but hearing it now, in relation to him, felt like a heavy anchor dropped into the deep waters of his mind. How could it be true? How could his life, a life he had carved out of the chaos of the sea, be part of something as grand as destiny? The thought was overwhelming, but it also filled him with a sense of wonder. The siren believed it, and the more Seb thought about it, the more he realized that there was no denying it. They had been brought together for a reason, and that reason was bigger than both of them. The cavern felt colder now, as if the air itself was charged with the weight of what had been revealed. Seb's thoughts raced, trying to make sense of the revelation that had turned everything he knew upside down. Alaric was right. They had crossed paths for a reason. They were bound by something larger than themselves, something beyond their understanding. And as Seb looked at Alaric, he realized that whatever this destiny was, it was theirs to face together. The journey ahead would be dangerous, and there was no telling what awaited them, but one thing was certain: they could no longer deny the bond between them, or the prophecy that had brought them together. The word destiny struck Seb with the force of a lightning bolt, rattling him to his very core. It was a word he had always scoffed at, something reserved for ancient tales and legends spun around campfires, stories that had no bearing on the reality of his life. A pirate's life was one of survival, of making your own way, of taking what you wanted from the world, bending fate to your will. Seb had always prided himself on his ability to control his future, to carve out his place in the world with his own hands. But now, standing here face to face with Alaric, the siren's belief in this overwhelming concept of destiny, the weight of it pressing down on him, made it feel impossible to deny the truth of his words. "You think we were meant to meet?" Seb asked, his voice thick with incredulity. Despite his best efforts to remain composed, his words trembled, revealing just how shaken he was by the sheer impossibility of the situation. He wanted to laugh, to brush off the idea as absurd, but something held him back. The notion of fate, something he had long considered a myth, was now hanging in the air between them, palpable and undeniable. The siren's unwavering certainty, the weight of his words, made it hard to dismiss. And yet Seb couldn't fully grasp how it could be true, how the chaotic events that had led them here, his shipwreck, their meeting, the dangerous bond forming between them, could be part of something greater, something planned. Alaric met Seb's gaze, his own eyes unyielding and intense, but beneath the steady surface, Seb could see something more. It was a depth of emotion that he couldn't quite understand, something both ancient and vulnerable. For a moment, the siren seemed to look through him, as if seeing past his hardened exterior, past the pirate captain's bravado, to something deeper within him. "Yes," Alaric said quietly, his voice thick with meaning. I do. I believe that everything that has happened, my saving you, the prophecy, our bond, it's all part of something much larger. Something that neither of us can avoid, no matter how much we might try. The words hung in the air, and Seb felt a shiver run down his spine at the sincerity in Alaric's voice. There was no arrogance in the siren's tone, no smugness. Only a quiet certainty, a calm acceptance of the reality they now faced. It was impossible to ignore this connection between them, this inexplicable pull that seemed to draw them closer. The weight of it felt heavier now, as if the very currents of the ocean were guiding them, pulling them towards something neither of them had anticipated. Seb felt it in his bones. Something was changing, something deep and undeniable, and he was caught in the tide, unable to escape. The realization sent a cold rush through Seb's veins, the magnitude of it all sinking in with a crushing force. He had always been a man who made decisions based on what he could see, on what he could touch, what he could manipulate with his own hands. But this was beyond him. The idea that his life had been leading to this moment, that his meeting with Alaric, everything that had happened between them, wasn't just a series of random events, but a part of a grand design, was overwhelming. Seb had always been a master of the sea, had always thought himself untouchable, but now it seemed as if the sea itself had other plans for him. Alaric's gaze softened, as if sensing the turmoil that churned within Seb. There was a flicker of something, perhaps regret or sympathy, or a recognition of the weight Seb was carrying, that made Seb's chest tighten. The siren seemed to understand the storm of emotions that raged inside him, the fear of losing control, of being pulled into something he couldn't dictate. Yet, despite the uncertainty, Alaric did not waver in his belief. His conviction was steady, unwavering. And Seb, despite his inner resistance, couldn't help but be drawn to him. There was no denying the pull between them, no denying that the bond they shared was deeper than anything he had ever known. The more Seb thought about it, the more the pieces began to fit together, fragmented pieces of his life that had never made sense until now. His shipwreck, Alaric's rescue, the strange sense of familiarity, the connection that had sparked between them from the very first moment. It all pointed toward one undeniable truth: they had been brought together by something greater than chance. Fate, perhaps, or destiny, whatever it was, it seemed to have a plan for them. And no matter how hard Seb tried to resist it, he couldn't escape the fact that his path was now bound to Alaric's, and the future of both their worlds rested in their hands. Seb's mind raced with conflicting emotions, doubt, fear, a flicker of hope, but amid the chaos, there was a stillness, a quiet acceptance that began to settle within him. This wasn't just some tale of myth and legend. This was real, and it was happening now. His life was no longer just his own. There were forces at play far beyond his control, and he had to face them. The siren's words, the prophecy, the bond they shared, they were all part of something Seb couldn't ignore, something he had no choice but to confront. And though the path ahead was uncertain, there was a strange comfort in the idea that he was not alone in it. For the first time since they had met, Seb allowed himself to truly look at Alaric, really look at him, and see the vulnerability that lay beneath the siren's surface. There was a softness in his eyes, a quiet longing for something Seb had only just begun to understand. They were both standing at the edge of something vast, something unknown, and for the first time, Seb wasn't sure where the road would lead them. But the siren had placed his trust in him, and Seb knew, deep down, that he had no choice but to trust Alaric in return. Together, they were bound to whatever came next. And as much as Seb wanted to fight it, he knew that whatever destiny had planned for them, he was already caught in its current. "Then what does that mean for us?" Seb asked, his voice raw with the weight of the question. He stood at the precipice of something vast, something that loomed over him like the very sea he had sailed for most of his life, unpredictable, untamed, and filled with mysteries he could not fathom. The ground beneath his feet felt unstable, like it could give way at any moment. His instincts, honed by years of piracy and survival, screamed for clarity, for a path that he could take control of. But those instincts were muddled now, tangled in the strange connection he felt to Alaric, this siren who had come into his life like a storm, pulling him deeper into something far greater than anything he had ever known. The weight of the prophecy pressed down on him, its significance growing heavier with every passing moment. This was no mere coincidence. Their meeting had not been random. It had been part of something destined, something larger than both of them. Alaric's gaze softened, and for the first time, Seb saw a hint of sadness flicker in the siren's eyes, as though the weight of the prophecy and their shared future was beginning to settle in. The siren had always exuded an air of mystery, of control, but in this moment, he seemed just as uncertain as Seb. "It means that we have a choice to make, Seb," Alaric said, his voice quiet but heavy with meaning. "A choice that will affect not only us, but both of our worlds. We can fight it, we can turn away, and we can pretend this bond doesn't exist. But deep down, we both know that it does. That it's real." There was no denying the truth of his words. Seb could feel it in the air, the pulse of something ancient and undeniable. It was there between them, in the quiet space where their eyes met, something fragile and unspoken, something that neither of them could ignore. Seb's chest tightened as the full weight of Alaric's words sank in. A choice. The future was suddenly no longer something he could control, no longer something he could shape with his own hands. This was bigger than him, bigger than Alaric. It was a choice between embracing the bond that had begun to form between them, something as unexpected as it was undeniable, or rejecting it and walking away. But what would that choice mean? What would it mean for a pirate captain who had spent his life fighting against the currents of fate, and a siren bound to the ocean in ways Seb couldn't even begin to understand? They were enemies by nature, their peoples locked in a conflict that had lasted for centuries. How could they possibly stand together, let alone change the future of both their worlds? The questions pressed on him, relentless and heavy. "What happens if we don't choose this?" Seb asked, his voice barely above a whisper, though his heart thundered in his chest, making it impossible to keep the fear out of his tone. His mind raced, each possibility spinning out before him, too many to count. Could they truly walk away from something so profound, so connected to their destinies? What would it mean if they refused to accept it? Seb had always been a man of action, of seizing control, but this was something entirely different. The thought of turning away, of denying the pull between them, was terrifying. What would happen if they ignored the prophecy, if they fought against the bond they shared? Alaric's eyes darkened slightly, as though he had been waiting for this question. He took a step closer to Seb, his presence filling the cavern with an undeniable weight. There was a moment of silence, thick and heavy, before the siren spoke again. "If we don't choose this, Seb, then everything we've been warned about, the war between our worlds, the destruction that has been building for centuries, will come to pass. The bond between us is the only thing that can stop it. If we ignore it, if we walk away, we will be allowing everything to fall apart." His voice was quiet, but there was an urgency there, a sense of finality that Seb couldn't ignore. "The prophecy is not just a warning, it's a promise. It's the only chance we have to change the future." The implications of Alaric's words hit Seb like a physical blow. The weight of the siren's revelation settled deep within him, a sinking feeling that seemed to anchor itself in his chest. There was no turning back now. If they chose to walk away, if they refused to accept this bond between them, they would be dooming both of their worlds to destruction. Seb's heart pounded in his ears, and his breath grew shallow as the realization began to take root. He had never thought of himself as a hero, never thought he would be the one to carry the weight of the world on his shoulders. And yet, here he was, standing at the center of something far greater than anything he could have imagined. The future of both the sea and the land was at stake, and the only way to stop the coming war was to embrace the connection that had begun between him and Alaric. For a moment, Seb found himself struggling for air, the enormity of the situation pressing down on him. How could he possibly make a decision like this? How could he choose between the life he knew, the life he had fought for, and the uncertain future that Alaric was offering him? He had always been a man of action, someone who carved his own path, but now he found himself at the mercy of something that was beyond his control. And yet, despite the fear, despite the overwhelming uncertainty, Seb could feel the pull between them, the undeniable force that seemed to be drawing them closer, and he knew deep down that this choice was no longer just his to make. Seb met Alaric's gaze, the weight of their shared silence heavy in the air between them. For a long moment, neither of them spoke, as if both were waiting for the other to make the first move. The siren's eyes were filled with something Seb couldn't quite define. Hope, maybe, or something deeper, something more vulnerable. And in that moment, Seb realized that whatever they chose, whatever they decided, they would be facing it together. This was not just about him, or just about Alaric. This was about both of them, and the future they could create, or destroy, together. The choice was theirs, and though it terrified him, Seb knew that there was no turning back. The currents of fate were already pulling them in, and there was no escaping it now. Alaric's gaze dropped to the ground for a moment, his expression tight with thought, before he finally looked up again. There was an intensity in his eyes, as if he were weighing the words he was about to say, measuring their impact. "If we don't choose it," he said, his voice steady but filled with an undeniable sorrow, "the war between the human world and the siren world will only continue. The oceans will drown in blood. Our people will perish, and the seas will turn to chaos." He paused, his eyes locking onto Seb's with a kind of resolve that Seb couldn't quite understand. "If we don't act, if we don't find a way to unite to bridge the gap between our worlds, it will be the end of both." The weight of Alaric's words hit Seb like a wave crashing against the shore, pulling him under with its force. Seb felt his breath catch in his throat as the siren's words washed over him. The finality of them was almost too much to bear. The pirate captain, a man who had spent his life navigating treacherous waters and facing dangers without fear, suddenly found himself gripped by a sense of helplessness. He had always known that the pirate life was dangerous, that the sea could be cruel and unpredictable, but this was different. This was no longer about skirmishes with rival crews or the thrill of treasure hunts. This was about the survival of entire peoples, the future of two worlds colliding in ways neither of them could have predicted. Seb's chest tightened, and his heart beat erratically as he realized the magnitude of the decision before him. To know that his actions, the very choice he would make in the next moments, would affect the lives of millions, was a responsibility Seb had never imagined he would carry. The weight of it was crushing, pressing down on him with the suffocating force of the sea itself. He had always been a man of action, someone who made quick decisions on the fly, relying on instinct and experience. But this was beyond him. This was a choice between life and death for not just him and Alaric, but for every human and every siren. The vastness of it nearly overwhelmed him, and for the first time in his life, Seb felt small and insignificant in the face of something so monumental. "Then we don't have a choice, do we?" Seb muttered, his voice low and rough, as the full gravity of the situation finally settled into his bones. He felt like a puppet caught in the strings of fate, unable to break free. His hands balled into fists at his sides, the pressure building in his chest as the weight of the prophecy, the weight of Alaric's words, pressed on him. There was no denying it now. The connection between them, the bond they shared, was not just some fleeting moment of fate. It was the key to saving their worlds, to preventing the destruction that was already set in motion. And Seb? He was the one who had to decide whether to embrace it or watch everything burn. Alaric's response came softly, his voice thick with the weight of understanding, of knowing exactly how heavy the burden they shared truly was. "No," he said, the word lingering in the air between them, filled with the finality of truth. "We don't." The siren's gaze softened, and for a moment, the fierce intensity that had marked his features earlier seemed to fade, replaced by something more vulnerable. It was the look of someone who had accepted their fate, someone who had come to terms with the responsibility placed upon them. But it was also the look of someone who was asking Seb to do the same, to accept that their destinies were intertwined in ways either of them could avoid. Seb took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. He wanted to protest, to shout that this wasn't fair, that he shouldn't have to make this choice. But the words wouldn't come. There was no denying the truth in Alaric's voice, no denying that their meeting had not been random, that the prophecy had not been written for someone else. It had been written for them, and now they had to choose whether to stand together and face the future or turn away and allow everything to crumble. Seb's chest tightened again as the weight of it all settled in, and he realized just how far he had fallen from the man he used to be. Once, Seb had been a pirate captain driven by ambition, by a hunger for treasure and the thrill of the unknown. But now, standing here with Alaric, he saw the world in a new light. It was no longer just about his own desires, his own path. It was about something greater, a shared destiny that neither of them had asked for, but that neither could escape. The sea, which had always been his domain, now felt like a force beyond his control. And yet, despite the fear, despite the uncertainty, there was something else stirring within him, a reluctant sense of duty, a need to protect not just his own world, but the world of the sirens as well. As the silence between them stretched on, Seb found himself grappling with his own feelings, his own doubts. Could he really do this? Could he truly set aside his pirate's life, his own desires, to embrace a future that had already been written for him? He didn't know. But as he looked into Alaric's eyes that were full of determination, of an unspoken trust, Seb felt something within him begin to shift. It was a quiet acceptance, an acknowledgement that this was bigger than either of them. And perhaps, for the first time in his life, Seb realized that some things were worth sacrificing for. Some things, like the future of their worlds, were worth fighting for. A heavy silence hung between them, the world outside the cavern fading into nothing as they stood there, each lost in the enormity of what they had just come to realize. The cavern's walls, cold and ancient, seemed to close in around them, amplifying the weight of the moment. Seb's heart raced in his chest, his mind a storm of conflicting thoughts, none of which could settle. He was no longer certain of anything, except one undeniable truth. This wasn't just about him anymore. This was no longer about a pirate trying to carve out a future for himself, no longer about the siren trying to protect his people. It was about something far greater. It was about the future of the seas themselves, the balance of their worlds hanging on the edge of a decision neither of them had anticipated. The silence stretched on, thick and suffocating, until Seb finally gathered the strength to lift his gaze and meet Alaric's. The siren's eyes were as steady as ever, but there was something more than now, a shared understanding, a recognition that neither of them could escape what was coming. Seb's breath caught in his throat as he spoke the words that had been building inside him for so long, words that had felt impossible to say before, but now felt like the only thing left to do. "Then we'll face it together. Whatever it is," he said, his voice steady, though his heart pounded furiously in his chest. "We don't have a choice, but that doesn't mean we can't fight for something better." Alaric's expression softened at his words, and a faint, almost wistful smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. For a moment, he just looked at Seb, as if weighing the sincerity of what he had said. Then, with a quiet chuckle, he stepped closer, his voice warm and genuine. "I never thought I'd hear a pirate say those words," he admitted, the admiration in his tone unmistakable. "But I think you're right." There was something in Alaric's voice, something in the way he looked at Seb, that made the pirate feel as though, for once, he wasn't alone in this fight. The siren, despite the differences between them, was standing beside him. Not as an enemy, not as a distant stranger, but as an ally, as something more. Seb's heart thundered in his chest, the adrenaline of their shared moment making everything seem sharper, clearer. His mind was still racing, still trying to process the magnitude of everything that had just been revealed. The prophecy, the war, the future of their worlds. It was a lot to bear, and yet, in the face of it all, Seb found something he hadn't expected. He felt a sense of purpose settling deep within him, quiet but undeniable. For the first time since he had washed ashore in this strange, underwater world, he no longer felt like a pawn in a game he couldn't control. He wasn't just a pirate trying to survive. He was part of something much larger, something that could change the very course of history. And that thought, terrifying as it was, gave him the strength to move forward. They didn't have a choice, Seb realized. They could fight it. They could run from it. But ultimately, fate had already set its course, and they were bound to it. Bound to each other. The prophecy wasn't some distant myth anymore. It was a reality that was unfolding around them. And as much as Seb wanted to fight against it, to find a way to carve out his own future, he understood now that he couldn't do it alone. They were connected, whether they liked it or not. The pirate and the siren, each from a world that had been at odds for centuries, were now tied together by something neither could escape. And if they were to survive what was coming, they would need each other. Not just for their own survival, but for the survival of both their worlds. Seb's mind wandered to the dangers that lay ahead. The forces that had been set into motion by their very meeting. The war between the human and siren worlds was only just beginning, and already, their destinies had become intertwined. There was no turning back now. No way to unmake the decision they had just made. But even as the enormity of it all weighed heavily on him, Seb couldn't shake the feeling that this was the only way forward. They had no control over the past, no power to change what had already happened. But they had control over the future. And that, for the first time in his life, felt like a power worth fighting for. As the sea whispered around them, its currents gentle yet insistent, Seb felt something stirring within him. Perhaps it was the connection between them, the bond that had been growing ever since he first washed ashore. Or perhaps it was the realization that the universe, fate, destiny, whatever you called it, had known exactly what it was doing when it brought them together. The pirate and the siren, two beings from opposing worlds, brought together by forces neither of them had fully understood until now. And yet, as Seb stood there, facing the unknown alongside Alaric, he knew one thing for certain. They were in this together. And together, they would face whatever was to come. In that moment, as they stood side by side, the future no longer seemed quite so uncertain. They had made their choice. They had decided to fight for something better. To fight not just for themselves, but for the future of their worlds. The weight of the responsibility was still heavy on Seb's shoulders, but it was no longer a burden he had to carry alone. Alaric was with him, and together they would change the fate of both their worlds, whatever it took. And as the sea's whispers grew louder, its rhythmic pulse like the beating of a shared heart, Seb felt a strange sense of peace wash over him. For the first time since he had arrived in this strange world, Seb no longer felt like a stranger. He felt like he had found a place, right here, by Alaric's side. And maybe, just maybe, this was the beginning of something worth fighting for. Something bigger than either of them could have imagined. Chapter 13: The Siren Council. The waters shifted ominously around them as Alaric guided Seb deeper into the labyrinth of caves, their path illuminated only by the occasional flicker of bioluminescent flora clinging to the walls. The air was thick with salt, heavy with the scent of the sea, and an unmistakable tension clung to the depths. Every twist and turn of the cavern seemed to hum with a low, unsettling energy, like the very ocean itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Seb's pulse quickened with every step he took, the weight of what he was about to face pressing heavily on his chest. He had come to learn so much since washing ashore in this strange, underwater world, but this was different. The Siren Council was unlike anything he had imagined, and the closer they came to it, the more uncertain Seb became. This was the heart of Alaric's world, the place where the fate of their people was decided, and it was not a place where humans were ever welcome. The stakes had never felt higher. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" Seb asked, his voice tight with apprehension. He tried to mask the unease creeping up his spine, but it was impossible to ignore. The water pressed against him, cold and unyielding, and the knowledge that he was about to face a council that viewed humans as little more than pests or prey only added to the gnawing fear in his gut. The silence around them seemed to press in, amplifying the tension in his voice. He had no idea what to expect from this council, no idea how they would react to his presence, but deep down, he feared that nothing good could come from it. Alaric, walking just ahead of him, glanced over his shoulder, his expression unreadable in the dim light. His gaze lingered for a moment before he spoke, his voice steady but carrying a weight of its own. "We don't have a choice," he replied, his words resolute. "The council must know what's happening, Seb. They must understand why we're here and why we've come to them." Despite the firm tone of his words, the shadow that flickered in Alaric's eyes told Seb something different. Even the siren, as confident and composed as he appeared, was uncertain of what awaited them. The Siren Council was a place of ancient authority, where the rulers of the Siren world came together to decide the future of their kind. It was not a place for surprises, and certainly not for human intruders. Seb couldn't shake the feeling that they were walking straight into the jaws of something they could neither control nor fully understand. The deeper they traveled, the colder the water became. Seb's breath fogged in the air, the chill seeping into his bones as they ventured further into the heart of the caverns. It felt like they were descending into the very core of the ocean, where the light seemed to disappear entirely, swallowed by the vastness of the depths. The world around them grew darker and more oppressive, the heavy silence broken only by the faint sound of water trickling over the smooth, slick rocks. Seb felt his heart thumping in his chest, louder now, as if it could be heard by the waters themselves. Every instinct in him screamed to turn back, to flee from whatever lay ahead, but he didn't. He couldn't. There was no turning back now. And then, without warning, they emerged into a vast, open chamber. Seb's eyes widened at the sight before him. It was unlike anything he had ever imagined. The space stretched endlessly before them, an underwater coliseum of sorts, its enormous walls rising to towering heights. The cavern was illuminated by the eerie glow of bioluminescent flora that clung to the jagged rocks, casting long, shifting shadows across the vast arena. The water shimmered with an almost otherworldly light, like liquid stars swirling around them. The entire chamber seemed to hum with power, a silent force that vibrated through the very walls. Seb couldn't help but feel small in its presence. as if the scale of this place alone could crush him under its weight. Every instinct screamed at him to keep his distance, but he couldn't take his eyes off the spectacle. At the far end of the cavern, Seb could see a raised platform, and upon it, a series of stone thrones sat in ominous silence. Each throne was occupied by a figure, their forms shrouded in the darkness, but their presence was undeniable. They radiated authority, their eyes glowing faintly in the murky depths, like predators watching their prey. The figures were still, as if they had been waiting for this moment for centuries. Seb couldn't tell how many of them there were, but the air seemed to grow heavier the closer they got to the platform, the weight of their collective gaze pressing down on him. His heart pounded in his chest as they drew closer, the anticipation thick in the air. This was it. This was the Siren Council. As they approached the platform, Seb could feel the weight of their eyes on him, even if they said nothing. The silence in the chamber was deafening, and Seb found himself holding his breath, his chest tightening with every step. He was acutely aware of the fact that he was intruding on a sacred space, a place where decisions that shaped the future of an entire race were made. And here he was, a human pirate, standing in front of the rulers of the Siren world. What would they think of him? What would they do? The tension was unbearable, and for a moment Seb thought he might lose his nerve entirely. But Alaric didn't falter. He moved forward with a quiet confidence, his presence a calming force in the storm of Seb's racing thoughts. It was clear that Alaric knew this place, knew the weight of it better than anyone. He was a part of this world, a son of the seas, and no matter how alien it felt to Seb, he wasn't alone. They were in this together. As they reached the platform, Seb's throat tightened, but he forced himself to meet the gaze of the figures sitting before them. He couldn't afford to back down now, not with everything they stood to lose. The figures on the platform remained still, their expressions unreadable, but Seb could feel the tension rising. There was no turning back now. The council was waiting. And so, with a steadying breath, Seb stepped forward, standing at Alaric's side, ready to face whatever judgment the Siren Council would pass on them. The weight of destiny hung heavy in the water around them, and Seb could only hope that they had come here for the right reasons. As they stepped into the cavernous chamber, Seb couldn't help but feel the weight of the room pressing down on him. It was as if the very air in the space vibrated with an unspoken anticipation, the tension so thick he could almost taste it. The ocean seemed to hold its breath, and every ripple in the water felt like a whisper from the depths. The silence was suffocating, broken only by the soft echoes of their movements. Seb could feel the eyes of the Siren Council upon him, their silent judgment falling like 1,000 heavy stones, each one heavier than the last. He had faced many dangers in his life, but nothing compared to the cold, calculating gaze of beings whose very existence defied everything he had ever known. This wasn't just about survival. This was about the future of both their worlds. Alaric, walking beside him, seemed to feel the weight of it too. Despite the palpable uncertainty that clung to him, his presence remained commanding and strong. The Siren moved forward with a quiet grace, his posture tall and regal, but Seb noticed the tension in his shoulders. It was a subtle shift, an almost imperceptible strain, but it was there. Alaric gave a respectful nod to the council, a gesture of deference, but Seb could see through it. This wasn't a position of power for him, not anymore. Alaric was caught in the delicate balance between duty and defiance, respect and rebellion. As much as he tried to maintain control, Seb could feel the simmering uncertainty in him, an unspoken challenge to the power that filled the room. A voice broke through the stillness, sharp and cold, slicing through the air like a blade. Alaric! The sound was unmistakable, a command rather than a greeting. Seb's gaze shifted to the source of the voice, a tall, slender siren with scales that shimmered like the surface of a moonlit sea. Her features were sharp, her beauty striking, but it was the intensity in her eyes that held Seb's attention. There was a quiet menace in her voice, one that made his stomach twist with a mixture of fear and anticipation. "What is this? You bring a human to our council? A pirate, no less?" Her words were deliberate, each syllable dripping with disdain, as if the very idea of a human standing before them was an affront to everything the council stood for. Seb's heart began to race, his pulse quickening as the weight of her words settled in. He could feel her gaze piercing into him, and the heat of her hostility made his skin prickle. His instincts screamed at him to back down, to retreat from the storm that was clearly about to break. But he wasn't here to cower. He wasn't here to beg for mercy or make excuses for his existence. He had come this far, and he wasn't about to let a room full of sirens intimidate him. Straightening his spine, Seb clenched his jaw, locking eyes with the woman who had spoken. "The name's Captain Sebastian Kane," he said, his voice loud and clear, though the pounding of his heart almost drowned it out. He didn't let his fears show. "And I'm not here to be judged." The words hung in the air like a challenge, defiance laced into every syllable. Seb could feel the room shift as the sirens turned their attention fully to him. The council, whose very presence exuded authority, now seemed to scrutinize him with an intensity that made his skin crawl. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and Seb felt like a mouse trapped in the gaze of 100 predators. His eyes flicked around the room, studying their reactions. The sirens' faces were a mask of unreadable expressions, but there was no mistaking the division that had already formed. Some of them regarded him with curiosity, their eyes narrowed in intrigue, perhaps wondering what a pirate like him could possibly offer. Others were not so kind, those whose glares were so sharp they could have cut through steel. Their hostility was palpable, and Seb could almost feel the weight of their judgment pressing against his chest. The silence that followed was suffocating, broken only by the soft ripple of water as the council shifted in their seats. Seb held his ground, his hands at his sides, the defiance in his stance a silent declaration that he wasn't going to bow before them. This was a dangerous game they were playing, but Seb had never been one to shy away from danger. His mind raced with thoughts of how this meeting could unfold, how it could shape everything he had come here for. He wasn't just fighting for his own survival now. He was fighting for something far greater, a future that hung in the balance between their worlds. "Interesting." Another voice spoke up, a deep and resonant tone that seemed to vibrate through the chamber. Seb turned to see the source. A larger, more imposing figure, his features obscured by the shadows but his presence undeniable. The siren's eyes glowed faintly in the dark, and though his voice held no emotion, there was an air of calculation in his words. "A pirate. How quaint." The word was laced with disdain, but there was something else beneath it. Something that suggested the council had already weighed their options, had already considered what to do with Seb and his presence in their midst. "Tell us, Captain Kane," the figure continued, his voice turning slightly mocking. "What exactly is it you think you're going to accomplish here? The seas are not kind to your kind." Seb's fists tightened at his sides. He had expected this. He had known the moment he stepped into this chamber that the council would see him as nothing more than an outsider, an intruder. But he wasn't here to play by their rules. He wasn't here to ask for permission. "I didn't come here for your approval," he said, his voice steady, despite the storm brewing within him. "I came to show you that things are changing. The tides are shifting, and whether you like it or not, humans and sirens are going to have to find a way to coexist. Or else we'll all drown together." His words hung in the air, charged with the weight of what they represented. Seb could feel the shift in the room as the council took in his words, as if they were finally beginning to understand that this was no ordinary meeting. This was the beginning of something much larger, and Seb was at the center of it. "You bring a pirate into the heart of our realm?" The voice that boomed was deep and powerful, laced with an undeniable authority. Seb's eyes snapped to the source of the voice, a broad-shouldered male siren standing at the far end of the chamber. His scales were a deep emerald green, shimmering in the dim light, and his presence was imposing, radiating a menacing aura. There was no mistaking the disdain in his voice. "Do you have no respect for tradition, Alaric? For the safety of our people?" His words cut through the air like a blade, each one carrying a weight that seemed to press down on Seb's chest, threatening to crush him under the weight of centuries-old hostility. Alaric's jaw tightened, the muscles in his neck visible as he held his ground. His posture remained defiant, unyielding in the face of the council's judgment. Despite the tension that gripped him, there was a flicker of determination in his eyes. "I brought him here because I believe there is more at stake than the old ways," Alaric said, his voice calm but firm. "The prophecy speaks of a union between human and siren, a union that could change the course of both our worlds. We can't afford to ignore it." The words hung in the air, the finality of them almost suffocating. Seb could feel the shift in the room, a subtle change as the council absorbed what had just been said. Alaric's conviction was palpable, but it was clear that not everyone in this chamber was ready to accept such a radical notion. The room fell into a heavy silence at the mention of the prophecy. Seb felt it like a physical weight pressing down on him, his chest tightening as the air grew thick with the gravity of Alaric's words. The prophecy was something he had heard little about, but it was clear from the reaction of the council that it was not something to be taken lightly. His mind raced, trying to make sense of what it meant. A union between human and siren? How could that possibly change the course of their worlds? Seb glanced around the room, observing the varying expressions of the council members. Some seemed intrigued, their eyes flickering with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Others, however, were colder, their faces set in harsh lines of disbelief. The division was evident. Some were willing to entertain the idea, while others were resolute in their rejection. A sharp, melodic voice pierced the silence, as cold as the depths of the ocean. "Do you truly expect us to believe that, Alaric?" The voice was smooth yet biting, a woman's voice, and Seb turned his attention to the source. The siren was a striking figure, with jet-black scales that absorbed the light around her, making her seem almost spectral in the gloom of the chamber. She leaned forward, her eyes glowing with an intensity that sent an involuntary shiver down Seb's spine. "You expect us to trust a pirate, a human, who is our enemy?" Her words dripped with venom, the disdain clear in every syllable. "A creature whose very kind has hunted and killed our people for centuries?" The accusation was sharp, aimed directly at Seb, and for a moment, he felt as if the room had turned cold around him. Seb's heart clenched at the words. The sting of the accusation hit him harder than he had anticipated. He had heard it all before: pirates, humans, enemies of the sea. But hearing it from the very beings whose lives he had only just begun to understand was a different experience entirely. The weight of her words settled heavily in his chest, leaving him speechless for a brief moment. His thoughts swirled, and for a split second, he wondered whether he had made a mistake in coming here at all. This wasn't just some distant conflict, it was personal. The very creatures he had hoped to ally with were looking at him as nothing more than an enemy, a creature to be mistrusted and despised. The reality of their disdain was sharper than he could have imagined. The woman's gaze never wavered from Seb, and the tension in the room escalated, thickening the air with hostility. He could feel her eyes digging into him, searching for any hint of weakness, any sign that he might falter under the weight of her judgment. Seb's muscles tensed as he fought to keep his composure. He had never been good at hiding his emotions, but in this moment, He couldn't afford to let his discomfort show. He knew that any sign of vulnerability would only make him more of a target. He couldn't afford that. Not here, not now. Alaric, sensing the escalating danger, took a step forward, his posture protective, though there was little he could do to shield Seb from the weight of the council's judgment. The room seemed to hold its breath, and Seb could hear his own heartbeat thundering in his ears as the silence stretched on. "I know the history between our peoples," Alaric said, his voice steady, "but the past can't dictate the future. We must choose to evolve, to break the cycle of hatred and mistrust. If we don't, both our worlds will be lost." His words were measured, but they carried an undeniable urgency. There was no turning back now. They had crossed the threshold, and the consequences of their actions were too great to ignore. Seb stood there, feeling the weight of the council's stares pressing down on him, but he refused to look away. He wasn't going to let their centuries of animosity dictate his future. He had come here for a reason, to change the course of his life, and maybe, just maybe, to help change the future of both their worlds. He took a steadying breath, his mind racing for the right words to say, something that would break through the wall of hostility that surrounded him. But before he could speak, the tension in the room reached a boiling point, and he knew that the council's decision, whatever it might be, would shape the destiny of both humans and sirens alike. "He's not like the others," Alaric's voice rang out, cutting through the murmurs and tension in the room. His tone was firm and unwavering, a declaration that left no room for doubt. "Seb is different. He has no interest in harming our people. And if we are to believe the prophecy, he may be the key to saving both our worlds." The words hung in the air, heavy with the gravity of the situation. Alaric's faith in Seb was evident, but it was also clear that not everyone in the room shared that conviction. His eyes swept across the council, challenging them to see the truth in his words, even as the atmosphere thickened with disbelief. The council erupted into murmurs, a cacophony of voices that filled the cavernous chamber. Some were skeptical, their eyes narrowing with suspicion. Others, more curious, seemed to consider Alaric's words with a wary openness, though the tension in the air was palpable. There was no unified front, no consensus that Seb was anything other than an intruder in their midst. His presence alone was enough to spark division among them, and it became clear that what Alaric was proposing, trusting a human, a pirate, was too much for some to accept. The murmur of voices grew louder, more heated, but it was one voice that soon cut through the din, rising above the rest with a low, menacing growl. "You ask us to risk everything on the word of a human?" The voice came from the broad-shouldered siren, his massive frame casting a long shadow as he spoke. His scales, a dark emerald green, glowed ominously in the dim light, and his posture radiated hostility. The sound of his growl seemed to vibrate through the chamber like the rumbling of distant thunder, sending a chill down Seb's spine. "The Pirate King himself? You would have us lay our faith in him, Alaric? You've lost your mind." His words were laced with disdain, each one more scornful than the last, and his expression twisted in contempt. The harshness in his tone left no room for doubt. This siren viewed Seb not just as a threat, but as a symbol of everything that had gone wrong between their worlds. Alaric's eyes hardened at the siren's words, his jaw tightening as the insult hung in the air. Despite the challenge, he didn't flinch. His posture stiffened, his stance becoming more rigid as he addressed the council once more. "I don't expect you to lay your faith in him," Alaric replied, his voice colder now, a steely edge beneath the calm exterior. "I expect you to understand what's at stake. The prophecy is not a simple legend. It's a warning, and it's one we can't afford to ignore." The words were direct, no longer asking for permission but demanding acknowledgement. Alaric's conviction was unshakable. and Seb could feel the weight of it pressing down on the council. The room fell into an uneasy silence, the tension rising like a storm ready to break. For a long moment, the silence in the chamber was almost suffocating. The sound of angry whispers filled the air, rising and falling in a rhythmic cadence of distrust and fear. Seb stood at Alaric's side, trying to maintain his composure, but he could feel the weight of every pair of eyes trained on him. The hostility was tangible, a physical presence that seemed to press in from every corner of the room. The council was divided, and he knew it. There were those who saw him as a symbol of their enemy, a pirate, one of the very humans who had terrorized the oceans for generations. And yet, there was Alaric, standing beside him, unwavering in his belief that Seb was different. Seb's heart pounded in his chest, but he refused to show fear. He had come this far, and despite the hostility surrounding him, he knew he couldn't back down now. His gaze flickered briefly to Alaric, who remained steady and resolute, and he drew strength from the siren's presence. Alaric believed in him, and that belief gave him the courage to stand tall in the face of the council's judgment. He knew that this was not just a matter of his own survival. It was a test of everything they had worked for, everything they had hoped to achieve. But Seb couldn't shake the feeling that, despite their shared goals, the rift between their worlds was far wider than he had ever imagined. The murmurs from the council grew louder, more urgent. Some argued vehemently, their voices rising in protest, while others remained silent, their expressions unreadable. The divide between them was clear, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to ignore. Seb could see the conflicting emotions on their faces: fear, anger, disbelief, and even a hint of curiosity. Some wanted to reject him outright, to condemn him for his past, while others were still grappling with the idea that maybe, just maybe, there was a chance for something different. But as the voices clashed around him, Seb's mind remained focused on one thing: the prophecy. It was their only hope, and if they were to survive what was coming, they would have to find a way to unite, no matter how impossible it seemed. The air grew thick with the weight of the council's deliberation, and Seb felt himself growing weary of the constant tension. He had been thrust into this world, this conflict, with no warning and little understanding of what was truly at stake. Yet now, with every passing moment, the gravity of the situation became clearer. The council was not just deciding his fate, it was deciding the future of both humans and sirens. And as much as he wanted to believe in a peaceful resolution, Seb knew that the path ahead would not be easy. There would be no easy alliances, no simple answers. But perhaps, just perhaps, the prophecy held the key to everything, if they were willing to trust in it. Alaric's voice cut through the tension again, firm and unyielding as he spoke. "We can't change the past," he said, his eyes sweeping over the council, "but we can shape the future. And that future starts with understanding, with seeing beyond our differences. This is not just about one human, one pirate. It's about both our worlds, and whether we're willing to put aside our old grudges for the sake of survival." The silence that followed was pregnant with possibility, and for the first time since entering the chamber, Seb felt a flicker of hope that maybe, just maybe, they could find common ground. But only time would tell if the council would accept this new path, or if they would continue to reject the very possibility of change. "Enough!" A voice boomed, its power reverberating through the chamber, instantly silencing the room. The speaker was a figure who had remained a silent observer throughout the heated exchange, but now, his presence filled the space with an almost palpable force. An ancient-looking siren, his scales shimmered with a deep gold, catching the dim light and reflecting it in radiant bursts. It was as if his very being had been forged in the heart of the sun, and the sheer magnitude of his presence commanded immediate respect. Even the most hostile members of the council fell silent at his command, their defiant whispers dying away like echoes lost in the wind. The elder siren rose from his throne with deliberate slowness, each movement measured and deliberate. His eyes, ancient and wise, swept over the room, taking in the turbulent energy that had pervaded the chamber. His gaze settled first on Alaric, then on Seb, sharp and calculating. The silence stretched between them as he studied both of them, his eyes piercing as if he were looking beyond their flesh and into their very souls. When he finally spoke, his voice was like the rumble of distant thunder, deep and resonant, reverberating through the chamber's walls. "I've listened to the arguments on both sides," he said, the weight of his words settling on the room like a heavy fog. "And I understand the gravity of what is at stake. But know this, Alaric, if we are to entertain this notion, this union between human and siren, we must proceed with caution. The consequences of such an alliance could alter the very fabric of our world." There was a sharp intake of breath from several of the council members, their eyes wide with shock or apprehension. The mere thought of a union between their kind and humans was anathema to many of them, and the elder's words only heightened their discomfort. Despite the council's divisions, however, the elder spoke with an authority that transcended all others. His voice held no room for argument, yet there was a quiet wisdom to it, as if he understood the complexity of the situation better than anyone else. His warning was clear. While he acknowledged the severity of their plight, he was not willing to risk the safety of their world for the sake of an uncertain hope. The silence in the room grew heavier, laden with the weight of his proclamation. Alaric, ever the diplomat, bowed his head in acknowledgement, showing deference to the elder while maintaining his unwavering resolve. His gaze, though respectful, never wavered from the elder's steady gaze. "I understand, elder," he said, his voice steady, though tinged with the urgency of their predicament. "But we cannot stand idly by while both our worlds face destruction. We need to act, and we need to act now." The words were simple yet profound, and they carried the weight of a decision that could shape the future of both sirens and humans. Alaric knew that time was running out, and that waiting any longer could lead to irrevocable consequences. His plea was not just for Seb, but for the very survival of their people. The elder siren considered Alaric's words, his expression unreadable, before turning his gaze back to Seb. For what felt like an eternity, the elder's eyes studied him, cold and calculating, as though trying to discern the truth beneath the surface. Seb held his ground, though the weight of the elder's gaze felt like it was pressing down on him from all sides. He didn't flinch, but he could feel his heart hammering in his chest. The council's decision was now in the elder's hands, and Seb knew that his future, and Alaric's, hung in the balance. The silence was almost suffocating, a tense pause in the midst of an ocean of uncertainty. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the elder nodded once, slow and deliberate. The motion was almost imperceptible, but it held immense weight. "We will give you a chance, Alaric," the elder declared, his voice softer now but still carrying an undeniable authority. "A chance to prove that this human, this pirate, is worthy of our trust." His eyes flickered to Seb once more, the intensity of his gaze unwavering. "But know this," he continued, his tone hardening. "Should he fail us, should he betray us, there will be no mercy. And both of you will suffer the consequences." The finality in his words sent a shiver down Seb's spine. There was no room for error, no second chances. They were walking a razor-thin edge, and the stakes had just been raised higher than ever before. Seb swallowed hard, his throat dry as he absorbed the elder's words. The weight of the council's decision settled over him like a cold, suffocating blanket. There was no doubt that their chance had come at a great cost, and failure now would mean devastation, not just for him, but for Alaric as well. He could feel the pressure building, the responsibility for their future weighing heavily on his shoulders. The uncertainty of what lay ahead was staggering, but he knew that they had no choice but to face it. The council had granted them a fragile opportunity, but it was clear that the road ahead would be treacherous. The atmosphere in the chamber shifted once again, though not with the relief Seb had hoped for. The tension remained, thick and heavy, as the council members exchanged wary glances. Some looked satisfied with the elders' decision, while others still seemed unconvinced, their mistrust evident. Seb's mind raced, trying to process the enormity of the moment. The chance they had been given was not a gift, it was a test. One wrong move, one misstep, and everything they had worked for could come crashing down. As the elder took his seat once more, the chamber fell into an uneasy quiet. The future was uncertain, but for the first time since arriving, Seb allowed himself to believe that there might be a way forward. Still, the path ahead was fraught with danger, and he would have to prove that he was not the enemy they feared. As Alaric turned to leave the chamber, Seb hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the council's decision press down on him. The air felt thick with uncertainty, and the echoes of the elder's final words rang in his ears. He had been granted a chance, a fragile hope, but it was clear that it came with an almost unbearable burden. The council's approval had been reluctant, not a gift, but a calculated risk. If they succeeded, they might change the course of both their worlds, but if they faltered, if they failed, there would be no forgiveness. The consequences would be swift, and the repercussions would stretch far beyond their own fates. Seb followed Alaric through the winding corridors of the chamber, his mind racing with a whirlwind of thoughts. The path ahead was anything but certain. He had never imagined he would find himself here, standing side by side with a siren, about to take on a challenge that could either save or destroy them both. The odds were stacked against them, and yet, something in Alaric's unwavering resolve pushed Seb to keep moving forward. He couldn't afford to let fear dictate his actions now. But doubt lingered, clawing at the edges of his thoughts. Was he really the key to what they needed? Could he truly rise to the challenge that had been set before him? The weight of the council's judgment still hung over Seb, and the further they moved away from the chamber, the more the tension seemed to follow. He stole a glance at Alaric, who walked ahead with purpose, his expression hard to read. Despite the confidence he exuded, Seb could sense that even the siren felt the burden of their fragile alliance. They were walking a tightrope, with no safety net below. There would be no turning back now. Their actions in the coming days would determine whether they would be able to fulfill the prophecy, or if they would fall into the abyss, like so many before them. As Seb took a steadying breath, he realized that they had already crossed the point of no return. And with each step, there was no going back. Chapter 14. A Prophecy Divides. The atmosphere within the council chamber grew heavier with every passing moment. The once brilliant walls that had shimmered with the light of the sea now felt suffocating, casting long shadows that seemed to close in around the seated figures. It was as though the very space itself had become a reflection of the rift that had split the council down the middle. The air hummed with the collective tension, a mix of disbelief, fear, and simmering anger that hung thick like a storm cloud ready to burst. The council, once a unified front, now seemed to be at the brink of fracture. The discord between the members was palpable, with some brimming with cautious hope, and others seething with distrust and fear of the prophecy. The cracks in their unity were widening, and there was no mistaking the deep divide that had formed. Seb stood beside Alaric, his muscles coiled tight, feeling every pair of eyes in the chamber upon him. His gaze swept across the room, taking in the faces of the council members, each of them a study in conflicting emotions. The murmurs of dissent and reluctant agreement echoed in the vast stone chamber, reverberating off the walls and mixing into an overwhelming cacophony. This was uncharted territory for the sirens. The prophecy had resurfaced like a forgotten weapon, and it had ignited a storm of emotions none of them had been prepared for. Seb could feel the weight of their uncertainty pressing down on him. Some of the council saw the prophecy as a flicker of hope, a possibility for reconciliation with the human world, a chance to end centuries of animosity. Others, however, saw it as an omen, a grim warning that would lead them down a path of destruction. Alaric's gaze flicked briefly to Seb, his expression unreadable. But Seb could feel the weight of something unspoken between them, something that both bound them together and set them apart. Despite the fiery arguments erupting around them, there was a quiet understanding that seemed to pass between them. Seb had struggled with his own doubts about the prophecy, about whether Alaric's faith in it, and in him, was misplaced. But now, as the council bickered and argued, those doubts seemed insignificant in the face of what was happening. He was standing at the edge of something far larger than either of them, and it was clear that the outcome of this meeting would determine the course of their worlds. There was no room for hesitation now. "I don't trust it," growled the broad-shouldered siren, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. His deep emerald scales seemed to shimmer darkly in the dim light, reflecting the brewing storm of emotion in the chamber. The anger in his voice was unmistakable as he spoke, the distrust and disdain for the human world thick in his words. "A union between human and siren? Ridiculous. We've fought their kind for centuries, bled for our survival. Do we honestly believe that one human can change that? This prophecy, whatever it claims to be, is a trap. It's nothing but a lure to lead us to our graves." His words hung in the air like a challenge, defiant and unyielding. The room grew even colder with the growing murmurs of agreement from the other council members. It was clear that the siren's words had struck a chord, and the tension in the chamber thickened with every passing second. Seb could feel the weight of the hostility in the room, the sharp glances that were cast in his direction. It was clear that for many of them, he was still nothing more than an outsider, an enemy who didn't belong in this space. His presence was a symbol of everything they had fought against for centuries. His heart pounded in his chest, and his throat felt tight with the knowledge that the path ahead was fraught with danger, not just for him, but for Alaric and the future of both their peoples. The elder siren, who had once defended them, remained silent, his expression unreadable. His golden scales glinted faintly in the low light, a stark contrast to the storm of emotions swirling around him. The deep-set lines on his face grew more pronounced as he watched the exchange unfold. He had yet to speak, and his silence felt heavier than any words could convey. It was as if he were weighing the future in his mind, struggling to find a way forward that would not destroy everything they had fought to protect. His posture remained regal, but there was an undeniable air of unease that hung about him, the burden of leadership pressing down on his shoulders. Seb stole another glance at Alaric, sensing the tension in his movements. Despite the anger that was mounting around them, Alaric remained composed, his resolve unwavering. Seb admired that about him, the way he could stand tall in the face of opposition, even when the weight of the situation seemed to threaten to crush him. But Seb could also sense the uncertainty that lingered beneath the surface. Alaric's belief in the prophecy, in him, had been tested, and now they were standing on the precipice of a decision that could change everything. Seb couldn't help but wonder if this was really the only way forward or if they were being drawn into a trap far more dangerous than any of them could imagine. The murmurs in the chamber grew louder, as though the room itself was vibrating with the force of conflicting ideologies. The sirens had never faced such a dilemma before, and it was clear that their ancient traditions and beliefs were being tested in ways they had never anticipated. The fate of their world was at stake, and yet, despite the uncertainty, there were those who were willing to listen, to give this human, this pirate, a chance. But others, those who had lived through the pain of centuries of war, could not let go of their distrust so easily. The gulf between them was vast, and the consequences of this meeting would ripple through the fabric of their world for generations to come. Seb felt the weight of the council's gaze on him, their judgment heavy and unyielding. But despite the fear that gripped him, there was also a spark of determination, of hope. This wasn't just about him. It wasn't just about Alaric. It was about something much bigger than either of them. And as the heated arguments continued to swirl around him, Seb knew one thing for certain: whatever the outcome, they could not afford to back down now. The prophecy, for better or worse, had chosen them. And if they were to survive, they would have to find a way to unite, no matter the cost. "We have lived through war, betrayal, and slaughter at the hands of humankind," the elder spoke slowly, his voice heavy with the weight of history. His words carried the gravitas of countless generations, the wisdom of ages etched in every syllable. He paused, his eyes lingering on the faces of his fellow council members before turning his gaze toward Alaric and Seb. "And we've learned from those wounds. I, too, am hesitant to place our faith in a prophecy that has not been seen in centuries. Yet, there is something that stirs in me, a sense that this is not something we can simply dismiss." His voice grew softer, but the significance of his words hung in the air, thick and laden with meaning. "Perhaps it is not only the human world that has suffered under the weight of these cycles of war. Perhaps we, too, have lost something in the process. Could this union be our salvation? Or our undoing?" The silence that followed was deafening, stretching long enough for every member of the council to feel its weight. It was as though the very air in the room had become thick with anticipation, as though the ocean itself had paused in its endless movement to hear the outcome of this debate. The elder's words had planted a seed of doubt, and the council members exchanged glances, some thoughtful, others skeptical. Seb could feel the tension tightening around him, the uncertainty thick enough to almost be tasted. His heart pounded in his chest as he glanced at Alaric, who was watching the elder with an expression of quiet respect, but underneath, there was a flicker of hope. Then, a voice cut through the silence, a soft, melodic whisper that held an undercurrent of cold, sharp resolve. The speaker was a siren who had remained silent thus far, her presence quiet but imposing. She stepped forward, her raven-black scales absorbing the dim light, casting long shadows that seemed to reach out like tendrils. When she spoke, there was no hesitation, no trace of uncertainty in her tone. "If it is salvation, it is one I do not wish to see." Her words were laced with venom, the kind that could chill the very soul. "If we are to entertain this prophecy, we do so at our own peril. The human world has shown us nothing but greed, violence, and betrayal. We are not meant to ally with them. We are not meant to share our power with them. To do so would be to invite our extinction." Her words landed with a heavy thud, and the council members stirred. A wave of murmurs rippled through the room, some voices rising in agreement, others tightening in apprehension. Several of the sirens nodded, their expressions hardening, their eyes narrowed with distrust. Seb could feel the full weight of their hatred, their ancient grievances brought to the surface with this woman's venomous words. It was as though every ounce of hostility they had ever felt toward humans, toward him, had coalesced into a single, sharp-edged declaration. He felt as though he were trapped in a vice, the pressure of their collective disdain pressing against his chest, suffocating him. For a moment, it seemed as though the council was on the verge of erupting into chaos, the tension teetering on the edge of violence. But then, Alaric spoke, his voice cutting through the rising tide of anger like a steady hand holding back a storm. He stood tall, his posture unyielding, his eyes locked on the council members. His words were calm, but there was an undercurrent of emotion that trembled just beneath the surface. "And yet, if we do nothing, if we continue down this path of war and hatred, where does it lead us? More death? More destruction? His voice carried the weight of all the losses they had endured, the endless cycle of bloodshed that had ravaged their world for centuries. This prophecy could be our only chance to break the cycle, to find something more than endless bloodshed. Alaric's gaze swept the room, his eyes searching the faces of the council members, urging them to consider what was truly at stake. I do not believe in destiny alone, but I do believe in our ability to shape the future, he continued, his voice gaining strength with each word. And perhaps this is the only way forward. His words hung in the air, offering both a plea and a challenge. Seb felt a surge of gratitude for Alaric, for the quiet strength he exuded in this moment of crisis. It was clear that Alaric was not just fighting for his own belief in the prophecy, but for the survival of both their peoples. The elder siren's gaze shifted between Alaric and the siren who had spoken out against the prophecy. His eyes, once hard with the wisdom of ages, now reflected the weight of a decision that would affect the very future of their world. His golden scales shimmered faintly as he took a step back, his posture contemplative. The silence in the room deepened once more, and it was as though time itself had come to a halt, waiting for the elder's response. The council members, too, seemed to hold their breath, awaiting the elder's decision. Seb's heart raced, every second stretching out as if the very fabric of reality had become a taut wire, waiting to snap. Seb found himself torn, caught between the two opposing forces in the room. On one hand, he understood the siren's fears, the centuries of bloodshed, the pain that had been passed down through generations. But on the other, Alaric's words resonated deeply within him. Could this prophecy truly be their chance to break free from the endless cycles of war and mistrust? Or would it be the beginning of their final destruction? The weight of this decision was more than just a political maneuver. It was the fate of both their peoples, and perhaps even the fate of the world itself, hanging in the balance. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the elder spoke, his voice low and measured. We stand at a crossroads, and the path we choose will define the future of our kind. His eyes flicked to Seb, then back to Alaric. You have spoken of hope, Alaric. But remember this, hope is a fragile thing. It can either light our way or lead us into darkness. We will entertain this prophecy, but it will not be without tests. You will prove your worth, and the human who stands with you will prove his own. The room held its breath, and Seb knew that this was not the end, but only the beginning of a far more dangerous journey. The council erupted into chaos once again, the room filled with clashing voices and sharp words. Each siren spoke with a sense of urgency, as if their very survival depended on the outcome of the debate. Some voices rose in protest, echoing distrust and caution, while others, more reluctant, seemed to edge closer to agreeing with Alaric's vision. The room became a battlefield, each speaker vying for dominance, each argument a weapon in an invisible war. Seb could feel the pressure building around him, the tension thick in the air. It wasn't just the weight of the words being spoken that pressed upon him. It was the sheer magnitude of what was at stake. These were the people who had lived beneath the waves for centuries, isolated from the humans they had come to distrust so thoroughly. They had endured countless wars, survived betrayals, and had seen horrors beyond measure. Could they truly change their ways? Could the union Alaric spoke of be the key to healing a wound that had festered for so long? Through the cacophony, the voice of the elder siren cut through like a crashing wave, his words slow and deliberate, heavy with years of experience and wisdom. I see your point, Alaric, he began, his tone thoughtful but wary. But we cannot ignore the consequences of our actions. We cannot simply place our faith in this human, in this prophecy, and expect peace to follow. There are too many unknowns, too many dangers. His gaze flicked to the others in the room, as if silently urging them to understand the weight of what he was saying. The elder's words were a stark reminder of the risks involved. The possibility that this fragile hope could shatter, that it could lead them into yet another cycle of pain and loss. Alaric, however, did not falter. His eyes flashed with a mixture of defiance and desperation, the fire of his conviction burning bright. "I understand the risks," he said, his voice steady but laced with emotion. "But can we afford to do nothing? Can we sit idly by while both our worlds crumble under the weight of hatred and fear? If we do nothing, the prophecy will come to pass regardless, and it will be our failure. Our doom." The room fell silent at his words, the raw truth of them hanging in the air. It was a declaration not just of the stakes at hand, but of the unbearable weight of inaction. For a moment, Seb could see the flicker of fear in the eyes of the council members, as though they, too, understood that doing nothing might lead them down an even darker path. The silence that followed stretched out, thick and heavy. Each member of the council was lost in their own thoughts, grappling with the decision before them. Seb stood motionless, his gaze fixed on Alaric as he spoke, as though trying to piece together the fragmented images of a future that seemed both impossibly distant and dangerously close. The chamber was quiet now, save for the sound of soft breathing and the occasional murmur from one of the council members. Seb's mind raced, torn between the weight of the decision and the uncertainty of what the future might hold. Could Alaric's words truly lead them to a new beginning, or were they simply a desperate plea for change that might only bring more suffering? Finally, the elder siren spoke again, his voice softer now, yet unyielding in its resolve. "We will not reach a decision today," he declared, his gaze sweeping over the room, meeting the eyes of each council member. His words were final, a clear signal that the debate was far from over. "There is too much at stake. This council will reconvene in 3 days, and we will discuss the matter further. We will not be swayed by fear alone, nor by hope. We must consider the fate of all our people, both human and siren." The elder's tone was one of careful deliberation, as though he understood the weight of the decision they faced, and was unwilling to rush into it without further reflection. Seb could feel the tension lift slightly at the elder's words, though it was replaced with a sense of foreboding. 3 days. That was all they had, 3 days to convince the council, to make them see reason, to somehow bridge the divide between two worlds that had been at odds for centuries. It was a small window of time, but it was all they had. And in that time, Seb knew, everything would be on the line. He glanced at Alaric, seeing the determination in his eyes, and wondered how they would navigate the coming days. What would it take to sway the council's decision? And if they failed, what would become of them? As the council members slowly began to disperse, some still exchanging quiet words, Seb felt a growing sense of unease. The elder's words had been measured, but the decision was far from certain. The next 3 days would be critical, and he could feel the weight of the coming days pressing down on him like a heavy tide. He knew that no matter what happened, the world was shifting, and they would be swept along with it, whether they were ready or not. Turning to Alaric, Seb saw the quiet resolve in his expression, the same determination that had been there from the very beginning. Alaric was committed to this cause, and Seb couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration for him. In the midst of all the uncertainty, Alaric was unwavering, a beacon in the storm. But Seb also felt a pang of doubt. 3 days. Could they truly change the hearts of these ancient beings? Would they be able to convince them that peace, however fragile, was worth pursuing? Or would they, like so many before them, be swallowed by the tide of their own fears and distrust? The answers, Seb knew, were yet to come. And in the meantime, they would have to prepare for whatever the future held. The room hummed with a low, uneasy energy as the council members began to rise from their seats, the soft rustling of robes and the shuffle of movement filling the air. Some sirens stood in agreement, their expressions hard but resolute, while others voiced their protest more loudly, their voices sharp and filled with distrust. Yet, despite the outward expressions of unity or division, none of them seemed truly settled in their minds. The weight of the decision before them hung heavy in the air, the council still deeply divided. Seb's heart beat faster as he realized just how fragile their situation was. The debate was far from over, and the fate of their alliance, of the prophecy itself, was anything but decided. They had only just begun the battle, and already, Seb could sense the storm that was building. Alaric's posture was visibly weary as he stood, the lines on his face deepening with the burden of the argument. It was clear that the fight had drained him, his usual fire now tempered by exhaustion and uncertainty. Seb could see the weight of the council's judgment pressing down on him, the long hours of debate and opposition taking their toll. Alaric's shoulders slumped slightly, a subtle but telling sign that the fight had been more than just a clash of words. It had been a battle for the future itself. Seb stepped closer, his gaze fixed on Alaric's tired face, knowing that the next few days would demand everything they had. The stakes were too high to be deterred now. His voice was low, but it carried a sense of unwavering determination. "We have 3 days," Seb said, his tone firm, but not without compassion. "That's more than I thought we'd get. But we can't stop now. We need to make them see reason. We need to prove that we are more than just enemies." The words were meant to rally Alaric, to remind him that despite the overwhelming odds, they still had a chance. It wasn't much, but it was a chance, something that had seemed impossible only moments before. The 3-day reprieve was a small victory in itself, but Seb knew it wouldn't be enough. They had to push harder, dig deeper, and do whatever it took to break the barriers of fear and distrust. Alaric met his gaze, his eyes softening as Seb spoke. There was a quiet understanding in them, a recognition that the fight was far from over. The lines on his face spoke of exhaustion, but there was also something else, a deeper resolve. "I know, Seb," Alaric replied, his voice steady but tinged with weariness. "But sometimes, even when the truth is in front of us, the hardest part is convincing others to see it." The words held a weight of experience, of battles fought both in the world and within his own heart. Alaric had always been someone who believed in the power of truth, but the council's skepticism was a barrier unlike any other they had faced. As they turned to leave the council chamber, Seb couldn't help but feel the weight of what lay ahead. The future of their world, of their people, hung in the balance. It wasn't just the prophecy they had to contend with. It was the centuries of animosity, distrust, and bloodshed that had defined the relationship between humans and sirens. The prophecy had become a catalyst, a symbol of change, but it was also a flashpoint for everything that had been left unresolved. Seb felt a surge of resolve, a fire burning in him that pushed aside the lingering doubt. But that resolve was tempered by the knowledge that they were treading on dangerous ground. The future was uncertain, and every step they took was a gamble. Seb's thoughts flickered to the bond he shared with Alaric. It was undeniable, this connection between them, a bond forged in the fires of conflict and slowly nurtured through understanding. But now, more than ever, their bond felt fragile, as if it could either become the key to unlocking a new future or the very thing that could tear them apart. He could feel the weight of that uncertainty pressing on his chest, but there was no room for hesitation. The world was at stake, and they had to act as though the outcome depended entirely on them, even if that was a crushing responsibility to bear. Alaric seemed to sense his thoughts, his gaze lingering on Seb for a moment longer than usual. There was something unspoken in the way they looked at each other, something that transcended words. Seb knew that Alaric understood just how much was on the line, not just for their world, but for them as well. But there was no time for sentimentality now. They had a plan, a fragile hope that needed to be nurtured, and they couldn't afford to falter. As they stepped out of the council chamber and into the quiet corridor beyond, Seb's thoughts raced with everything they had to accomplish in the coming days. The prophecy, the alliance, the trust between human and siren, it all felt so precarious, like a delicate thread that could snap with the slightest misstep. But as Seb looked at Alaric once more, he saw the same determination that had first drawn him to the pirate captain. Whatever happened in the next 3 days, Seb knew one thing for certain: they couldn't give up. Not now. Not when the possibility of something greater than endless war was so close within their grasp. They had 3 days, and that would have to be enough. Chapter 15: The Pirate's Dilemma. Seb sat alone on the edge of the rocky outcrop, his posture rigid as he stared out over the crashing waves below. The ocean, once a symbol of his freedom, now felt like an alien force, vast, indifferent, and unyielding. The salty spray from the waves whipped against his skin, stinging his raw, exposed face. The wind tugged at his tattered coat, its cold fingers seeping into his bones, adding to the weight of the turmoil that churned within him. It was as though the very element he had once ruled over had turned against him, mocking him with its relentless power and distance. The sea had been his home, his sanctuary, the place where he could forget the world and its troubles. But now, with the prophecy looming and the weight of a future that was no longer his to control, the ocean felt like a cruel reminder of everything he had lost. His crew had been more than just a group of men to him. They had been his family, his brothers in arms. Each member had played a role in the tapestry of his life, sharing in both the triumphs and the hardships of their pirate existence. Together, they had faced down enemies, braved treacherous waters, and built a reputation that stretched across both the human and siren worlds. But now, that world was gone. The siren's song, the ship that had carried them through countless battles and storms, was no more. The wreckage of the ship lay at the bottom of the ocean, and with it, the camaraderie and trust that had bound them together. The loss of his crew was more than just the end of a chapter. It was the erasure of everything he had known, a deep wound that the sea, for all its familiarity, could no longer heal. Seb's fingers tangled in his windswept hair, his thoughts a chaotic mess of uncertainty. The prophecy, the one that had brought him to this place, hovered over him like a shadow, both a glimmer of hope and a harbinger of doom. The idea of a union between human and siren seemed impossible, a reckless idea born from desperation. On one hand, it represented an opportunity, a chance to end the centuries of bloodshed and distrust between their worlds, to bring about a change that could reshape the future. It was a chance to do something greater than himself, to be part of a cause that could have far-reaching consequences. But on the other hand, the implications terrified him. A pirate and a siren, two sworn enemies forced into a union by fate. Could such an alliance truly bring peace, or would it only hasten their destruction? The uncertainty of it all gnawed at him, a question with no clear answer. The image of Alaric flashed in his mind, unbidden but undeniable. Seb's heart tightened at the thought of the siren, the man who had become something far more significant than just an enemy. Alaric had gone from a mysterious figure in his life to a companion, a partner in this strange, tumultuous journey. There was a growing connection between them, a bond that neither of them had expected, yet neither could deny. It was a relationship born out of necessity at first. Alaric had saved Seb's life, and Seb had found himself drawn into Alaric's world. But now, with each passing day, that connection had deepened, and Seb found himself feeling something more, a pull, something dangerous and uncharted, that threatened to unravel him. What began as a simple alliance was evolving into something more complicated, something that made his heart race in ways he hadn't expected. Seb leaned forward, elbows resting heavily on his knees as he buried his face in his hands. The weight of it all pressed down on him, and for a moment, he allowed himself the luxury of weakness. He had never been one to shy away from difficult decisions. Pirates didn't survive long without a certain ruthlessness, a certain ability to detach from their emotions. But this was different. Alaric wasn't just another enemy to be outsmarted, another challenge to be overcome. No, Alaric was something far more complex. He was Seb's savior, his equal in ways Seb hadn't known were possible. And now, Seb could feel his heart slowly being drawn into the depths of something he wasn't sure he could navigate, something that threatened to drown him in its unknowns. The reality of his situation settled on him like a heavy cloak. He had never been the type to entertain grand notions of fate or destiny, especially not when it came to matters of the heart. He had always prided himself on his ability to chart his own course, to remain the master of his fate, unbound by forces beyond his control. But with Alaric, things were different. The bond they shared was not something he could control, nor could he deny it. It was as if the currents of fate had conspired to bring them together, despite the chasm of hatred and distrust that had existed between their people for centuries. What he felt for Alaric wasn't just attraction, it was something deeper, something more profound, and that scared him more than anything. He let out a shaky breath, lifting his head to look out at the vast, dark expanse of the ocean before him. The waves crashed violently against the rocks below, the sound a constant reminder of the chaos swirling in his heart. The sea had always been a place of comfort, a force he could control. But now, it felt more like a reflection of the storm raging within him. Alaric was the one person who understood him in ways no one else ever had, but their bond was complicated by the prophecy, by the forces of fate, and by the very nature of their people's enmity. What did it mean for a pirate and a siren to share the same cause? Could they truly find a way to coexist, to work together toward a future that didn't end in tragedy? The cold wind whipped around him, tugging at his coat as he stood and took a few steps closer to the edge of the outcrop, gazing out at the horizon. His heart ached with the weight of what lay ahead. He had always prided himself on his ability to navigate treacherous waters, both literal and metaphorical, but this felt different. The ocean, for all its vastness and mystery, had never seemed so uncertain. The prophecy, the union with Alaric, the future of both their worlds, all of it was caught in a storm of conflicting emotions. He didn't know what the future held, but he knew this: he couldn't keep running from it. Not when the stakes were this high, not when he had so much to lose. Seb turned away from the sea, his resolve hardening despite the uncertainty. The choices before him were as vast and unpredictable as the ocean, but one thing was certain: he couldn't walk away from this. Whatever the future held, he would face it head-on. And in doing so, he knew he would either rise above the waves or be swallowed by them. The wind shifted suddenly, carrying with it the familiar scent of the sea, salt and brine, mingled with something else, something faint, a melody almost, like the echo of a song that had long been forgotten. Seb looked up sharply, startled by the change in the air, his senses alert. His gaze immediately fell on Alaric, who stood a few paces away. The siren's figure was silhouetted against the setting sun, his form lit up in hues of gold and red. His silvery hair flowed around him like a river of light, reflecting the fading rays of the sun, almost ethereal in its beauty. The sight of him, framed by the vastness of the ocean and the waning light, took Seb's breath away for a moment. Their eyes met, and for a heartbeat, everything else disappeared. The crashing waves, the vast expanse of the sky, it all faded away, leaving only the two of them, standing on the edge of a world that seemed to be waiting for something to shift. "You've been quiet." Alaric's voice cut through the silence, soft but edged with concern. The sound of it wrapped around Seb, drawing him back to reality. "Is everything all right?" Alaric's words were laced with more than just casual inquiry. There was an undercurrent of something deeper, a concern that reached beyond the surface. Seb could hear it in the way the siren spoke, the subtle tension that had been building between them ever since the prophecy had been revealed. Despite the weight of the world that lay on their shoulders, Alaric still seemed to care, and for a fleeting moment Seb felt something stir within him, a warmth that he hadn't expected. Seb hesitated, his mind swirling with confusion and doubt. He had been avoiding this moment for days now, ever since the prophecy had been revealed, since the council had decided to give the Union a chance. The tension between them had been palpable, and Seb knew that the path ahead of them was uncertain, both for their worlds and for whatever relationship they were building. But even with all the challenges that lay ahead, the emotions that had been bubbling beneath the surface could no longer be ignored. He had tried to bury them, to focus on the mission, to forge an alliance between their worlds for the sake of the future. But every time he looked at Alaric, it was like the weight of his feelings grew heavier, dragging him deeper into waters that seemed impossible to navigate. "I'm not sure what to make of all this," Seb finally admitted, his voice raw, carrying the weight of his uncertainty. The words tumbled out before he could stop them, vulnerable and unguarded. "The prophecy, it says that a human and a siren will unite to change the fate of our worlds. But I don't know if I can believe in that. I don't know if I can believe in us." His chest tightened as he spoke, the words lingering in the air, filled with the heaviness of everything that remained unspoken. It was more than just doubt, it was fear. Fear that he might be walking into something far beyond his control, something that could destroy them both. But more than that, it was the fear of what might happen if he allowed himself to truly believe in the bond they were forging. Alaric didn't immediately respond. Instead, he stepped closer, his bare feet making no sound on the rocky ground beneath him. It was as though he was part of the ocean itself, his movements fluid and graceful, a creature born of the sea. Seb's heart skipped a beat as Alaric drew nearer, the distance between them shrinking until it felt like there was no space left at all. The air around them seemed to thrum with an energy that Seb couldn't quite name, something electric, something that pulled them closer together even as the weight of their situation threatened to tear them apart. Alaric's expression softened, his usual guarded demeanor slipping for just a moment. The lines of his face, often sharp with authority, softened in the light of the setting sun, and his sea-green eyes, so full of depth and ancient wisdom, flickered with something Seb had never seen before: vulnerability. It was brief, almost imperceptible, but it was there. And in that fleeting moment Seb felt a pang in his chest. Alaric wasn't just the stoic leader of his people, the mysterious siren who seemed to be caught between duty and desire. In that moment, he was just a man, someone who carried the weight of his people's expectations, someone who might be as uncertain and afraid as Seb felt. Seb's breath caught as he met Alaric's gaze, the depth of emotion in those eyes threatening to swallow him whole. It was as if the siren had heard his unspoken fears, understood the turmoil within him. The bond between them, fragile and new, seemed to pulse with a quiet intensity. Seb wasn't sure what this was, whether it was the beginning of something profound or the downfall of everything they were trying to build. But in that moment, it didn't matter. What mattered was that they were here, together, caught in the same storm, facing the same uncertain future. The silence stretched between them, thick with the weight of their shared vulnerability. Seb felt as though he was standing on the edge of something much larger than either of them could comprehend, something that would define the course of their lives forever. His heart pounded in his chest, and yet, despite the fear and the uncertainty, there was a part of him that felt a sense of peace. Whatever happened next, whether they succeeded or failed, he knew that he couldn't walk away from this. Not now, not after everything that had happened. And if there was a chance, even a small one, that they could change the future of both their worlds, then he would face it with Alaric by his side. The question now was whether they could both find the courage to take that first step together. Alaric finally spoke, his voice quieter than before, as though he, too, was processing the weight of everything that had passed between them. "I don't know what the future holds, Seb," he said, his words carrying a sincerity that Seb had never heard before. "But I know that whatever it is, we will face it together. I don't expect you to believe in the prophecy, not yet. But I believe in us. And I believe that we can find a way to make this work, if we both try." The sincerity in Alaric's voice reached Seb's heart, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, he felt a glimmer of hope. "Do you believe in the sea, Seb?" Alaric's voice was barely a whisper, barely louder than the soft murmur of the waves crashing against the rocks below. The question seemed to hang in the air, drifting between them like a secret only the sea itself could understand. "Do you believe in its power, in its currents and its depths? In the way it can change everything it touches, even when it seems impossible?" His eyes, so full of ancient knowledge and emotion, locked onto Seb's with a quiet intensity, waiting for a response that Seb wasn't sure he had the courage to give. Seb swallowed hard, the weight of the question sinking deep into his chest. His heart began to race, as if the question itself had stirred something inside him, something deep, something buried beneath the layers of his life as a pirate. He nodded, though the motion felt slow, deliberate, as though he were trying to push the weight of his thoughts through his throat. The sea had always been a force greater than anything he could truly understand. It was a force that could destroy, that could rage and tear apart everything in its path. Yet it was also a force that could create, that could give life to new beginnings. The sea had given him his life, his crew, his freedom. It had been both a sanctuary and his greatest challenge. But now, as he stared into Alaric's eyes, something was changing. The sea wasn't just the thing that had shaped his past. It was the thing that would shape his future. And Alaric, standing before him like an embodiment of that same power, was no longer just a part of it. He was the sea, in a way that Seb couldn't yet fully grasp. Alaric's words hung in the air for a long moment, lingering like the ebb and flow of the tide. "Then maybe you don't need to understand everything right now," he said, his voice steady despite the unspoken uncertainty that seemed to hang over them both. The siren didn't seem rattled, but Seb could sense the depth of his own thoughts behind his words. "The sea doesn't always reveal its secrets at once. It lets you feel its pull, lets you get lost in its currents, before showing you the shore. Maybe that's what this is, the beginning of something you can't yet see, but that doesn't mean it's not there." Alaric's eyes softened as he spoke, and Seb felt something shift in the space between them. It was as if Alaric wasn't just talking about the sea anymore. He was talking about their bond, their connection, and the fate that seemed to be drawing them closer, even as it pushed them both into uncharted waters. Seb's breath caught in his throat as Alaric's words settled into his heart, sinking deeper than he had expected. The truth in them resonated, stirring something in him that was both terrifying and profound. He had spent so much of his life fighting the tide, struggling against the currents that had pulled him toward one danger after another. And yet, here he was, standing at the edge of something that felt just as wild, just as uncontrollable. But there was a raw, undeniable truth to Alaric's words. Everything about this situation, about the prophecy, about their bond, had been strange from the very beginning. It was unpredictable and impossible in so many ways. But somehow, it was real. It was real in a way that nothing else in Seb's life had been. And perhaps, for once, that was enough. Perhaps, just for once, he could stop fighting the current and let it pull him forward. For a moment, Seb didn't speak. He let the quiet stretch between them, the waves crashing rhythmically below them as the sky began to darken with the approach of night. His mind raced, trying to make sense of everything. He had spent so much of his life trying to control his destiny, trying to steer his ship in the direction he wanted to go, no matter what obstacles lay in his path. But now, Alaric was asking him to trust something bigger, something he couldn't control. The sea, the future, and a bond that neither of them fully understood, but that was already beginning to shape their lives in ways they couldn't predict. "You're asking me to trust the sea," Seb said softly, his voice quieter than before, as if the weight of the words had made them harder to say. His mind was still racing, his heart still pounding in his chest, but there was a shift in him now, a flicker of something he hadn't expected. "But what if I'm not strong enough to do that? What if I fail?" His voice faltered slightly, the vulnerability creeping in despite his best efforts to keep it buried. The fear was there, thick and suffocating, threatening to drag him under. "What if this prophecy, this bond, is a mistake?" Seb's words felt heavy, like they carried the weight of every doubt he had ever felt about himself, about his future, about the dangerous path he was walking. What if they were wrong? What if, in trusting the sea, he was simply setting himself up for another disaster? Alaric stepped closer, his presence grounding, as if the very air around them shifted when he did. There was no fear in Alaric's expression, only an unwavering certainty. He reached out, placing a hand gently on Seb's shoulder, the touch light but firm. "You don't have to be strong enough to do this alone," Alaric said, his voice low, filled with a quiet strength that Seb couldn't ignore. "We'll do this together. The sea may not reveal all its secrets right away, but it will guide us, Seb. It will carry us, if we're willing to let it. And you don't have to believe in everything right now. You don't have to know how it ends. But you do have to trust that the journey is worth it." His words were calm, measured, but Seb could feel the weight of them, the same weight he had felt when Alaric had saved his life, when the siren had become more than just an ally, more than just a mysterious figure from another world. Seb met Alaric's gaze, and in that moment, something inside him shifted. The fear was still there, still tugging at his insides, but there was something else, something stronger. It was hope. A flicker of trust, of belief in the bond they were forging. Seb didn't have all the answers, and he didn't know how this would end. But in Alaric's eyes he saw something that made him want to believe. Something that made him want to trust, not just in the sea, but in the journey ahead, in the bond they shared. Maybe he wasn't strong enough to do this alone. But with Alaric by his side, maybe, just maybe, they could weather whatever storm was coming. Alaric stepped closer, the distance between them closing with each heartbeat. His hand hovered near Seb's shoulder, not quite touching, as if waiting for Seb to decide whether or not to welcome the comfort. The air between them was thick with unsaid words, the weight of the moment pressing down on both of them. "You don't have to do it alone," Alaric said softly, his voice a calm anchor in the storm of Seb's thoughts. "I'm here, Seb. I'm not asking you to carry the weight of this alone. We'll figure this out together." There was no pressure in his words, no urgency, just a steady reassurance that made Seb feel, for a fleeting moment, like maybe he wasn't completely alone in this chaotic world. A quiet silence followed, one that seemed to stretch forever. The sound of the ocean, the waves crashing against the rocks below, filled the space between them, a rhythmic lullaby that drowned out the conflict within Seb's mind. His heart beat erratically, as if it too were caught between the two worlds he was trying to reconcile. His loyalty to the crew he had lost weighed heavily on him, carved deep into the very core of who he was. They had been his brothers in arms, his family, and their absence left an aching void he couldn't ignore. But now, there was guilt too, guilt over the feelings growing stronger with each passing day, feelings for Alaric that he hadn't asked for, that he hadn't expected. He was torn between the past and the present, between the man he had been and the man he was becoming. Fear also gripped him, sharp and insistent, as it always did when the future felt too uncertain. The prophecy, the bond with Alaric, the path that lay ahead, it was all so new, so alien to him. He had never been one to trust fate or destiny. Pirates didn't survive long by relying on anything as intangible as the currents of fate. They made their own way, carved their path with blood and steel. But now, with the weight of the prophecy pressing down on him, Seb couldn't shake the feeling that fate was pulling him in a direction he couldn't avoid, no matter how hard he tried. Despite all the turmoil swirling inside him, something in the air between them shifted. Alaric was still standing beside him, a silent presence that Seb had come to rely on in ways he hadn't anticipated. There was no judgment in the siren's eyes, no impatience, just an unwavering steadiness. And in that moment, Seb realized something important. For the first time since the wreck, since the loss of his crew, he wasn't drowning. The weight of his grief and guilt was still there, but it no longer felt as suffocating. The turbulent sea within him had calmed, even if just for a moment. And in that calm, he found something that had been missing for so long: hope. Seb's mind wasn't made up, and the future was still uncertain, but the presence of Alaric beside him, steady and unyielding, gave him a strange sense of clarity. It was as if, for the first time, he could breathe again. The future still loomed large, and the path ahead was treacherous and unclear, but Seb realized that he didn't have to face it alone. Alaric wasn't just an ally in this battle between their worlds. He was someone Seb could rely on, someone who would stand with him no matter the storm that raged ahead. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough to carry him forward. Alaric's gaze softened as he watched Seb, his eyes full of quiet understanding. There was no need for more words between them. The unspoken promise in the air was enough. A slight, almost imperceptible smile curved the corners of Alaric's lips, a smile that spoke volumes without needing to say another word. It was a smile of reassurance, of solidarity, and of something deeper, something that Seb hadn't been ready to acknowledge, but that he now felt without a doubt. They were in this together, for better or worse. The currents of fate, however unpredictable, had pulled them to this point, and now there was no turning back. Seb could feel the weight of his dilemma, the turmoil of his heart, but somehow, with Alaric standing beside him, it didn't feel quite so crushing. The doubts, the fears, the guilt, they hadn't disappeared, but they had lessened in the face of this quiet, unwavering presence beside him. Seb had always thought that he had to carry everything on his own, that he had to be the one to steer his ship through every storm. But now, he realized, perhaps that wasn't true. Perhaps there was strength in leaning on someone else, in allowing himself to be vulnerable, in trusting the bond that was beginning to form between him and Alaric. The waves crashed beneath them, as if echoing the heartbeat of the world around them. The sea was both a source of life and destruction, a force that could be both beautiful and terrifying. But in that moment, Seb didn't feel the overwhelming fear he had once associated with the ocean. Instead, he felt a strange sense of peace, a quiet acceptance that, no matter what happened, he wasn't alone. The sea had always been a force of change, one that had shaped his life in ways he couldn't have predicted. But now, the sea was offering him something else, something far more important than survival. It was offering him the chance to move forward, to let go of the past, and to face the future with someone by his side. Seb turned to look at Alaric, and for the first time, he saw not just a partner in this mission, but a companion in the truest sense of the word. They were on the same side now, bound together by more than just fate or prophecy. They were bound by something deeper, something that neither of them could deny. The currents of fate were pulling them forward, and together, they would face whatever came next. For Seb, that was all that mattered. No matter how uncertain the future seemed, as long as Alaric was with him, he could face it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the ocean, Seb finally allowed himself to relax. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, the weight of his heart lightened. He still had questions, still had fears, but in the quiet presence of Alaric, in the pull of the sea, he found the strength to believe. And that, for now, was enough. Chapter 16: A Dangerous Connection. The sun had dipped beneath the horizon, casting the sky in a fiery hue of red and orange, each color more intense than the last, as if the heavens themselves were aflame. The sea below mirrored the sky's tumultuous colors, its surface shimmering with 1,000 hidden secrets, each ripple a mystery, a reflection of the deep. The once gentle waves, which had lapped lazily against the shore just hours before, now churned with an unfamiliar restlessness. The rhythm of the ocean had shifted, as though the very waters could sense the storm brewing within Seb's heart. There was an undercurrent of tension in the air, palpable and thick, wrapping around them like a heavy fog, and it wasn't just the ocean that had changed. The world itself seemed to hold its breath. Seb stood at the edge of the water, his boots sinking into the soft sand with each step he took. He stared out into the vast expanse of the sea, the horizon stretching endlessly before him, a dark line where the sky met the water, both seemingly infinite and unreachable. But the beauty of the scene felt distant, disconnected from the storm raging inside him. There was a gnawing unease, a sensation that something was shifting, something he couldn't control. His thoughts swirled in a vortex, each one more chaotic than the last. He felt it in his bones, in the marrow of his being. The connection he had with Alaric was no longer a fleeting bond. It had solidified, become something real, something far more dangerous than either of them had anticipated. The air around Seb seemed charged, as if the very elements had conspired to echo the turmoil within him. The sea, the sky, the earth beneath his feet, all felt alive with anticipation. Seb's heart beat faster with every passing second, a thudding rhythm that matched the pulsing energy surrounding him. It was as though he could feel the weight of the ocean pressing against him, as if the waves themselves were calling him to face the truth of what was happening. He couldn't ignore it any longer. This was no longer just about a prophecy, a fleeting moment in time. This was something real. This was something that would change everything. Behind him, Alaric stood silent, his tall figure bathed in the soft glow of twilight. The siren's presence was a quiet one, yet undeniable. His gaze was fixed on Seb, his sea-green eyes reflecting the faintest hint of the setting sun's glow, yet his expression remained calm, unreadable. He stood with the stillness of the ocean itself, as if nothing could disturb the peace that seemed to radiate from him. Seb felt the pull of those eyes, the invisible thread between them tightening with every passing moment. It was as if Alaric was waiting for Seb to come to terms with the truth of what was unfolding between them. But unlike Seb, whose mind was racing with confusion and fear, Alaric seemed at peace with the bond that had been growing stronger between them. Seb swallowed hard, his throat tight as he turned to face him, his heart hammering in his chest. The words felt heavy on his tongue, but he had to say them, had to make sense of what he was feeling. "Alaric, something's happening. Can you feel it?" His voice cracked slightly, betraying the tumult of emotions swirling inside him. The weight of the question hung in the air between them, a question he already knew the answer to, but he needed to hear it, needed confirmation that he wasn't imagining this connection, this shift in the very fabric of the world around them. Alaric didn't answer immediately. Instead, he let his gaze drift across the water, as if searching for something, perhaps an answer, or perhaps simply the calm before the storm. Seb watched him, feeling an odd sense of reverence mixed with frustration. Why couldn't he just come out and say what Seb needed to hear? But then, Alaric turned his gaze back to Seb, and in that moment, Seb saw something in his eyes, a flicker of understanding, of ancient knowledge, that made his heart skip a beat. Alaric's expression remained calm, but beneath the surface, there was a depth of emotion Seb couldn't quite grasp, something old and powerful, as if Alaric had known this moment was coming long before it had arrived. "I can feel it," Alaric finally replied, his voice low and steady, yet carrying the weight of unspoken truths. His words were deliberate, measured, and for a brief moment, Seb wondered just how much Alaric truly understood about what was happening. "The bond between us is growing stronger," he continued, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "And it's starting to affect the world around us." The implications of those words settled like stones in Seb's stomach, heavy and undeniable. The bond they shared wasn't just a personal connection. It was a force that had the power to ripple outward, to alter everything in its path. Seb's mind raced, the realization sinking in like a cold wave crashing over him. The sea, the sky, the earth, they weren't just passive observers. They were reacting to them, to the bond they had formed. It was no longer something Seb could ignore or control. This was bigger than both of them, bigger than any of the choices they had made. Seb felt a knot form in his chest, a tightening sensation that threatened to choke him. He had known that this was dangerous, that the prophecy wasn't just some story or myth, but to hear Alaric speak the truth aloud made it all the more real. The world around them was changing, shifting, and there was nothing they could do to stop it. The question now was what that change would mean for them, and for the world they had sworn to protect. The silence that followed was thick with the weight of their shared understanding. Seb stood frozen, his mind reeling from the enormity of what Alaric had just revealed. He had always known the bond between them was powerful, but he hadn't understood the full extent of it until now. The world was responding to them, to this connection they couldn't escape, and the consequences of that were far beyond anything Seb had ever anticipated. What did it mean for the future? What would happen when the bond fully took hold, when the ocean's currents began to twist and pull in ways they couldn't predict? Seb didn't know, and that uncertainty gnawed at him, but one thing was clear, he wasn't alone in this. Whatever happened next, Alaric would be by his side. And somehow, despite the fear, that brought him a strange sense of comfort. Seb frowned, stepping closer to Alaric, the space between them feeling tighter than it had ever been before. The air seemed to hum, charged with an energy that neither of them could fully understand, as though the very atmosphere was holding its breath. Every word spoken, every glance exchanged, felt like it carried a weight, a consequence that was beyond their control. Seb's heart raced, but there was no denying the pull between them, the way it wrapped around his chest like a taut rope. "What does that mean? What's happening to the sea?" His voice was strained, a mix of fear and curiosity creeping into his words. He needed answers, needed to understand what he was up against. Alaric's eyes darkened, the usual calm expression he wore shifting into something far more intense, more vulnerable. The siren's gaze seemed to look right through Seb, as though he could see not just him, but the depths of the ocean itself. His lips parted, but before he spoke, there was a flicker of something painful in his expression, like a memory of a truth too heavy to bear. "The sea is sensitive, Seb," he said, his voice low and full of weight. "It reacts to the energies that flow through it, especially those of its own kind." He paused, as if carefully choosing his next words. "And now that our connection is deepening, it's influencing the tides, the currents, the very weather itself. We're connected, yes, but it's more than that. Our bond is becoming a force of nature." Seb's breath caught in his throat, the full meaning of Alaric's words crashing into him like a tidal wave. His mind raced to keep up, but the realization hit him like an anchor dragging him under. He could feel it now, the growing intensity of the world around him, pulsing in rhythm with his own heartbeat. The winds, once soft and predictable, were now picking up speed, whipping through the trees with a violence that made the branches sway and creak. The leaves were caught in the gusts, dancing and spinning in wild patterns, as if caught in the grip of some unseen hand. Seb's stomach tightened as he turned his gaze to the sea, the waves that had once been calm and inviting now crashing violently against the shore, sending up sprays of water that hit the cliffs with a force that seemed almost unholy. The sky, which had been a vibrant tapestry of reds and oranges just moments ago, had darkened into an ominous mass of swirling clouds, as if the heavens themselves were preparing for a storm. "This isn't just the sea," Seb murmured, his voice barely a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might make the truth too real. His eyes widened as he glanced back at Alaric, the weight of the moment settling over him like a shroud. "It's us. Our bond is changing the world. The weather, the tides, it's all connected." The words felt strange on his tongue, but they were undeniable. Every gust of wind, every crash of a wave, every shift in the sky felt like an extension of their connection. It was more than just an emotional bond. It was a literal force, one that was shaping the world around them. Alaric's expression was grim as he nodded slowly, his eyes never leaving Seb's. There was no comfort in his gaze, only the hard reality of what they were facing. "Yes," he said softly, his voice steady but carrying a depth of experience that made Seb's heart tighten. "Our hearts, our souls, are intertwined. And with each passing day, the connection between us grows stronger, until we can no longer separate ourselves from the ocean and the forces it commands." His voice dropped lower, the gravity of his words pressing down on Seb with a weight that felt suffocating. "We won't just be two individuals anymore. We will be part of something far greater, something that controls the ebb and flow of everything around us." Alaric's gaze grew distant, as if seeing something Seb couldn't, a future unfolding in front of him that only the siren understood fully. Seb could feel the enormity of what Alaric was saying. The sea had always been an enigma to him, something wild and untamable, but he had never imagined that it could become something so intimately tied to him. The currents, the tides, the storms, they were no longer just part of nature, they were now a reflection of him, of them. And with that realization came the terrifying understanding that they were bound to something far more powerful than they had ever anticipated. "So we're becoming part of the ocean," Seb whispered, his voice heavy with the weight of the words. "But what if we can't control it? What if we can't handle it?" Alaric's gaze softened, but the worry in his eyes didn't fade. He stepped closer, his presence filling the space between them, a calm in the midst of the storm. "That's why we have to be careful," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "If we're not careful, if we don't understand what's happening, we risk unraveling the balance of everything around us." He paused, his eyes searching Seb's as if looking for some sign of understanding. "The sea doesn't forgive mistakes. If we let this bond spiral out of control, if we lose ourselves in it, the consequences will be far-reaching. Not just for us, but for everyone." Seb's mind raced, his thoughts scattering in 1,000 different directions. The weight of what Alaric was saying felt like an anchor pulling him under, but at the same time, he couldn't ignore the pull between them. He had never believed in fate, never believed in prophecy or destiny, but now, it was all becoming too real. The ocean, the storms, the tides, they were all part of this bond they shared, and it was clear that this connection was something neither of them could avoid. But the question loomed, heavy and terrifying: could they control it? Could they harness the power of the sea, or would they be swept away by it? The waves continued to crash against the shore, their fury relentless, as if echoing the turmoil inside Seb's heart. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his racing thoughts. The world was changing, shifting beneath his feet, and he was standing at the heart of it all. With Alaric by his side, he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of resolve, even if fear still gripped his chest. Whatever lay ahead, he knew one thing for certain: he wasn't alone. Together, they would have to face whatever the sea, and their bond, had in store for them. And perhaps, just perhaps, that was enough to give him the strength he needed to survive whatever storm was coming. The air seemed to grow even heavier, thick with the weight of unspoken truths. It felt as if the very sea itself was holding its breath, a deep, collective pause hanging in the atmosphere. Seb could feel it in his bones, the gravity of Alaric's words pressing down on him like the weight of the ocean's depths. The bond between them, this strange, powerful connection, wasn't something transient, a passing moment of fate or chance. No, it was far more dangerous. It was something that could change the very fabric of the world, rewriting the rules that had governed both their lives for so long. And in that moment, Seb realized that he was no longer simply a survivor of the wreckage. He was part of something far larger, something far more formidable, something beyond his wildest imaginings. "What are we supposed to do about this?" Seb asked, his voice strained with the urgency of the situation. His words hung in the air, a desperate cry for clarity in the face of the unknown. His heart thudded in his chest, and his breath felt shallow as he tried to grasp the enormity of what Alaric had just revealed. This was no longer a simple connection, no mere accident. This was a force, a power, capable of shifting the balance of nature itself. "We can't just ignore it, can we?" The question lingered, carrying with it the weight of the uncertainty that consumed him. The world around them felt charged, as if waiting for something to happen, and Seb had the sinking feeling that whatever came next would be beyond their control. Alaric's gaze softened, and he took a step closer, closing the distance between them until there was barely the width of a breath separating them. His eyes, though intense, held a tenderness that Seb hadn't seen before, a quiet understanding in their depths that spoke volumes. For a fleeting moment, the storm around them seemed to calm, the wind stilling, the sea's restless churning easing just enough for Seb to hear the beating of his own heart. "We have to learn how to control it," Alaric said softly, his voice steady, though it held a gravity that settled deep within Seb's chest. "To understand it." He paused, looking out over the sea as if searching for the words to make sense of the enormity of what they were facing. "The ocean is unpredictable, wild, but if we can harness the power of our connection, we can use it for something greater. We can change the fate of both our worlds." The hope in Alaric's voice sent a shiver down Seb's spine. For a moment, he imagined the possibility, the two of them, wielding the power of the sea together, changing the course of history. It was a heady thought, a thrilling prospect. But even as the idea took root in his mind, a deep unease gnawed at him. Alaric's words had been clear: there was a cost. A dangerous cost. "But we have to be careful," Alaric continued, his voice dropping lower, his eyes narrowing with the weight of unspoken warnings. "If we're not careful, if we don't learn to control it, the consequences could be catastrophic." The gravity of those words hit Seb like a crashing wave, drowning out everything else. What they were dealing with wasn't just powerful. It was volatile, potentially deadly. Seb swallowed hard, his pulse quickening as the full weight of responsibility settled on his shoulders. He had always been the captain of his ship, the one who made the hard decisions, the one who steered his crew through the fiercest of storms. But this was different. This wasn't something that could be navigated with experience or skill. This was beyond his control, beyond anything he had ever faced. It was an elemental force, a bond that seemed to tie him to the very soul of the ocean, something that neither of them fully understood. The fear that clawed at him felt primal, deep in his chest, but there was something else too, a strange, exhilarating pulse of possibility. The thought of shaping the future, of wielding this power, stirred something in him that was both terrifying and enticing. The future was wide open, and he was standing on the edge of it, ready to plunge into the unknown. "I don't know if I can do this," Seb confessed, his voice quieter now, laden with a raw honesty that felt like it was drawn from the very core of him. His words hung in the air like a confession, a surrender. His hands clenched at his sides as he tried to steady his thoughts, to make sense of the tumult swirling inside him. "I don't know if I can control this, us." The vulnerability in his voice was stark, a crack in the armor he had built around himself for so long. The question echoed in his mind as much as it did in the space between them. Could he control it? Could they both wield this power, this connection, without it consuming them? Alaric studied him for a moment, his eyes softening, the intensity of his gaze not diminishing but deepening in a way that spoke of understanding, of shared fear. He reached out, just enough for his hand to hover near Seb's arm, a comforting presence that seemed to ground them both in the storm of their thoughts. "You don't have to do this alone," Alaric said quietly, his voice a steady anchor amidst Seb's turmoil. "We'll figure it out together. You don't have to carry the weight of this by yourself." There was no judgment in Alaric's words, no expectation of perfection, just a quiet promise, a bond that Seb could feel in the depth of his chest. They were in this together, for better or worse, and Seb had never felt more uncertain of anything in his life. Seb stood in silence for a long moment, processing Alaric's words, the storm within him threatening to overwhelm him as he fought to make sense of the chaos inside. He had been alone for so long, had carried the weight of command and responsibility on his shoulders without help, without anyone to rely on. This bond, this connection with Alaric, was new, uncharted territory, and he didn't know how to navigate it. The thought of sharing this burden, of learning to control it together, should have been comforting, but instead, it left him feeling exposed, vulnerable in a way that was foreign to him. How could he trust himself, trust Alaric, when they didn't even fully understand what they were dealing with? The sound of the waves crashing against the rocks filled the silence between them, the rhythm of the ocean echoing the turmoil inside Seb's mind. The world around them was changing, shifting, and it was as if time itself was bending under the weight of their connection. Seb's heart pounded in his chest, but there was a strange clarity amidst the chaos. He didn't know what the future held, didn't know if he could truly control this bond with Alaric, or the power it was unlocking, but for the first time, he wasn't facing it alone. Alaric was there, standing by his side, and maybe that was enough. For now, it was enough to have someone with him in the storm, someone to help him navigate the impossible. Together, they would have to find a way to control the tides of fate and the forces that had been set into motion. Together, they would face whatever came next. Alaric reached out, his hand hovering just inches from Seb's chest, and the space between them seemed to pulse with an unspoken energy. The warmth of his touch, though not yet physical, radiated through the air like a magnetic pull. Seb could feel it deep within, a surge of heat that ran through his veins, connecting them in a way that went beyond the words being spoken. "You don't have to do it alone," Alaric said softly, his voice a low, soothing hum that seemed to cut through the growing storm. "I'm with you, Seb. We'll figure this out together. I'll teach you, and together we'll find a way to balance the forces we've set in motion." His words weren't just a promise. They were a lifeline, offered in the face of uncertainty and fear. For a long moment, they stood there, surrounded by the tumultuous energy of the storm, the waves crashing relentlessly against the jagged rocks below. Seb could feel the storm's fury echo in his chest, as if the very air itself was alive with energy. But what truly struck him was the presence of Alaric, how it seemed to fill the space between them, not as a physical touch, but as a shared force. It wasn't just the siren standing next to him anymore. It was a connection, a bond that was so much more than either of them had ever anticipated. The sensation of Alaric's presence under his skin was overwhelming, a constant reminder that they were no longer strangers or just two individuals tossed together by fate. No, they were something greater now. Their connection wasn't merely a bond. It was a force of nature, something that had the power to shape the very world around them. The sound of the crashing waves filled the space between them, the raw power of the sea mirroring the rising tide of emotions within Seb's heart. The storm raged on around them, the wind howling as if in response to the chaos inside him. The air crackled with an almost electric energy, a strange tension that made the hairs on his skin stand on end. And in that moment Seb felt something deep stir inside him, something he had been avoiding, something he hadn't been ready to face until now. There was no denying it anymore. The world around them was shifting. And with it, everything he had known was on the brink of change. The sea, the storm, the bond between him and Alaric, it was all connected. And there was no turning back. The winds picked up, swirling around them with a fury that matched the intensity of Seb's growing inner turmoil. It was as if the storm itself had become an extension of his own emotions, a reflection of the power that was awakening within him. He had always known the sea to be unpredictable, wild, and merciless, but now, as he stood at the precipice of this new reality, he could feel it in his very bones. The storm was a manifestation of everything that was unfolding around them, chaotic, overwhelming, and yet filled with a strange sense of purpose. Seb's heart raced as he realized the magnitude of what they were about to face. This wasn't just a moment of uncertainty. This was the beginning of something immense, something that could either destroy them or elevate them to heights they had never imagined. As the storm raged around them, Seb could feel the weight of his own fears, his doubts, and his confusion pressing down on him. The very air seemed to carry the burden of their shared destiny, and Seb's mind spun with the realization that their connection was no longer just about them. It was about the entire world. The prophecy, the bond, the sea, it was all intertwined in ways he hadn't fully understood until now. The path they were on was fraught with danger, but it was also filled with the possibility of something extraordinary. The power they held within them was unlike anything he had ever experienced. And as the winds howled louder and the waves crashed higher, Seb knew that the future had already begun to unfold, and there was no going back. With every heartbeat, the sense of inevitability grew stronger, pressing down on Seb like the weight of the storm itself. The forces at play were far beyond his control, and yet, there was a strange exhilaration that surged through him. He was standing at the edge of something monumental, something that could change everything. The future, uncertain as it was, felt closer now, and the only thing that mattered was whether he would face it alone or with Alaric by his side. The siren's presence was a constant reminder that, for all their differences, they were in this together. It wasn't just Seb's journey anymore. It was theirs, and together, they would have to navigate the storm they had set into motion. Seb's mind raced, but as he turned toward Alaric, something inside him solidified. His resolve, shaky at first, began to harden into something stronger. He knew the storm they were facing was more than just a metaphor. It was a reality they would have to face head-on. But as Alaric stood there, unwavering, Seb felt the weight of his promise. They would figure this out together. They would face the storm, the prophecy, and the forces of nature as one. The fear that had plagued him was still there, but now it was tempered with something else, a determination to learn, to grow, and to wield the power of their connection. "Then let's learn together," Seb said, his voice steady now, a newfound resolve running through his words. Let's figure this out, before it's too late. The urgency in his voice was clear, but there was no hesitation in his heart. This wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about control, understanding, and shaping the future. The storm raged on around them, but Seb felt a flicker of hope in the midst of it, a realization that they weren't powerless. Together, they could learn to control the forces they had awakened. And together, they would forge a path forward, no matter what the future held. Alaric's eyes softened at Seb's words, and for the first time, Seb saw not just the weight of responsibility in the siren's gaze, but also a shared understanding, a shared purpose. They were no longer just two beings caught in the current of fate. They were partners, bound by more than just the bond between them. They were connected to something greater, and together, they would face whatever came next. The storm was far from over, but Seb felt a surge of confidence that he hadn't known he was capable of. With Alaric by his side, he knew that whatever lay ahead, they would face it together, stronger, more united than ever before. The winds continued to howl, the sea continuing to rage as if reflecting the tumult within Seb's heart. But now, there was a new certainty in his chest, a steady rhythm that pulsed alongside the storm. They would find their way through this, together. The world had changed in an instant, and Seb wasn't sure what would come next. But one thing was for certain, with Alaric at his side, he wasn't facing it alone. Alaric's smile was soft, but it carried an understanding that seemed to transcend words. There was something deeper in his expression, a quiet certainty that resonated through Seb, anchoring him amidst the chaos. Together, Alaric agreed, his voice steady and calm, offering a promise that was as unwavering as the storm itself. The weight of his words settled between them, a shared understanding that they weren't alone in this, whatever it was. Their connection, though still shrouded in uncertainty, was undeniable, and in that moment, Seb realized that the path forward wasn't one he had to walk alone. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it together, as equals, as partners. The storm continued to rage around them, but Seb's attention was no longer on the violent winds or the crashing waves. His senses were drawn to something else entirely, the ocean itself. It was a presence that had always been a part of him, but now it felt more pronounced, more insistent, as if the sea was calling to him in a language he was only just beginning to understand. The pull was undeniable, stronger than anything he had ever felt before. It wasn't just the physical sensation of the ocean crashing against the shore. It was something far more profound, a connection that ran deeper than the currents beneath the surface. The sea and the bond between him and Alaric were becoming inseparable, their fates entwined in ways Seb had never imagined. As Seb stood there, the winds howling around them, he felt the weight of the world pressing in on him, the knowledge that the bond he shared with Alaric was no mere twist of fate. It was something far larger, something that could shift the balance of the world itself. The sea responded to their connection, reacting to the rising intensity between them. The very fabric of nature seemed to be bending under the pressure of their growing bond, the tides shifting and the winds picking up, as if the world was preparing for the inevitable clash that would come. Seb could feel it in his bones. The ocean was changing, and so were they. This pull of the ocean, so powerful and so undeniable, filled Seb with a strange mix of awe and apprehension. The force between him and Alaric was more than just a connection. It was a force of nature, a tide that couldn't be held back. And yet, despite the fear that gnawed at him, there was a sense of exhilaration, too. He was no longer just a survivor of a wreckage. He was part of something much larger, a force that could alter the course of both their worlds. The weight of responsibility hung heavy in his chest, but it was tempered by a strange, unshakable confidence that they could navigate whatever lay ahead. Together, they had the strength to face whatever the sea, and their bond, would bring. With each passing moment, Seb could feel the connection between him and Alaric strengthening, the invisible thread that bound them pulling tighter. The storm, the ocean, the promise they had made to each other, it was all converging, leading them towards something neither of them could fully predict. But one thing was certain: they were no longer separate entities, drifting through their own worlds. They were tied together now, their fates interwoven in ways that were impossible to ignore. As the storm raged on, Seb felt the pull of the ocean more strongly than ever, a force that would shape not only their futures but the fate of everything around them. The bond they shared, though still mysterious, was becoming the very thing that would define them both. Chapter 17: A Glimpse of the Future. The night had settled into an eerie silence, the usual rhythm of the ocean's waves muffled as though the sea itself was holding its breath. The dark expanse of water stretched out before Seb, its surface churning in restless patterns that seemed to echo the chaos inside his mind. He stood at the edge of a jagged cliff, the wind whipping his hair and the cool night air biting at his skin. Every muscle in his body was taut with anticipation, his gaze fixed on the swirling depths below. But it wasn't the sea that held his focus. It was the weight of the moment, the gravity of what was about to unfold. Alaric stood beside him, his figure a shadow against the canopy of stars above. But Seb could feel his presence as if it were carved into the very atmosphere, grounding him even as it heightened the tension between them. Despite the comforting proximity of Alaric, there was a quiet distance between them. It wasn't physical. Their closeness could be felt in the subtle shift of the air between them, the pulse of something greater than either of them could comprehend. There was an undercurrent of anticipation that thrummed in the very air around them, like the pause before a storm. It was a silence that stretched, pregnant with unspoken words, as if the world itself was waiting for something to break free. And it wasn't just the storm that loomed on the horizon, the swirling clouds promising a tempest. No, it was something far deeper, the weight of the bond between them, the forces they had yet to fully understand, and the inevitable consequences of what they were about to do. For days they had been preparing for the unknown, each moment leading them closer to this precipice. The connection between them had deepened with a force that neither of them could have predicted. It had grown from a subtle thread into an undeniable force, pulling them in ways that defied their comprehension. Seb could feel it in every fiber of his being, the pull of the ocean, the weight of his heart, the way his thoughts seemed to align with Alaric's without either of them saying a word. The seas had grown more unpredictable, and with each passing day, the world around them seemed to bend and twist, warping in ways that felt impossible to ignore. But tonight, everything felt different. The air itself was charged with energy, a crackling electricity that seemed to reverberate through the very earth beneath their feet. The winds howled in the distance, but there was no mistaking it. The sea was calling to them, urging them forward, demanding their attention. Seb's heart pounded in his chest, its rhythm syncing with the pulse of the earth, as if he were somehow connected to the very heart of the world. He could feel the weight of the ocean's power pressing in on him, its call a relentless whisper in his ears. It was as though the tides themselves were rising, carrying with them a force that neither he nor Alaric could fight against. But there was something else, something deeper, an underlying sense of danger that lingered beneath the surface of the power they were about to wield. The sea had always been unpredictable, wild, and untamable, but now, with the bond between them growing stronger with each passing day, it was as though the ocean itself had become a living, breathing entity, responding to their connection in ways that were both exhilarating and terrifying. Alaric stood motionless beside him, his presence a steady force in the midst of the storm. His eyes reflected the starlight, dark and endless, as if he too was lost in the weight of what was about to happen. For a moment, the silence between them stretched on, the storm around them seeming to pause in anticipation. Then, Alaric's voice broke through the stillness, steady but laced with an undercurrent of uncertainty. "Are you ready?" The question hung in the air, its simplicity belying the enormity of the moment. Seb turned to face him, meeting his gaze with a quiet resolve, though the fear gnawing at his insides was impossible to ignore. Seb's voice came out rough, the words tasting like steel on his tongue. "I don't think there's a way to be ready for this," he admitted, his eyes locked on Alaric's. "But I'll face it. Whatever comes." His chest tightened as he spoke, the weight of his own words settling heavily on his shoulders. He had always been the one in control, the captain, the one who steered his ship through storms and trials. But this was different. The path before them was uncertain, the stakes higher than anything he had ever faced. And yet, despite the fear, despite the uncertainty, there was a flicker of resolve in him. He wasn't backing down. Alaric's gaze softened, his expression unreadable but filled with something Seb couldn't quite place. Was it regret or acceptance? It didn't matter. In a single motion, Alaric reached out, his hand brushing lightly against Seb's arm. The touch was simple, almost casual, but it carried a weight that was impossible to ignore. Seb's breath caught as the world around them seemed to shift in response to the connection they shared. The bond between them flared with a sudden intensity, an energy that surged through Seb like a live wire. His heart skipped a beat as the ground beneath them seemed to blur, the solid earth beneath his feet fading, replaced by something far more ethereal. The sky above them dissolved into a swirling mass of stars and dark void, the world around them cracking open as time itself seemed to stretch and collapse in on itself. In that moment, Seb felt the coldness wash over him, an icy chill that swept through his entire being. It wasn't just the touch, though. The touch was a catalyst. It was the overwhelming sense that reality itself was breaking apart, that they were no longer bound by the same rules that governed the world around them. The ocean, the storm, the very air seemed to twist and warp, bending to the force of their bond. Seb could feel the power rising within him, surging through his veins, and he realized with a shock that he was no longer just a passenger on this journey. He was part of it, part of the storm, part of the ocean, part of the very forces that had been set in motion. The world continued to shift, and for a brief, dizzying moment, Seb felt like he was floating between realms, suspended in the space between what was and what could be. The connection between him and Alaric was no longer just a shared bond. It had become a force in its own right, a power that neither of them fully understood but that they were now irrevocably tied to. Seb could feel the ocean's power thrumming in his chest, like the heartbeat of the world itself, and he knew that whatever came next, it was going to change everything. There would be no going back. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, everything stilled. Seb stood frozen, his body tense as if caught in a spell, his mind struggling to comprehend the sudden shift. The air, which had been thick with energy moments before, now felt strangely calm, as though the world itself was taking a collective breath. He blinked, disoriented, as his surroundings slowly came back into focus, but it wasn't the cliffside or the tumultuous sea he was staring at anymore. The landscape before him was like nothing he had ever seen, both familiar and utterly alien. It was as though two worlds, two realities, were colliding. Endless waters stretched across the horizon, blending seamlessly into lush, verdant forests that reached toward the sky. Towering stone ruins, ancient and weathered, stood side by side with the living, breathing wilderness. The sight was surreal, as if the past and the future had merged in this strange, dreamlike space. The air around him hummed with an otherworldly energy, heavy with magic, as if the very fabric of reality was woven together by invisible threads. Seb could feel the weight of this place, the possibilities it held, pressing on him from all sides. It was a world where the ocean's fury and the land's tranquility coexisted, where the elements themselves seemed to dance in harmony. Trees swayed with a rhythm that mirrored the waves, their leaves rustling in time with the gentle lapping of water against the stone. The wind carried the scent of salt and earth, of life and renewal. And in the distance, the shimmering waters of the ocean seemed to pulse with an iridescence, as if they were alive, breathing alongside the world they surrounded. Seb turned to Alaric, desperate for some understanding of what was happening, but the siren beside him had changed. His form seemed more ethereal now, as if he were a part of this dreamlike landscape. His features glowed faintly with an otherworldly light, an aura that radiated power and calm in equal measure. The bond between them was undeniable, as strong as ever, but now it felt as though their connection extended beyond their physical forms, reaching into this new reality that had appeared before them. Alaric's eyes, usually intense but steady, were now filled with something else, something deeper, more profound. They locked onto Seb's with an intensity that made his heart race, the silent understanding passing between them without a single word being spoken. "This is the future," Alaric whispered, his voice soft but echoing strangely in the vast space around them, as though it were carried by the wind itself. The words felt heavy, filled with both promise and uncertainty. "This is what we could have, if we succeed." Seb's breath caught in his throat, the weight of Alaric's words sinking in. He glanced around, trying to take in every detail, every shift in the world before him. The ruins that had once seemed so ancient, so forgotten, were now vibrant and alive. The stones pulsed with a quiet energy, as if the very ground beneath his feet was awakening from a long slumber. There was a harmony in the air, a balance that hadn't existed in this place for centuries. He watched in awe as figures moved through the landscape, humans and sirens side by side. There was no division between them here, no lingering distrust or animosity. They moved freely, working together in a way that felt completely natural, completely right. The pirates and sirens, once enemies locked in an eternal struggle, were now united in purpose, in understanding. The tension that had marked their past, the sharp edges of their hatred and fear, had been erased, replaced by a deep, unspoken understanding. Seb could feel the change, the peace that radiated from this world, and he found himself yearning for it in a way that both frightened and excited him. The ocean, which had always been a place of danger and uncertainty, now felt different. Its waters were no longer wild and chaotic. They shimmered with a soft, inviting radiance, their surface smooth and calming. The once violent waves now seemed to carry a quiet, soothing melody, as if they were singing a song of peace and rebirth. The sound of laughter carried on the wind, light and free, mingling with the rustling of the trees and the lapping of water. It was a melody of freedom, of harmony, of a world where the oceans and the land, the people and the sirens, had found a way to coexist, to thrive together. Seb felt his chest tighten with a mixture of wonder and disbelief. Could this truly be possible? His eyes swept over the vibrant world before him, drinking in every detail, every moment of beauty. The ruins had become a living part of the landscape, no longer just relics of a forgotten past but active, breathing structures that seemed to pulse with life. The air was thick with possibility, with the kind of magic that came from unity and hope. Seb could feel it in his bones, the energy of this place wrapping around him, urging him to believe. The future Alaric spoke of, this world of peace and understanding, seemed almost too perfect, too unreal. And yet, it was here, in front of him, as if it were already within reach. This is possible," Seb murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, the words filled with awe and disbelief. His heart raced, and his breath caught in his throat as he turned to Alaric, searching his eyes for the truth of it. The world around them seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the answer. Alaric's gaze softened, the faint glow around him flickering as if it, too, was waiting for Seb's understanding to catch up. The promise of a future, of this future, was hanging in the air, a fragile thread that could easily be torn apart by doubt or fear. For a long moment, Alaric didn't speak. Instead, he took a step closer, his presence a steady force at Seb's side. The bond between them hummed softly, a quiet reassurance. "Yes," Alaric said finally, his voice filled with certainty. But there was something else there too, a caution, a warning. "This can be our future, Seb. But it's not guaranteed. It will take everything we have, our trust, our strength, and our willingness to sacrifice. We must be willing to fight for it, to believe in it, no matter how impossible it seems." His words lingered in the air, heavy with meaning, as Seb took them in, the weight of what was at stake settling on his shoulders. Seb swallowed hard, his heart swelling with a mix of hope and fear. He could feel the pull of this future, the pull of the bond between them and the possibility that lay ahead. He could see the world Alaric had shown him, a world where the oceans and the land were no longer enemies, where humans and sirens stood side by side. And for the first time in what felt like forever, Seb found himself wondering if this was what they had been fighting for all along. Could they truly bring this world into being? Could they create the unity and peace that had always seemed out of reach? He didn't have the answers, but he knew one thing: whatever it took, he wouldn't face it alone. Not anymore. Alaric nodded solemnly, his expression laden with a quiet sadness that seemed to age him in that moment. His usual calm demeanor was shadowed by the weight of the vision they were witnessing, and his voice, when he spoke, was tinged with a deep sorrow. "This is what we are fighting for," he said softly, his gaze distant as he looked over the fractured world before them. "A future where both of our worlds are united, where the land and the sea can live in harmony." His words hung in the air, full of hope, but there was a deep melancholy in them that Seb couldn't ignore. It was as though Alaric knew, more than anyone, how fragile this dream truly was. But as Seb stood there, his eyes fixed on the serene vision before him, something began to shift. The peaceful air, so full of life just moments ago, grew heavy, suffocating almost. A dark shadow slowly crept over the landscape, like a veil of smoke unfurling across the sky. The sun, which had bathed everything in a warm, golden light, was now obscured, casting the world in a cold, oppressive gloom. The once vibrant sea began to darken, the waters turning a murky, ominous black as if something deep within the ocean was rotting, poisoning the very heart of it. Seb felt his stomach twist, unease crawling up his spine as the peaceful harmony of the scene began to crack, splintering apart like glass. The ruins, which had once stood proudly, now seemed to crumble under the weight of time and despair. The towering stone structures that had been full of life were now cracked, their once grand facades falling apart as though the world itself was unraveling. Where there had been laughter and the sounds of harmonious voices, now there was only the distant echo of shouting. The chaos was palpable, the sharp edge of fear and anger creeping into the very air. The people, sirens and humans alike, had turned on one another, their faces twisted in hatred and desperation. The unity that had seemed so inevitable just moments ago now seemed like a fleeting, impossible dream. Seb's breath caught in his throat, his chest tightening as the scene before him twisted into something darker, something he couldn't bear to watch. His voice shook as he spoke, a mix of confusion and dread rising within him. "What is this?" he asked, his words barely more than a whisper. "What's happening?" He could feel the ground beneath him trembling, the very essence of the world around them shifting into something unrecognizable, something dangerous. His heart pounded in his chest, the weight of the vision pressing down on him. Alaric's face had hardened, the pain evident in the lines of his expression. His eyes, once filled with hope, now reflected a deep understanding, one that made Seb's blood run cold. The siren didn't need to say a word for Seb to know that what they were witnessing was not just a nightmare, it was a warning. "This is the other side of the prophecy," Alaric said, his voice low and grave, filled with a sorrow that felt almost tangible. The cost of failure. The words struck Seb like a physical blow, and his heart sank. He knew now that this wasn't just some vision of a possible future. It was the consequence of their failure, a fate they could very well bring upon themselves if they didn't succeed. The vision shifted again, this time more violently. The sky, which had once been full of light and hope, now darkened further, clouds swirling in an unnatural pattern as a massive storm churned on the horizon. The sea, which had once been calm and inviting, was now a maelstrom of rage. Waves that had once been gentle now rose up like monsters, crashing against the land with a force that threatened to swallow everything in their path. The harmony that had existed between the worlds, the fragile balance they had fought so hard for, had shattered. In its place was chaos, destruction, and an overwhelming sense of despair. The ocean boiled, the waters churning with violent energy, as if the very soul of the sea had turned against them. The once beautiful forests that had stretched across the land now lay in ruin. The trees were twisted, blackened, their leaves withered and burnt as though they had been scorched by an unnatural fire. The air smelled of smoke and decay, and the sounds of fighting filled the air. Seb could hear the cries of people, humans and sirens alike, caught in the struggle to survive in a world that no longer had a place for them. The ruins, once symbols of hope and unity, now lay in pieces, their stone structures reduced to rubble, forgotten in the wake of the destruction. The scene before them was unrecognizable, a far cry from the vibrant world they had seen just moments before. The people, sirens and humans, were no longer allies. They were enemies, struggling against each other in a desperate fight for survival. The ocean, once a realm of beauty and mystery, had become a raging force of destruction, devouring everything in its path. The harmony they had fought for was gone, replaced by a world on the brink of collapse. Seb's chest tightened, his breath coming in shallow gasps as he took in the devastation. It was as though the very heart of the world had been torn apart, leaving only destruction and despair in its wake. Seb couldn't tear his eyes away from the chaos. His mind raced, trying to make sense of it all, but the reality was too overwhelming. The weight of what they were seeing was too much to bear. He had known the stakes were high, but he hadn't truly understood the depth of the consequences. If they failed, this would be the world they left behind. A world of ruin, of hatred, of destruction. A world that no one, not even the ocean, could survive in. His thoughts were a whirlwind of panic and disbelief, but there was no time to linger in the horror. He knew in that moment that he had to push forward. He had to fight, for the future, for Alaric, and for the hope that had once seemed so possible. But as the storm raged on around them, Seb couldn't help but wonder, was there still time to change the future, or had they already gone too far? Seb's chest tightened, a sickening weight pressing down on him as the vision of destruction unfolded before his eyes. The landscape they had once seen as a symbol of hope, of a world where land and sea could coexist peacefully, was now a nightmare, a shattered reflection of the future they both desired. He could hardly breathe as the reality of it hit him. The oceans churned violently, swallowing everything in their path, while the land cracked and crumbled, consumed by the wrath of a force they could no longer control. The chaos spread, consuming everything. This, Seb began, but his voice faltered, the sheer magnitude of what they were witnessing choking off his words. His hands clenched into fists, nails digging into his palms as his body tensed with anger and frustration. What had once been fear in his heart now transformed into something darker, something primal, a raw, burning rage. How could this be the consequence of their failure? How could they have come so far, only to watch it all slip away? It's our failure. Alaric's voice broke through the storm of emotions in Seb's mind, soft but laced with an undeniable sorrow. His words fell between them like a heavy curse, a truth neither of them wanted to face but could no longer deny. If we do not succeed, if we cannot unite our worlds, this is what will happen. The ocean will rise against us, and everything we know will be destroyed. His gaze was fixed on the devastation, his features etched with pain. Seb could see the toll the vision was taking on him, the burden of knowing what was at stake. Alaric's voice trembled, just for a moment, a crack that betrayed the depth of his own despair. But there was no time for hesitation. The warning was clear. Failure was not just an option, it was an apocalypse. As the gravity of Alaric's words sank in, Seb felt it, too. The weight of the prophecy pressed down on him like a physical force, settling deep into his bones. The vision had never been just a possibility. It was a looming certainty, an inevitability that hung over them like a sword poised to strike. The future they had glimpsed, the dream of a world where the oceans and the land could exist in harmony, now felt like a fragile thread in the wind. A thread that was in danger of snapping, unraveling the hope they had fought for. The realization was almost too much to bear. The price of failure was too high to even contemplate. A future of peace seemed like an impossible dream when weighed against the devastation they had just witnessed. And yet that dream was still within reach, but only if they could overcome the immense challenges ahead. Seb reached out instinctively, his fingers trembling as they found Alaric's arm, the touch grounding him in the midst of the chaos. His heart raced, emotions flooding him as his grip tightened. "We can't let this happen." Seb's voice cracked, barely above a whisper, as though speaking the words aloud would make the nightmare real. "We can't." His words were a plea, desperate and filled with a sense of helplessness. He could feel the tremors of fear still rattling through him, but they were now mixed with something stronger, something fiercer. It wasn't just fear anymore. It was a burning determination. They had come too far, fought too hard, to let it all be destroyed. The very thought of failing, of allowing that future to slip away, was unbearable. Alaric turned to face him, his eyes locking with Seb's, and in that moment, the weight of everything they had been through, everything they had yet to face, was clear in the depths of his gaze. His expression was resolute, his features hardening with a strength that was both comforting and unnerving. Despite the sorrow that lingered in his eyes, there was no trace of doubt. Alaric knew what was at stake. He knew the cost. "I know," Alaric said softly, his voice steady, unwavering. "And we won't." His words were a promise, a vow, one that carried the weight of their shared determination. He paused, letting the silence hang between them, before continuing. "But we must understand the power we hold, and the responsibility that comes with it." His voice took on a quieter, more somber tone as he spoke the last words. "The future is in our hands, Seb, ours alone." The gravity of Alaric's words settled over Seb like a cloak, heavy and suffocating. He had known that their bond was important, but the true weight of it, the responsibility that came with it, was only now beginning to sink in. They weren't just fighting for themselves, or even for their love, but for the future of everything they had known. They held the power to shape the future, to determine the fate of both their worlds. But with that power came an immense responsibility. The magnitude of it was overwhelming, and Seb's heart thudded painfully in his chest as he realized the stakes. This wasn't just about stopping a war or healing old wounds. This was about saving everything, or watching it all burn. Seb turned away, trying to process the enormity of what Alaric had said. The future they had been fighting for, the future that had once seemed like a distant dream, was now staring them in the face. It was a future built on the delicate balance between the land and the sea, between humans and sirens, between love and conflict. And now that balance had become a fragile thing, one that could be shattered by the smallest misstep. The responsibility they held was more than just personal. It was the weight of a world on their shoulders, a world they had to save. And it was up to them, and only them, to find a way forward. Alaric's hand on his arm brought Seb back to the present. The touch was warm, firm, and grounding, a reminder that they were in this together. Seb could feel the steadiness of Alaric's presence, even in the face of such uncertainty. Despite the fear, despite the overwhelming pressure, they had each other. That was the only thing that mattered now. "We can do this," Seb whispered to himself, as much a promise to himself as to Alaric. He knew that the road ahead would be long and fraught with peril, but he also knew that they were stronger together than they could ever be apart. They would face whatever came, side by side, and they would not let the future slip away. The silence between them stretched, but it was no longer a heavy one. It was filled with an unspoken understanding, a quiet resolve that settled into Seb's bones. Alaric was right. The future was in their hands. It always had been. The path before them might be uncertain, but with each other they would face it. Together they would fight for the peace they had seen, for the world they wanted to build. The storm might rage, the world might fall to pieces, but Seb would not let go of that hope. They couldn't afford to fail. Not when everything they loved, everything they dreamed of, was on the line. Suddenly, the landscape before them began to crack and shatter, as though the very fabric of the vision was tearing apart. The edges of the once beautiful world began to distort, bending and warping under the strain of some unseen force. The serene atmosphere, once filled with the hum of magic and possibility, began to fade, replaced by a violent and overwhelming energy. The storm that had been a distant threat now surged with unimaginable power. The winds howled like 1,000 anguished voices, carrying with them the weight of destruction. Lightning split the sky, and the once calm waters turned into a turbulent, roiling mess of waves, crashing against the land with relentless fury. The beautiful ruins that had once stood as a symbol of hope began to crumble, stones shattering like glass. The entire scene seemed to collapse in on itself, the very ground beneath them trembling as if it, too, could not bear the weight of the impending destruction. Seb's heart pounded in his chest as the sensation of weightlessness overtook him. He felt himself being pulled, torn away from the collapsing vision, as if the very essence of reality was slipping through his fingers. The world around him began to blur and spin, the darkened sky and the wreckage of the ruined landscape dissolving into nothingness. It was as though the future itself was unraveling, like a fragile thread snapping, sending him tumbling into a void where there was no sound, no form, only the unbearable pressure of a force beyond comprehension. Seb's breath hitched in his chest, the air around him thinning as his senses seemed to fade. There was no time to react, no time to grasp onto anything as the vision disintegrated, leaving him suspended in an eerie silence. Then, with a sharp intake of breath, Seb was jerked back into reality. His feet landed on solid ground with a jolt, and he staggered slightly, disoriented by the abrupt shift from the dreamlike world to the jagged cliffside. The storm from the vision, though not nearly as intense, still lingered in the air, a heavy presence that seemed to hang over the landscape. The winds were stronger than usual, biting at his skin, and the distant rumble of thunder could still be heard in the distance. Seb's heart continued to race, his pulse still hammering in his chest as though he had just awoken from a nightmare. His limbs felt unsteady, as if the vision had drained the strength from him, leaving him feeling hollow, exhausted. His breaths came in quick, shallow bursts, and it took several moments for the fog of disorientation to clear. Alaric stood next to him, a silent figure in the midst of the turmoil. His face was pale, but his eyes were sharp and focused, not as shaken as Seb but still marked by the weight of what they had witnessed. There was an unspoken understanding between them, a bond that had deepened through the shared vision of both the future they fought for and the one they feared. Alaric's voice cut through the stillness, quiet but intense. "Did you see it?" he asked, his gaze never wavering from Seb. His words carried a heavy weight, as though he already knew the answer but needed to hear it aloud, to acknowledge the truth that had just been laid bare. Seb turned to look at him, his breath still uneven, his hands trembling slightly. The vision had shaken him to his core, the realization that their futures were so fragile, so dependent on the choices they made. "I saw it," he replied, his voice thick with emotion, the words hanging between them like a weight. "The future, both of them." His throat felt tight, and for a moment, he could hardly find the words to express what he had witnessed. The dreamlike peace they had seen, the future they both wanted, now seemed like a distant hope, a fragile possibility that could easily be destroyed. And the other future, the one of destruction and chaos, loomed as a terrifying certainty. It was no longer a matter of what could happen, it was a matter of what would happen if they failed. Alaric's expression softened, but the sorrow in his eyes was replaced with something else, a steely determination that cut through the fear. "There is no turning back now," he said softly, his voice carrying the weight of finality. "We know what's at stake." He turned his gaze toward the distant horizon, his posture firm, shoulders squared against the storm that still raged in the air. The calm that had once been present was now replaced by a tension that stretched between them, binding them to the reality of what they faced. The storm, though less severe than the vision, was still a harbinger of the struggle that awaited them. It was a sign that their fight had already begun, and there was no retreating from it now. Seb's mind raced as he tried to process everything that had just happened. There had always been a sense of urgency in their mission, but now it felt more immediate, more pressing. The weight of the prophecy, the knowledge that their success or failure would shape the future of both their worlds, pressed heavily on his shoulders. The vision had shown him what could be, the peaceful, united future they both dreamed of. But it had also shown him the consequences of failure, the devastating chaos that would follow. There was no more room for doubt. Their bond, their mission, was no longer just about the two of them. It was about everything, about both the land and the sea, about the very future of the world they had both fought so hard to protect. Alaric's words echoed in Seb's mind, and though his heart was heavy with fear, he also felt a spark of something else, determination. They couldn't afford to fail. They couldn't let the future slip away, not when it was so close, so within reach. The cost of failure was too high, and Seb knew, deep down, that they had no choice but to fight. They would have to face the challenges ahead, face the storm both literal and metaphorical, and push forward together. Failure wasn't an option, not when everything they had worked for was at stake. The silence between them stretched for a moment, but it was no longer heavy with doubt. It was filled with a quiet resolve, an unspoken promise that they would not let go of the future they had seen, no matter how impossible it seemed. Seb glanced over at Alaric, and for the first time in a long while, he felt a sense of certainty, of purpose. This was their fight, their responsibility, and they would face it together, side by side. There would be no turning back. The future, both the bright and the dark, lay in their hands, and they would hold it with everything they had. The wind howled fiercely around them, carrying with it the ominous promise of the storm that had threatened the horizon. It was no longer a distant warning, but a presence they could feel in their very bones, a reminder of the chaos that would unfold if they faltered. The air was thick with electricity, charged with the energy of the storm as it swirled just beyond their reach. Seb could feel it, the pressure of the world shifting, the weight of the moment bearing down on him. The storm wasn't just a physical force. It was symbolic of the tumultuous future that hung in the balance. He clenched his fists, his knuckles white, the strength in his grip a reflection of the determination that surged through him. There was no room for doubt, no time for hesitation. The future, their future, was in their hands, and failure was no longer an option. The bond between Seb and Alaric had always been strong, but in that moment, it felt like something more, something unbreakable. It was no longer just a personal connection, something born out of shared experiences and growing affection. It was a lifeline, a thread that tied the fates of two worlds together. The stakes were higher now, and the weight of their shared responsibility was heavier than ever before. What they had fought for, what they had sacrificed, was not just their own survival or happiness. It was the survival of everything they had come to care about. The delicate balance between land and sea, between humans and sirens, depended on their success. And that bond, forged through trials and strengthened by trust, was the only thing that could hold them steady in the face of the storm. Seb's heart beat with a rhythm that felt both frantic and steady, a reflection of the urgency and the unwavering resolve that filled him. The storm raged around them, but it no longer felt like a threat. Instead, it was a challenge, a test of their will. They had seen what would happen if they failed, if they allowed the rift between their worlds to widen, if they let the divisions and the hatred fester unchecked. The vision of destruction was still vivid in Seb's mind, the image of a shattered future etched into his thoughts. The oceans would rise, the land would crumble, and everything they had come to cherish would be lost. The consequences of failure were too high, too devastating to consider. But the consequences of success were worth fighting for. And so they would fight. The weight of the prophecy still hung heavily over them, its foreboding promise looming large. But Seb knew that they had a chance to rewrite the future, to create something better. The vision they had glimpsed of peace, of unity between their worlds, had been a glimpse of what could be, not what must be. It was a future within their grasp, but only if they were willing to face the storm, both literal and metaphorical, that awaited them. The knowledge that they could still change the course of destiny filled Seb with a renewed sense of purpose. This wasn't just about surviving the storm. It was about mastering it, about fighting for the future they had come to believe in. As Seb looked to Alaric, he saw the same unwavering determination in the siren's eyes. Alaric was standing tall beside him, his expression calm yet resolute, the winds whipping through his dark hair as though he were as much a part of the storm as the elements themselves. There was no fear in his gaze, only the quiet strength of someone who had come to accept the weight of the world upon his shoulders. Seb knew that Alaric felt it too, the burden of the prophecy, the responsibility of their bond, the weight of the future they were both fighting for. But there was something else in Alaric's eyes too, a spark of hope, a flicker of something brighter than the storm. It was the belief that they could succeed, that they would succeed. The sound of the wind became deafening, but Seb's thoughts were crystal clear. He turned to Alaric, his voice steady despite the raging storm around them. "We've seen what happens if we fail," Seb said, the words heavy with the gravity of what they had witnessed. "We can't let that happen. We have to fight for the future we've seen, for the one we know is possible." His fists relaxed slightly, though the fire in his chest remained, a constant, unyielding force. Alaric's lips parted in a silent nod, the siren's face illuminated by the flickering light of the storm. His eyes never left Seb's, their connection as palpable as the storm itself. "We fight for both our worlds," Alaric said softly, the words carrying the weight of their shared commitment. "We fight for peace. We fight for the future we've glimpsed, the one we both believe in." His voice was a calm anchor amidst the chaos, a grounding force that kept Seb focused on the task at hand. The storm, still howling around them, seemed to quiet at those words, as if the world itself was holding its breath. For a moment, it felt as though the winds had ceased, the waves had stilled, and the ground beneath their feet had become a steady foundation upon which to stand. The future, unpredictable, uncertain, had become something real, something tangible. The bond they shared, the connection that tied them together, had become a beacon in the storm, guiding them forward. Seb felt the weight of their responsibility, but he also felt the power of their unity, the strength that came from knowing they were not alone in this fight. Together, they had seen the darkness that awaited them if they failed. Together, they had glimpsed the light that could emerge from the storm if they succeeded. And together, they would face whatever came next. The storm was still out there, still swirling and unpredictable, but Seb was no longer afraid of it. They had the strength to face it, the resolve to overcome it. They were not alone in this fight. They had each other. And together they would shape the future, no matter the cost. Chapter 18: A Growing Threat. The ocean had always been a place of mystery and wonder. Its depths were a realm where shadows danced beneath the waves, where the surface concealed secrets older than time itself. It was a world full of hidden stories, stories of creatures both ancient and new, of lost ships, forgotten treasures, and forgotten memories. But lately, there was something different in the water. Something that Seb could not shake off. The very essence of the sea felt darker, more volatile. The currents, which once seemed to carry whispers of the ocean's timeless secrets, now felt laden with something heavier, something that felt like the prelude to a storm. The ocean wasn't just unpredictable. It was restless, as if it could feel the brewing tension, the change that was coming. The water seemed to be waiting for something, and Seb could feel it in his bones, the palpable unease curling around him like a storm just beyond the horizon. Seb stood at the edge of a cliff, his eyes fixed on the vast expanse of the ocean stretching out before him. The waves crashed violently against the jagged rocks below, sending sprays of salt water into the air. The ocean seemed to be in turmoil, its fury matching the gnawing unease inside Seb. The sound of the waves was deafening, their relentless crashing a reminder of the chaos beneath the surface. It wasn't just the storm on the horizon that unsettled him. It was the growing tension within their ranks, within the siren clans that gnawed at him. For as long as Seb could remember, the ocean had been a place of division. The sirens had always been scattered, fragmented into different clans, each with its own customs, beliefs, and agendas. But now, something had changed. The prophecy, the one they had both been a part of, had begun to ripple through the waters, spreading like wildfire among the clans. The undercurrents of their world were shifting, and Seb could feel the weight of it pressing on him. Alaric stood beside him, his posture tense, his gaze fixed on the horizon, where dark clouds began to gather. Seb glanced at him, seeing the same storm inside Alaric's eyes that Seb felt within himself. Alaric, too, seemed to sense the unrest. The sirens were not a unified people, and had never been. They had lived in isolation, in suspicion of one another, their differences more than just cultural. They were ingrained, even sacred. The idea of unity had always been anathema to them, a challenge to their very existence. But the prophecy, the vision they had both shared, spoke of an ancient union, one that had the potential to either heal the rift between their worlds or destroy them both. And now, that union was at the heart of the unrest. It wasn't just the sirens who feared it. It was the very nature of their world, the ocean itself, it seemed, that was rejecting the possibility of change. "This isn't just about us anymore," Seb murmured, his voice barely rising above the roar of the waves. His words felt heavy, as though they carried the weight of the entire ocean with them. He looked at Alaric, his heart heavy with the realization that the consequences of their bond extended far beyond their personal lives. It wasn't just their love, or their shared destiny, that was at stake. It was the fate of everything they had come to care about. The sirens, the pirates, the land dwellers, and the ocean itself. Everything was connected, and everything was teetering on the edge of change. The balance of their world, fragile as it was, could be shattered with a single misstep. Seb clenched his fists, feeling the raw power of the ocean below him. It was as if the sea itself was waiting for them to make a choice. A choice that could either save or destroy them all. Alaric's gaze shifted to Seb, his eyes narrowing with both concern and determination. The quiet tension between them spoke volumes. He understood the magnitude of what Seb was saying. "You're right," Alaric replied softly, his voice steady despite the storm that seemed to swirl around them. "There are those who fear what we represent. Our union, it threatens everything they've ever known." His words hung in the air, as heavy as the storm clouds that were rapidly gathering above them. Seb could see it in Alaric's eyes, the knowledge that their bond was no longer just a personal connection. It was a symbol of something far greater, something that threatened the very foundation of Siren society. There were those who saw the potential for unity, for peace, but there were also those who saw only danger. The fear of the unknown was always stronger than the hope for change, and Seb knew that the road ahead would be fraught with obstacles, with resistance from every corner of their world. Seb's chest tightened as he absorbed Alaric's words. He had known, deep down, that their bond wouldn't be accepted by all. Pirates and sirens had always been enemies, locked in a perpetual battle for control of the seas, each faction viewing the other as a threat to their way of life. But this was different. The prophecy they had uncovered, the one that spoke of an ancient union between their worlds, was unlike anything they had ever encountered. It was a force both uniting and dividing, a promise of peace that came with the price of their own destruction. Seb had always known that their love would be difficult, that their connection would challenge the very norms of their societies. But he had never realized how deep that fear ran, how entrenched the divisions were. Their love wasn't just a rebellion against tradition, it was a challenge to the very fabric of their existence. The tension in Seb's chest deepened, his fists clenching tighter. The Sirens were not a peaceful people, and the pirates even less so. Their world had been built on conflict, on the belief that dominance over the sea was the only way to survive. But the prophecy spoke of a different future, one where unity, not conflict, could rule the tides. It was a future that had once seemed impossible, but now it was within their grasp. The future Seb had always dreamed of, a world where the ocean was not a place of endless war and fear, but a place of peace and understanding, was now at the mercy of the unrest within the Siren clans. And the clock was ticking. Every passing moment felt like a step closer to a world on the brink of collapse. Seb turned back to face the ocean, the waves crashing violently against the rocks below, as if reflecting the turmoil in his heart. He could hear the sound of Alaric's breathing beside him, steady but filled with the same sense of urgency that he felt. The silence between them was charged with the weight of their shared knowledge. They could not undo what had been set in motion. They could not escape the prophecy. The only choice left was to face it, to confront the fear and the resistance that would come, and to fight for the future they both believed in. "We have to find a way to bring them together," Seb said, his voice low but firm. "The Sirens, the pirates, everyone. They all have to see what we see." His eyes met Alaric's, the determination in them as unwavering as the ocean itself. Alaric didn't hesitate. "We will," he said, his voice filled with a quiet strength. "But it won't be easy. There are forces at work here that want to see us fail. Forces that will stop at nothing to prevent the union we represent. But we'll face them together. And we'll fight for the future we know is possible." His words were a promise, a vow to Seb, to the ocean, and to the world that was waiting for them to make a stand. The ocean was still tumultuous, but Seb felt a spark of hope within him. The storm was coming, but it was not the end. It was only the beginning. "Do you think they'll come for us?" Seb's question hung in the air, his voice carrying an undertone of unease that he couldn't quite shake. He was no stranger to danger. Pirates lived with it daily, after all, but this felt different. This was more than just the threat of rival ships or hidden enemies. This was something deeper, more insidious. The weight of the prophecy loomed heavily over them, and Seb couldn't help but wonder if those who feared it would strike before they even had a chance to make their move. He turned to Alaric, looking for answers, hoping for some reassurance that they still had a fighting chance. Alaric's gaze hardened, his usual calm replaced by a steel edge that Seb hadn't seen before. The serene, controlled leader he had come to know was gone, replaced by someone who had seen the truth of their situation. And it was clear that the truth was much darker than Seb had hoped. "There are factions among the Sirens who see us as a threat," Alaric said, his voice low and controlled, but with a sharpness that sent a chill through Seb's chest. "Some believe the prophecy is nothing more than a lie, a trap meant to destroy us, a false promise to lead us into ruin. Others think that our union could be the salvation of our people, the key to restoring the balance between land and sea." He paused, his eyes flickering to the horizon as though he could see the enemies gathering there, waiting for the right moment to strike. "But there are those, dangerous ones, who will stop at nothing to prevent it from happening." The realization hit Seb like a punch to the gut. He had always known that their bond would not be embraced by everyone, but hearing the extent of the opposition sent a chill down his spine. The Sirens were not just a people, they were a force, a power unlike anything Seb had ever encountered. They controlled the seas, their power reaching far beyond the shores and into the very heart of the ocean. And now, that power was being tested. Seb felt the weight of that knowledge press down on him, the knowledge that their very existence was being challenged by those who would rather see their world burn than allow for change. Seb's mind raced, trying to process the enormity of what Alaric had said. He had been a pirate, a man who had fought for survival on the high seas, but this was different. This wasn't just about gold or treasure, this was about the fate of their world. The Sirens' control over the ocean was not something that could be easily overcome, and the factions that stood against them would be far more dangerous than any enemy Seb had ever faced. He swallowed hard, his hands clenching into fists. "Who are these factions?" he asked, his voice tight with concern. He needed to know who they were up against, who held the power to stop them before they even began. Alaric's eyes darkened further, his jaw tightening as though he were reluctant to name the enemies that lurked in the shadows. "The first group is led by a faction of traditionalists," he began slowly, his tone betraying a deep-seated disdain. "They believe in the old ways, an era of isolation and dominance over the seas. They see our union as an abomination, a threat to the very foundation of Siren society. They want to keep the clans fractured, divided, because that's the only way they can maintain control. They'll do anything to preserve the status quo, even if it means sinking entire fleets to stop us." Seb's stomach churned at the thought. He had faced enemies in the past, ruthless pirates, corrupt officials, but the Sirens were a different breed altogether. These traditionalists, as Alaric described them, weren't just after power. They were after control over the very essence of the seas, and they would kill to keep it. Seb's mind flashed to the powerful Siren voices, the way they could command the tides themselves. The thought of those voices being turned against them made his blood run cold. "The second faction is even more dangerous," Alaric continued, his voice dropping to a near whisper, as though speaking their names aloud would summon their wrath. "They are led by a Siren known as Nereus, a figure of great power and influence. Nereus believes that the prophecy is not just a lie, it's a threat to their very existence. They see us as the harbingers of destruction, and they are willing to go to any lengths to prevent our union. Nereus is a master manipulator, and they have already begun to rally support from within the other clans. Their influence is vast, and their reach extends far beyond what we can imagine. Seb felt a cold shiver run down his spine. He had heard whispers of Nereus, but never in such detail. The name alone carried a weight, a sense of foreboding that made Seb's blood feel like ice. To know that someone like Nereus, someone with so much power and influence, was standing in their way was almost too much to comprehend. It was as if the very foundation of their world was cracking, and Nereus was at the center of it all, pulling the strings. The thought of going up against someone like that made Seb question whether they stood a chance. And the third faction? Seb asked, his voice hoarse. Alaric had only mentioned two, but Seb knew there was more to the story. He needed to know everything, every piece of the puzzle, before they made their next move. They couldn't afford to be blindsided by the unknown. Alaric hesitated before answering, his gaze turning inward as though he were searching for the right words. The third faction is the most difficult to understand, he said quietly. They are led by those who do not care about the prophecy, at least not in the way you think. They care only about power. They see our union as an opportunity to seize control over both the land and the sea, to combine the two worlds under their rule. They will stop at nothing to ensure that they come out on top, regardless of who or what they have to destroy along the way. These are the ones who will see us as pawns in a much larger game, and they will use everything at their disposal to bend us to their will. Seb's mind was reeling now. The weight of their situation had grown heavier with each word that left Alaric's mouth. They were not just fighting against enemies. They were fighting against forces far more complicated, far more dangerous than they had ever anticipated. The prophecy, their bond, everything was on the line, and the factions that opposed them would stop at nothing to see them fail. Do you think they'll come for us? Seb asked again, his voice barely above a whisper. The question had changed since he first asked it. It wasn't just about fear anymore, it was about survival. They were caught in the middle of something much bigger than themselves, and there was no way out except to face it head on. Alaric stood motionless for a moment, his expression pensive, as he carefully considered how to explain the intricate divisions within the Siren ranks. The weight of the situation pressed heavily on him, and Seb could sense the burden that rested on his shoulders. Finally, Alaric spoke, his voice steady yet somber, as though each word was a reminder of the stakes at hand. There are the Guardians, he began, his eyes distant as if seeing the faces of those who opposed them. They are the traditionalists, the ones who hold fast to the ancient laws of our people. To them, the union we represent is an abomination, an affront to the very essence of what it means to be a siren. They believe that our existence is tied to our isolation, that we should remain separate from humans, who they view as nothing more than enemies. Seb absorbed the words, feeling the weight of Alaric's description settle heavily in his chest. The idea that such powerful factions existed within the Siren world, each with its own agenda and vision for the future, was staggering. It wasn't just about personal beliefs, it was a matter of survival for them all. The Guardians, as Alaric had called them, were not just dissenters. They were a force with the power to shape the course of history. Their vision was one of separation, of keeping the Sirens distant from the humans they had long seen as adversaries. Seb could understand their fear. The humans had never been kind to the Sirens, but it still felt archaic, a mindset rooted in a past that could no longer be sustained. As Seb processed the weight of this revelation, he found himself piecing together the information he had gathered over the past weeks. He had seen the different factions at play. The Guardians were one side, but there had to be others who saw things differently. He turned to Alaric, the question already forming in his mind. And then there are the Seekers, Seb said, his voice steady but tinged with the realization that he was beginning to understand the complexity of their predicament. The ones who want to embrace the prophecy. The ones who believe in change. Alaric's eyes met Seb's, his expression grave but with a flicker of hope behind them. Yes, he confirmed, nodding slowly. The Seekers are more flexible in their thinking. They see the prophecy not as a curse, but as an opportunity, a chance for a new future. They believe that sirens and humans can coexist, that there is a way to bridge the gap between our worlds. His voice dropped, and his gaze darkened. But their voices are drowned out by the Guardians. The Guardians hold far more power and influence, and their vision of a divided world is the one that dominates our society. Seb's heart sank as he absorbed Alaric's words. The battle ahead was not just a physical one, it was ideological, too. The Seekers and the Guardians were locked in a struggle for the soul of their people. And in this struggle, Seb and Alaric found themselves caught in the crossfire. The weight of it all pressed down on Seb's chest, making it hard to breathe. He had never asked for this responsibility. He had never wanted to become a symbol, a bridge between two worlds on the brink of conflict. Yet here he was, bound by the prophecy, the fate of their worlds hanging in the balance. Seb rubbed his temples, trying to steady his racing thoughts. The pressure was unbearable. He had always prided himself on being a pirate, a man who made his own decisions, charted his own course. But now, the choices before him weren't just about survival or treasure, they were about the future of entire civilizations. He glanced at Alaric, whose calm demeanor hid the same turmoil Seb felt. Alaric, too, was carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. It wasn't just the siren people who depended on their success. It was the entire fragile balance between the land and the sea, the humans and the sirens. Failure was not an option, and the consequences were unimaginable. For a moment, Seb thought about running. It was a fleeting thought, born out of the overwhelming sense of helplessness that gripped him. He had no desire to lead a revolution, no interest in becoming a hero or a martyr. He just wanted to survive, to be free. But as quickly as the thought came, he rejected it. Running wasn't an option anymore. The prophecy had already set its course, and he was tied to it whether he wanted to be or not. His bond with Alaric had sealed his fate, and that bond wasn't something he could turn his back on. I didn't ask for this, Seb muttered under his breath, the words escaping before he could stop them. The burden of their destiny, the responsibility to change the world, felt crushing. He had never asked for the fate of their people to rest on his shoulders. But as much as he wished it weren't true, it was. Alaric had become his anchor, the one person who understood the weight of it all. They were in this together, bound by something far deeper than just the prophecy. Alaric seemed to sense Seb's turmoil. He placed a hand on Seb's shoulder, a firm but reassuring gesture. None of us asked for this, he said softly, his voice laced with a quiet strength that seemed to fill the space between them. But this is the path we've been given. We don't have to do it alone, Seb. We fight together, for both our worlds. We can't change the past, but we have the power to shape the future. His words, though heavy with their truth, carried a promise that they would face whatever came next side by side. Seb took a deep breath, his hands still trembling from the weight of their conversation. He knew that Alaric was right. There was no going back. The future was now in their hands, and whatever came next, they would face it together. It was no longer just about survival. It was about building a future where the sea and the land, the sirens and the humans, could finally coexist. But to do that, they would have to confront the Guardians, the Seekers, and the storm that was already brewing on the horizon. The stakes had never been higher, and Seb had no choice but to rise to the challenge. Is there anyone else who might help us? Seb asked, his voice carrying the weight of desperation he had been trying to suppress. His eyes were filled with a mix of concern and frustration, the magnitude of their task pressing on him in ways he hadn't anticipated. The stakes were higher than ever, and he couldn't shake the feeling that time was running out. Anyone who isn't afraid of this change. Alaric's gaze softened, but there was an unmistakable sadness behind his eyes. It was a sorrow born from years of witnessing division and turmoil within his own people. There are always those who will fight for what's right, Seb, he replied, his tone calm but heavy with the burden of truth. But they are few and far between. Most sirens, especially those in power, will not risk their position for a chance at a future they do not believe in. The words hung in the air, a stark reminder of the deep divisions within the siren society. The resistance they sought wouldn't come easily, and the path ahead was fraught with peril. Seb took a step back, his eyes now drawn to the vast ocean that stretched endlessly before him. The waves crashed against the rocks with relentless power, each one a reminder of the forces they were up against. His mind raced with the weight of the prophecy, the growing threat of division among the sirens, and the fear of what could happen if they failed. The responsibility that had fallen on his shoulders seemed overwhelming, and for a moment, he wondered if they were truly strong enough to carry it. Yet, even as the fear threatened to consume him, something else stirred beneath the surface, a quiet but persistent force that refused to be drowned out by the chaos. It was his bond with Alaric. The connection between them had deepened over time, evolving from something fragile into a bond that was unshakable. In Alaric, Seb had found someone who shared his vision, someone who understood the stakes and was willing to fight for the future they both believed in. That shared purpose, that unity between them, gave Seb the strength to push forward, even when the odds seemed insurmountable. For a long moment, Seb stood in silence, the weight of the ocean's power reflecting the gravity of their situation. He felt the cool breeze against his face, the salt of the air stinging his skin, and yet it was a reminder of what they were fighting for. The sea was vast, unpredictable, and wild, but it was also a symbol of the potential for unity. If they could bridge the divide between their worlds, if they could show the sirens and the humans that cooperation was possible, then perhaps the chaos could be tempered. We can't let them win, Seb said quietly, more to himself than to Alaric. The words were a mantra, a resolve he had been nurturing since the very beginning. He couldn't allow fear and hatred to dictate the future, not when there was a chance to change things, to create something better. The vision of a world where sirens and humans coexisted in peace wasn't just a dream, it was a possibility. A difficult, uncertain one, but still a possibility. Alaric turned to face him, his eyes burning with the same intensity that Seb could feel surging through him. No, we can't, he agreed, his voice firm with conviction. This prophecy isn't just some abstract concept, it's our future. And we're not going to let it be twisted by those who are too afraid to see beyond their own fears. His words were fierce, an oath spoken with the kind of resolve that only grew stronger in the face of adversity. Seb clenched his fists, feeling the weight of his own fear melting into something else. It wasn't just the fear of failure that drove him. It was the desire to prove that there was more to life than division, more to their world than the animosity that had existed for centuries. They had a chance to break that cycle, to forge a new path, and he wasn't going to let it slip away. Not when they had already come so far. He turned his gaze back to Alaric, his heart pounding with a renewed sense of purpose. We have to show them, he said, his voice steady despite the turmoil within. We have to show them that there's a better way. That the future doesn't have to be defined by fear, by the past, by what's always been. He took a deep breath, the words carrying the weight of a promise. We'll fight for that future. Together. Alaric met his gaze, his expression a mirror of Seb's determination. Together, he repeated, the promise hanging between them like a vow. No matter the obstacles, No matter the danger, they would face it side by side. This wasn't just about them. It was about the future of their worlds, about the change they had the power to create. And they would fight, with everything they had, to see that future realized. Alaric's expression softened as he looked at Seb, and for a fleeting moment, Seb caught the glimmer of something that had been missing in his eyes: hope. It was a fragile thing, delicate, like the first light of dawn pushing through the dark clouds of night. His words were quiet but filled with a weight that echoed between them. "You're right," Alaric said, his voice low and steady. "But the path ahead will not be easy. We will have to fight, not just against the Guardians, but against the very traditions that have held our people captive for centuries." His words lingered in the air like a warning, a reminder of the immense challenge they faced. It wasn't just the factions they would have to battle, but an entire way of life, a culture built on centuries of isolation and distrust. Seb felt the gravity of what Alaric was saying, and for a moment, the enormity of the task ahead seemed almost too much to bear. The Sirens had lived in separation from the human world for as long as Seb could remember, and the traditions that bound them were not easily broken. The Guardians, the powerful faction that held sway over the majority of Siren kind, would never relinquish their control without a fight. And the Guardians weren't the only ones who clung to the old ways. It was ingrained in the very bones of the Siren people, this belief in their superiority, their separation. Challenging that would be like trying to move the oceans themselves. But Seb wasn't willing to back down. He couldn't. Not when so much was at stake. The winds around them shifted, picking up with a sudden intensity, whipping through Seb's hair and tugging at his clothes. The air grew thick, charged with an energy that seemed to mirror the turmoil within him. It wasn't just the natural world reacting to their conversation. It felt as though the very sea was responding, its tides shifting, the storm on the horizon growing closer with each passing moment. Seb turned sharply, scanning the vast stretch of ocean before him. Dark clouds were gathering, their darkened forms swirling ominously across the sky. The storm from earlier was no longer just a distant threat. It was moving toward them with terrifying speed, as if the world itself was preparing for the inevitable conflict that lay ahead. The storm wasn't just a weather pattern, it was a sign, a symbol of the coming battle. Seb's pulse quickened as the winds howled around him. The storm was no longer just a natural occurrence. It was a harbinger. He could feel the tension in the air, the rising pressure that signaled the coming of something much larger. It was more than just the Sirens' internal struggle. It was the fate of both their worlds hanging in the balance. The prophecy had set everything in motion, and there was no turning back now. The divisions between the factions of Sirens, the ancient divide between those who wanted to maintain the status quo and those who dared to believe in change, were growing wider by the moment. And the battle for the future was about to begin. Seb's voice was steady, but there was an edge of urgency beneath his words. "We'll have to gather support," he said, his gaze locked on the storm now raging before them. "We'll need allies. Those who see the truth of the prophecy, those who believe in a better future." The words felt like a call to arms. There was no time to waste. Seb knew that they couldn't fight this battle alone. They needed others who shared their vision, others who could help tip the balance in their favor. It wasn't just about defeating their enemies. It was about uniting their people, bridging the divide that had existed for so long between the Sirens and humans, and bringing about the change that the prophecy had foretold. Alaric's eyes narrowed as he considered the challenge ahead. He nodded in agreement, his expression grim but resolute. "I have contacts among the Seekers, those who will stand with us," he said, his voice carrying the weight of both hope and caution. "But it won't be enough. We'll need to convince the Guardians too, or this conflict will tear us apart before we even have a chance." Seb could hear the determination in his voice. but he also heard the undercurrent of doubt. The Seekers were the faction that believed in the prophecy's power, the ones who saw a future where sirens and humans could coexist. But the Guardians, with their entrenched power and ancient ways, would not be easily swayed. Convincing them to join their cause was a task that would require more than just words. It would take strength, strategy, and a willingness to break the very traditions that had held their society together for centuries. Seb clenched his fists at his sides, feeling the weight of their predicament settle deeper into his chest. They were up against more than just a group of dissenters. They were challenging an entire belief system, an entire way of life. The Guardians weren't just warriors. They were the keepers of a legacy, the protectors of a culture that had survived for millennia. And convincing them to embrace change, to see the truth of the prophecy, would be one of the greatest challenges of their lives. Seb had never shied away from a fight, but this was different. This wasn't just a physical battle. It was a war for the very soul of their people. He took a deep breath, pushing aside the growing doubt that threatened to cloud his thoughts. "We have to try," Seb said, his voice firm with conviction. "We can't let fear or tradition decide our future. We have to show them that change is not a threat, it's a chance. A chance to create something better, something that will unite us all." He turned back to face Alaric, his resolve clear in his eyes. The storm was closing in, and with it, the weight of their mission. The prophecy, the future of the Sirens, the fate of their union, it all depended on their ability to change the hearts and minds of those in power. But Seb wasn't afraid. Not anymore. Alaric met Seb's gaze, his expression unyielding. "You're right," he said, his voice carrying a strength that resonated deep within Seb's chest. "We fight not just for ourselves, but for our people. For the future of both our worlds." There was no turning back now. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with peril, but it was the only path they could take. Seb had never expected to be at the center of such a monumental struggle, but now that he knew there was no other choice but to fight. And together they would face the storm, no matter how fierce it became. As Seb looked back at the storm, the realization hit him. This battle was bigger than either of them. It wasn't just about the Sirens or the prophecy. It was about the future itself, about what they were willing to fight for. The storm was coming, and it was up to them to determine what kind of world would emerge when it finally passed. The tension between them was palpable, hanging in the air like a storm ready to break. Seb felt it pressing down on him, thick and suffocating, as if the very weight of the world had settled onto his shoulders. Every word, every glance between them felt charged with a sense of inevitability. The Sirens, once a proud and powerful people, had always been divided. Their differences, whether in belief, desire, or fear, had been the cracks in their society, the fault lines that had long kept them fractured. And now, with the prophecy threatening to change everything they had known, those divisions were no longer just something to be ignored. They were glaring, undeniable, and dangerous. The very foundation of their world was on the brink of shifting, and there was no telling whether it would crumble or evolve into something new. Seb's mind raced, his thoughts colliding with the urgency of the situation. The Sirens had never been a unified people, and that was a truth they could no longer afford to ignore. They had lived for centuries divided by ancient customs, their beliefs splintered, their loyalties to their clans often greater than their loyalty to their kind. But the prophecy, the very thing that had brought Seb and Alaric together, was something that threatened to change it all. The world they had known, a world of separation and struggle, was crumbling in the face of something far more powerful. The winds had shifted, and the very currents of the ocean were now steering them toward a future they hadn't been prepared for. The divisions within their society, once manageable, had become impossible to ignore. And now, those divisions were tearing at the fabric of everything they had known. Seb's voice broke through the silence, low but unwavering, his words carrying the weight of the realization that had been growing within him for some time. "There's no time to waste," he said, his tone sharp with a newfound sense of urgency. "We have to act now, before it's too late." The words were simple, yet they felt monumental, as though they had finally crossed the threshold from thought into action. There was no more hesitation, no more waiting for the perfect moment. The time to act had arrived, and they couldn't afford to let it slip through their fingers. If they didn't make a move now, the world they fought for might never come to be. Seb could feel the weight of the prophecy pressing against him, the knowledge that the future, of both the sirens and the humans, was in their hands. Alaric's eyes met his, and in that single, silent exchange, Seb saw something that went beyond words. There was an understanding between them, a shared truth that neither of them needed to voice. The stakes had never been higher. This wasn't just about them anymore. This was no longer a fight for their bond, their love, or their own futures. They were fighting for something far greater, the very soul of the ocean itself. For centuries, the ocean had been a place of separation, of factions and territories, each holding tight to their own customs and fears. But now, they stood on the precipice of something new, something that could unite their people and break free from the chains of tradition. The battle ahead wasn't just for survival. It was for the future of everything they held dear, for the chance to bring about change, and for the hope of a world where division no longer defined them. With a final nod, Seb turned away from the cliffside, the wind whipping through his hair, carrying with it the promise of what was to come. The storm in the distance seemed to mirror the storm in his heart, wild, untamed, and full of energy that could not be controlled. The road ahead would not be easy, that much was certain. They had no guarantees, no assurances that they would succeed. Their enemies were strong, their beliefs deeply ingrained, and the forces they were up against were powerful. But as Seb set his gaze toward the horizon, he knew one thing for sure. He was willing to fight. He would not let fear or division dictate the outcome. He would not let the future slip away because of the weight of the past. He had glimpsed what could be, and he would fight with everything he had to make it a reality. The wind howled around them, as if urging them forward, pushing them toward the unknown. Seb's heart beat faster, his pulse quickening with the anticipation of the battle that was to come. It was a strange thing, to feel both fear and excitement intertwined in the same breath. The future was uncertain, the path ahead shrouded in shadow, but Seb was no longer afraid. He had seen the light at the end of the tunnel, the possibility of a future where the sirens and humans could live in harmony, a future where division no longer held them back. And that future, no matter how hard the road ahead might be, was worth fighting for. Beside him, Alaric stood tall, his expression hardening with resolve. His features were set in determination, and his eyes, once filled with uncertainty, now glinted with a quiet confidence. Together, they would face whatever came next. They would fight not only for their bond but for the future of their people, for the hope of a world that could exist beyond the divisions that had long defined them. Seb could feel the strength in Alaric's presence, the unwavering support that had always been there, even in the darkest moments. And in that moment, Seb realized just how deeply their fates were intertwined, not just by prophecy, but by the shared desire to break free from the chains of the past. The ocean stretched out before them, vast and endless, a reflection of the uncertainty that lay ahead. Yet Seb knew that they were not alone in this fight. The winds were changing, the tides shifting, and there were others out there, others who believed in the same future they did. It would take time, it would take effort, and it would take every ounce of strength they had. But together they could do it. They could change the course of their world, shift the balance, and unite the factions that had long been at odds. The ocean had always been a place of power, of mystery, and of separation. But now, it was a place of possibility. "We'll fight," Seb said, his voice steady, full of conviction. "We'll fight for the future we deserve." It wasn't just a promise to Alaric. It was a vow to the ocean, to their people, and to themselves. They would not go down without a fight. Whatever came next, they would face it together. The storm was coming, but they were ready. The winds were behind them, and the ocean was theirs to claim. Together, they would face the future, no matter what it held. Chapter 19: The Captain's Resolve. The sun had dipped below the horizon, its last rays of light fading into the darkening expanse of the sea. A blanket of twilight had descended, painting the world in deep blues and purples, with the first stars beginning to twinkle faintly above. The water, once calm and inviting, now surged with a restless energy, its waves crashing violently against the shore. The roar of the ocean seemed almost alive, echoing with an unease that mirrored the tensions brewing not only on land but beneath the waves. Seb stood at the edge of a cliff, gazing out over the tumultuous sea, feeling the cool evening breeze bite at his skin, carrying with it the scent of salt and impending storm. His heart, though, burned with a fierce purpose, one that had been steadily kindling inside him, growing stronger with each passing moment, each decision he was forced to make. As he stood there, Seb felt the pull of the ocean beneath him, its vastness calling to him in a way he had never experienced before. He had always been a man of action, a pirate born from the sea, driven by the need to sail, to conquer, and to control the wild, unpredictable waters that had shaped his life. The sea had been his domain, and in many ways, it had been the only thing that ever truly made sense to him. But now, as he stood on the edge of the world he had known, Seb found himself facing a new kind of battle, one that threatened to tear him between two worlds. On one side, there was the life he had built, the world of pirates and freedom. On the other, a new world had opened up to him, one of sirens, prophecies, and an impossible bond that seemed to stretch across the very fabric of his existence. The conflict within Seb was palpable, an ever-present tension that gnawed at him from within. He had always been defined by his ability to act, to make decisions and take charge, no matter the consequences. But now, he found himself caught in the delicate balance between what he had always known and what fate had thrust upon him. The sirens, the prophecy, the bond with Alaric, it all felt like a storm brewing within him, an internal clash between the old life he had fought so hard to build and the future that seemed to be pulling him in an entirely new direction. The ocean, once a familiar and comforting force, had become something far more complicated. Its call now felt like a siren's song, distant yet all-consuming, drawing him deeper into a world that was both terrifying and exhilarating. And yet, as much as Seb felt the weight of this internal war, there was one thing he knew for certain. There was only one path left for him to take. He could not turn back. No matter how deep the ocean's call had grown, no matter how foreign or impossible this new world seemed, he could not escape it. The bond between him and Alaric was no longer just a consequence of fate. It had become something he could not deny, something that transcended the battles and the conflicts of his past life. His heart, once so firmly anchored in the life of a pirate, now beat in sync with something much older, much deeper. The sea was no longer his to conquer. It had become a part of him, a part of something far greater than anything he had ever understood. With a final glance at the turbulent waters, Seb turned away from the ocean, his gaze shifting toward Alaric. The siren stood beside him, a figure as much a part of the darkness as the sea itself. In the fading light, Alaric's form was almost indistinguishable from the shadows, his presence so overwhelming yet so subtle that it seemed to blend seamlessly with the very air around them. The energy that radiated from Alaric was unlike anything Seb had ever felt, vast, deep, and ancient. It was as if the siren was not just a being of flesh and blood, but a living embodiment of the ocean itself, a force as old as the tides. And yet, despite the power Alaric exuded, there was something else in his presence, an intimacy, a quiet understanding that spoke to Seb in ways words could not. Alaric's eyes, those piercing pools of silver, glinted in the dim light, their depths reflecting not just the ocean's endless expanse but something more, a history, a sorrow, a longing that Seb had begun to understand more deeply with every passing day. Those eyes, once distant and full of ancient grief, were now fixed on Seb with an expression that conveyed both uncertainty and trust. There was a fragility in Alaric's gaze, an unspoken plea for something Seb had not yet fully understood. It was as if Alaric was standing on the precipice of his own choice, just as Seb was, unsure of what the future held, but trusting that together, they might find a way to navigate the storm ahead. Seb's heart clenched at the sight of that look. In that moment, he realized that their journey was no longer just about survival. It was about something deeper, something beyond the confines of their separate worlds. It was about trust, about breaking free from the past, and about embracing a future neither of them had been prepared for. Seb's connection with Alaric had grown in ways he could not explain, and despite the uncertainty that lay before them, he knew that he could not face it alone. He had come to rely on Alaric in ways he never thought possible, and the thought of stepping forward without him was unthinkable. The winds began to stir once more, the air thick with the salt of the sea and the weight of the decisions that lay ahead. Seb knew that the path they would walk together would not be easy, and the dangers they faced were far from over. The ocean itself seemed to beckon them forward, its dark depths concealing both danger and promise. But with Alaric beside him, Seb felt a strange sense of calm, as though they were not alone in this fight. They were in this together, bound not just by the prophecy, but by a connection that went deeper than anything either of them had ever known. The road ahead was uncertain, but for the first time, Seb felt ready to face it. With one last, lingering look at the sea, Seb stepped forward, his gaze never leaving Alaric's. There was no more room for doubt, no more hesitation. The choice had been made, and the future awaited them. Together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead, with the ocean as their witness and their bond as their strength. "I've been thinking," Seb said, his voice low but resolute. The sound of the ocean crashing below them almost drowned out his words, but they reached Alaric's ears, cutting through the wind and the tumultuous sea. The siren's attention snapped to Seb immediately, his sharp senses honed to every shift in the air. Seb's voice, though barely above a whisper, carried a weight that was impossible to ignore. Alaric's eyes darkened with a mix of concern and curiosity, a flicker of something unspoken passing through them. "About what?" he asked, his tone steady yet laced with an undercurrent of worry. The question hung in the air between them, charged with anticipation. He could sense that whatever decision Seb had come to was not a light one. The air itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the words that would follow. Seb ran a hand through his tangled hair, the gesture almost instinctive as he fought to collect his thoughts. The wind tugged at his clothes, sending chills across his skin, but it wasn't the cold that made him shiver. It was the weight of the decision he had been carrying for days, a decision that seemed to grow heavier the longer he ignored it. The prophecy, the factions within the sirens, the bond that had unexpectedly formed between him and Alaric, it was all too much, too complicated to navigate alone. He could feel the storm brewing within him, the swirling chaos of emotions, and yet, he was certain of one thing: he couldn't avoid it any longer. He had to make a choice. "About everything," Seb replied, his voice barely above the roar of the ocean. His words were laden with the gravity of his thoughts. He had spent countless nights lying awake, his mind racing through the complexities of their situation, unable to silence the questions that plagued him. The prophecy, with its promises of a future intertwined with danger and uncertainty. The divisions among the sirens, with the guardians and seekers pulling them in opposing directions. And above all, the bond with Alaric, a connection that was growing stronger with every passing day. Seb had been fighting it, resisting it, but now he realized it was futile. The path he was on had already been set, and there was no turning back. His fingers tightened around the edge of the cliff, as if the stone beneath his hands could offer him the steadiness he needed. "The prophecy, the factions, our bond, all of it," Seb continued, his voice thick with the weight of his words. "I've made up my mind." The declaration was a quiet one, but it reverberated in the space between them, as though the very earth and sea were listening. Seb's heart hammered in his chest, his pulse quickening with the certainty that had finally taken root. No more hesitation, no more second guessing. He was ready to act. Alaric took a step closer, his movements fluid and precise, like a shadow merging with the night. His eyes never left Seb, studying him with an intensity that made Seb's breath catch in his throat. There was no mistaking the depth of the siren's concern, nor the unspoken question that lingered in the air. "What are you saying?" Alaric asked, his voice soft but edged with urgency. It was a question that held so much more than mere curiosity. It was a plea for clarity, a desire to understand the decision Seb was about to make. The silence that followed stretched long, as both of them waited for the answer that would shape the course of their future. Seb exhaled slowly, trying to steady his racing thoughts, but he knew that there was no point in holding back any longer. The time for decisions was now, and he could feel the weight of the choice settling on his shoulders. His gaze met Alaric's, and for a brief moment, he saw something in the siren's eyes, an emotion too complex to name, but one that resonated deeply within him. It was as if Alaric was searching for the same answer, hoping against hope that whatever Seb said next would offer the clarity they both needed. "I'm ready," Seb said finally, his voice low but unwavering. The words held power, and as they left his lips, he felt a shift within himself. There was no more doubt, no more fear. He had made his choice. "I'm ready to fight for this. For us. For everything we stand to lose if we don't take action." His heart surged with a sense of resolve that filled him from head to toe. The path would not be easy, and the risks were as great as the rewards, but he was no longer afraid of what lay ahead. What he feared most now was not taking that first step. Seb faced Alaric fully now, his posture unwavering, his eyes locked onto the siren with a quiet intensity. The air between them seemed charged, as though the very weight of his decision was enough to alter the course of the winds. "I'm staying," he declared, his voice steady but thick with the enormity of his words. Despite the simple nature of the statement, Seb felt as though the weight of 1,000 anchors was pulling at his heart, binding him to this moment. "I'm staying with you, Alaric. I'm not leaving. Not until we uncover the truth of the prophecy and figure out what the hell we're supposed to do with it. I'm not going to run from this. From you." His words rang clear, a vow that seemed to solidify something deep within him. Alaric's eyes widened at Seb's declaration, and for a brief moment, the siren seemed frozen in place, as though the weight of Seb's decision had taken him off guard. There was a flicker of something passing through his gaze, surprise certainly, but also something softer, something deeper that Seb couldn't quite place. Alaric's lips parted as though to speak, but the words didn't come. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the vast expanse of the ocean, his eyes distant, as though he sought answers from the waves themselves. His heart seemed to race, caught between the deep affection he felt for Seb and the crushing weight of duty to his people. The bond that had grown between them was undeniable, but it was also a double-edged sword. They were tethered together by forces neither fully understood, a connection that could either save or doom them both. "I've heard the whispers, Seb," Alaric said at last, his voice barely audible, lost to the sound of the wind. His words were heavy with the burden of what he knew. "I've seen the divisions among my people. There are those who would see us torn apart. They'll stop at nothing to prevent the prophecy from coming true. They think it's a curse, that it will lead to destruction. If you stay, you're putting yourself in grave danger." Alaric's gaze drifted back to Seb, his eyes filled with a quiet desperation. "You don't understand how powerful these factions are. They won't hesitate to kill you if it means preserving the old ways." Seb stood firm, his jaw tightening as Alaric's words hung in the air. He could see the worry in the siren's eyes, the weight of what Alaric was asking him to comprehend. But Seb wasn't swayed. He had been living on the edge of danger his entire life. His existence had been one of constant risk, where every decision could mean life or death. Yet, even in the face of Alaric's warning, he refused to back down. "I understand more than you think," Seb said, his voice low but unwavering. There was a hard edge to his words now, a resolve that had taken root deep within him. "I've lived on the edge of danger my whole life. I'm not afraid of a few factions. He let out a dry chuckle, though there was no humor in it. Hell, I fought entire fleets. What are a few angry sirens compared to that? Alaric's gaze softened, but there was still a deep concern in his eyes. He could see the fire in Seb's gaze, the steadfastness that had made him a formidable pirate, a leader of men. But this was different. The stakes were higher now. The factions within the Sirens were not like the enemies Seb had faced in the past. These were beings bound by ancient power, whose control over the seas was unmatched. Alaric knew that Seb's courage, while admirable, could also be his undoing. But there was something else in Seb's words, something that resonated within him. He wasn't just talking about fighting against physical enemies. He was speaking about standing by him, by their bond, even if it meant facing down the very forces that threatened to tear them apart. I don't want to lose you, Alaric admitted softly, his voice vulnerable for the first time. It was a quiet confession, one that he had been reluctant to voice. The weight of his people's expectations, the fear of what their bond could mean for both of their worlds, it had all kept him silent for so long. But now, with Seb's resolve laid bare before him, Alaric could no longer hide the depth of his feelings. I never wanted this to become a fight for survival, but now it seems we don't have a choice. Seb met his gaze, the intensity of his own emotions matching Alaric's. He could feel the tug of their bond, stronger than ever before. It wasn't just about the prophecy anymore, or the factions, or the looming danger. It was about the two of them, standing together, facing the impossible. And Seb knew, without a doubt, that he would not let fear or uncertainty drive them apart. We'll face it together, he said, his voice firm with the promise of what they could overcome as a united force. No matter what they throw at us, we'll stand strong. I'm not going anywhere. Alaric's gaze softened further, and for a fleeting moment, Seb saw the weight of centuries of tradition lifting from his shoulders, replaced by the strength of a new path, one that they would forge together. The storm that had been building in both their hearts seemed to dissipate, replaced by a calm determination. Then we have a lot of work ahead of us, Alaric murmured, his voice still heavy with the gravity of the situation. But there was a sense of resolve in it now, a shared understanding that the path they were about to walk would not be easy. Yet they would walk it side by side, no matter the cost. Seb nodded, his heart steady in his chest. Together, he repeated, as if reaffirming the vow he had made to himself, to Alaric, and to the future they were about to fight for. The world around them felt vast, overwhelming even, but for the first time in what felt like forever, Seb was ready to face it all, knowing that whatever happened next, he wouldn't be alone. Alaric's expression darkened, his jaw tightening as if the weight of Seb's words had struck a nerve. The frustration in his eyes was palpable, his lips pressed into a thin line. He took a slow breath, his shoulders rising and falling with the effort to keep his composure. You don't understand, he said, his voice rough with tension. This isn't about pirates and sirens fighting for dominance. This is about something far bigger than either of us. The prophecy, the union, it's about changing everything, about bringing together two worlds that have been at odds for centuries. And you think we can just waltz in and change all of that? The disbelief in his voice was unmistakable, as if Seb's resolve was naive, even reckless. Alaric's words hung in the air like a storm cloud, heavy with the enormity of what they were facing. Seb stood his ground, his gaze unwavering, meeting Alaric's with an intensity that was unshakable. His pulse quickened, not from fear, but from a deep sense of conviction. He could feel the weight of the moment, the crossroads they were at. I don't think we can change everything overnight, Seb replied, his voice steady, despite the storm swirling between them. But I know one thing for sure. I'm not walking away from this. Not from you. Not from the truth. His words were sharp, cutting through the tension like a blade. We've already come this far, and I won't abandon it now. I won't let them tear us apart because they're scared of what might come next. Whatever happens, I'm staying with you. His resolve was solid, a promise he was unwilling to break. The silence that followed stretched on between them, thick and suffocating. The wind howled in the distance, but in that moment, all Seb could hear was the sound of his own heartbeat. the rhythmic pounding that seemed to mirror the uncertainty in Alaric's gaze. He could feel the weight of Alaric's conflicted thoughts, the turmoil that churned beneath the siren's calm exterior. The tension between them was so palpable that it seemed to thicken the very air they breathed. Seb's heart ached for Alaric, for the battle he knew the siren was fighting within himself. It wasn't just the prophecy or their bond, it was a struggle between duty, fear, and love, and it was clear that Alaric was torn. Alaric's eyes flickered away, his gaze drifting to the ocean, where the waves crashed violently against the rocks. His posture shifted, shoulders slumping slightly as if the weight of their conversation was pressing down on him. When he spoke again, his voice was quieter, almost hesitant, like he wasn't entirely sure how to voice the thoughts that had been plaguing him. "You're a fool, Seb," he said, the words bitter, tinged with something darker beneath the surface. "You don't know what you're asking. There's no going back from this. Once you're involved, you'll be bound to the prophecy. Bound to me." His eyes locked onto Seb's once more, this time with an intensity that felt like a warning, or perhaps a plea for understanding. Seb's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't flinch. He had anticipated the weight of Alaric's words, but hearing them spoken aloud made the reality of their situation all the more tangible. Alaric's hesitation, his fear, was something Seb understood all too well. They had been on different paths for so long, two worlds that had never meant to meet. But now, those paths had converged, and there was no turning back. "I'm not afraid of being bound," Seb said, his voice firm. "I'm not afraid of the prophecy or the danger that comes with it. I've lived my life surrounded by chaos, always running, always fighting. But I'm done running, Alaric. I've made my choice." He took a step forward, closing the distance between them, his resolve unshaken by the uncertainty that clouded the air. Alaric's lips parted, as if he wanted to say more, but he didn't. Instead, he stood there, his eyes searching Seb's face, as if looking for a hint of doubt, some crack in Seb's resolve that might give him the chance to change his mind. But Seb's gaze never wavered. He had never been more certain of anything in his life. The prophecy, the factions, the battle ahead, it didn't matter. What mattered was the bond between them, the connection they shared that no one, not even the gods or the tides themselves, could sever. Seb had chosen this path, and he wasn't backing down. Alaric exhaled a long breath, his shoulders sagging as if a heavy burden had been momentarily lifted. There was something in his eyes now, an acceptance, a quiet recognition of Seb's determination. "You're making this harder than it needs to be," he said softly, his voice tinged with a sadness that Seb could feel in his very bones. "I never wanted this for you. I never wanted to drag you into a war that has nothing to do with you." But his words lacked the anger that had once accompanied his frustrations. Instead, there was something else, something that resembled resignation. Seb stepped closer, his presence grounding Alaric, his hand resting gently on the siren's arm. "You didn't drag me into anything," he said, his voice steady but gentle. "I chose this. I chose you. And I won't back down, not now, not ever. We face this together, no matter the cost." His words hung between them, a promise not just to Alaric, but to himself as well. Whatever the future held, they would face it as one. The world might be changing, but in this moment, with the ocean crashing below and the prophecy hanging like a dark cloud over them, Seb knew one thing for certain: they would not be torn apart. Not now. Not ever. "I'm not afraid of that," Seb said, his voice steady and strong, cutting through the tension that had thickened the air around them. The words felt like a vow, an unshakable declaration, and as he spoke, he took a step forward, closing the distance between himself and Alaric. There was barely any space left now, the two of them standing so close that Seb could feel the subtle shift in the air, the electric charge between them. "I'm not afraid of what we might become. I'm not afraid of you, Alaric." His words, simple and direct, rang with a finality that left no room for doubt. There was no turning back now, not from this moment, not from this decision. For a long moment, either of them spoke, and the silence hung heavy between them. The only sound was the relentless crashing of the waves below, their rhythmic power echoing the turmoil within. Seb could feel the weight of Alaric's gaze, could sense the siren's internal struggle reflected in the quiet. His heart raced, but his mind remained clear, focused on the certainty that had settled deep within him. Whatever came next, whatever the future held, this was the path he had chosen, and he would walk it, side by side with Alaric, no matter the cost. Then, without warning, the air between them seemed to shift. Alaric moved, his hands reaching out with surprising tenderness to grasp Seb's shoulders, pulling him into an embrace that was firm, yet something more. Seb didn't resist. In fact, he let himself be pulled in, allowing the closeness to fill him with a warmth he hadn't expected. The embrace was more than physical contact. It was a quiet surrender, an acknowledgement of the truth that had been building between them, unspoken yet undeniable. For a brief, heart-stopping moment, Seb's world narrowed down to the feeling of Alaric's arms around him, the soft sound of his breath in his ear, and the ocean's roar in the background. "You're more than a fool," Alaric whispered into Seb's ear, his voice low, rough with something Seb couldn't place. It was a mixture of awe, frustration, and something deeper, more vulnerable than Seb had ever expected. "You're a damned idiot. But you're my idiot, and I don't think I can let you go now." The words were unexpected, raw, and they struck Seb like a lightning bolt, a surge of emotion crashing through him. The sincerity in Alaric's voice, the way his grip tightened around Seb, told him more than words ever could about what was at stake. This wasn't a simple alliance born of duty or prophecy. It was something personal, something that transcended all the forces pushing against them. Seb's heart skipped a beat, and his chest tightened at the weight of the words. His mind raced, overwhelmed by the intensity of Alaric's confession. The siren's usual guarded demeanor had cracked, revealing a rawness Seb had never expected. In that moment, Seb understood. This wasn't just about the prophecy or the war they were facing. It was about them, about the bond they had forged through fire and chaos, a bond that neither of them had chosen, but one that had grown into something powerful and undeniable. The realization hit him like a wave crashing against the shore. This wasn't just fate at work. It was a choice they had made together. Seb's arms instinctively wrapped around Alaric, pulling him closer, feeling the steady beat of the siren's heart beneath his hands. The touch, the closeness, spoke volumes more than words ever could. There was no fear now, no hesitation, just the raw, unfiltered reality of the bond between them. Two beings from different worlds, but now inexplicably tied together. Seb felt a rush of emotions, fear, hope, love, but above all, a deep sense of resolve. They were no longer just two individuals standing against the tide. They were something more. And that something, Seb realized, was worth fighting for. Alaric's breast shuddered against his neck, and for a moment, Seb could feel the tension in the siren's body, the unspoken burden he carried. But even as Alaric fought to hold back, Seb knew, deep down, that they were no longer alone in this. Their futures were tangled together now, and the journey they would face would be shared, no matter how uncertain it seemed. Seb knew that the road ahead would be treacherous, filled with danger and doubt, but in Alaric's arms, he found the strength to believe in their future. "You're not alone in this," Seb said softly, his voice barely a whisper against the wind. His words were meant for Alaric, but they were also a promise to himself. The uncertainty that had plagued him before was gone, replaced by something stronger, an unwavering certainty in his heart. "I'm here, and I won't let go. Not now, not ever." His words were simple, but they carried the weight of everything they had endured, everything they had yet to face. They had made their choice, and Seb would stand by Alaric through whatever storm came next. The silence stretched between them, but it wasn't uncomfortable now. It was a quiet understanding, a moment of peace before the chaos that loomed on the horizon. Seb closed his eyes, letting the sound of Alaric's steady breathing and the crashing waves fill his senses. In that moment, he knew one thing for sure: whatever came next, whatever the future held, they would face it together. And that was all that mattered. "I'm not going anywhere, Alaric," Seb said again, his voice low but unwavering, cutting through the tension that hung thick in the air between them. His words held weight, a promise forged in the fire of everything they had faced so far. "Not until we see this through. I'm in this with you, for better or for worse." The finality in his voice left no room for doubt, and as he spoke, a sense of purpose settled deep in his chest. This wasn't a decision made on impulse. It was a conscious choice, a commitment that went beyond the immediate dangers they faced. Seb wasn't just staying for the prophecy or the bond they shared. He was staying because he had come to realize that this was his fight too. He wasn't going to turn away now, not when they were so close to something that could change everything. For the first time in a long while, Seb felt the weight of his decision lift from his shoulders. The constant turmoil, the fear of what might come next, seemed to ease, replaced by a newfound sense of clarity. It wasn't just about survival anymore. It wasn't about winning a battle or outsmarting an enemy. Seb had spent much of his life reacting to situations, trying to stay one step ahead, but this felt different. This wasn't just about making it out alive. It was about something bigger. It was about facing the unknown, about choosing to stand side by side with Alaric despite all the uncertainties that loomed ahead. And it was about trusting that whatever came next, they would face it together, not as enemies or strangers, but as partners, as a united front. Alaric pulled back slightly, his gaze shifting, studying Seb's face as though searching for some sign of doubt, some flicker of uncertainty that would prove Seb wasn't as certain as he appeared. But Seb's eyes held steady, unwavering in their resolve. There was no hesitation, no second-guessing, only the quiet strength of someone who had made their decision and wouldn't back down. Alaric's eyes softened for a brief moment, and Seb could see the internal battle that still raged within him, the fear that perhaps he was pushing Seb too far, too fast. But Seb held his ground, offering nothing but his silent, steadfast confidence in return. After a long moment, Alaric let out a breath, his shoulders sagging ever so slightly, as if he had been holding the weight of 1,000 unspoken fears. There was a shift in him, a change in the air that Seb could feel deep in his bones. Alaric's expression hardened, the familiar mask of resolve slipping back into place. His gaze locked onto Seb's, and in that moment Seb saw something he hadn't seen before, a quiet acceptance, a recognition of the bond they now shared. Alaric's walls, which had been so carefully constructed, seemed to crack, just enough to let the truth of their situation seep in. "Then let's make sure we don't fail," Alaric said, his voice firm, his words carrying the weight of all that had come before. There was no room for softness in his tone now, just the unyielding drive of someone who knew what was at stake. "Because if we do, it won't just be our lives on the line. It will be the lives of both our worlds." His words were a stark reminder of the enormity of what they were undertaking. This wasn't just about them anymore, about the two of them caught in the midst of a prophecy and a war between worlds. This was about something far greater. This was about the future of both the pirate world Seb had come from and the siren world that Alaric belonged to. Two worlds that had been at odds for centuries, and now were on the brink of either destruction or transformation. Seb felt the weight of Alaric's words settle into him, grounding him in the reality of their situation. They weren't just fighting for their survival. They were fighting for the survival of everything they had known, everything they had hoped for. The stakes were higher than either of them had realized, and the consequences of failure were too vast to comprehend. Yet despite the gravity of the moment, Seb found himself undeterred. In Alaric's eyes he saw not just the fear of loss but the spark of something else, the fire that had been kindling between them, the drive to fight not just for their bond, but for the future they had yet to build. There was no going back now. Seb could feel it in the pit of his stomach, a gnawing certainty that this path they had chosen was the only one worth walking. He reached out, placing a hand on Alaric's shoulder, grounding both of them in the midst of the storm that was sure to come. There was no room for fear now. They had made their choice, and there was nothing left to do but move forward together. They would face whatever challenges awaited them, side by side, knowing that as long as they stood together, they had a chance. Alaric's gaze softened again, just for a moment, before he nodded. It was a simple gesture, but to Seb, it felt like the weight of the world had shifted. The siren's resolve, his quiet determination, mirrored Seb's own. They were in this together, and nothing, no matter how insurmountable the odds, would break them apart. Whatever the future held, they would face it as allies, as partners. and as something more than the sum of their parts. Together, they could change everything. And Seb would be damned if he didn't try. Seb nodded, his heart beating in sync with the rhythm of the ocean below. The sound of the waves crashing against the jagged cliffs was a steady reminder of the forces that would soon come to challenge them. It was as if the very ocean was in tune with his thoughts, its constant ebb and flow matching the tumult of emotions rising within him. His words were simple but filled with the weight of a promise he could not take back. "Then we'll make sure we don't fail." The resolve in his voice was unwavering, as if he had already accepted the monumental responsibility they were about to shoulder. There would be no retreat, no second guessing. They had chosen this path, and there was no turning back. They stood there, side by side, the weight of their decision pressing on them like the very ocean itself. The air around them was heavy with the knowledge of what lay ahead, their commitment to each other, to their shared mission, and to the future of both their worlds. In the silence that stretched between them, Seb felt the enormity of what they had just agreed to. This wasn't just about surviving the trials of the prophecy or defeating the factions that sought to keep their worlds divided. This was about something deeper, something that transcended the political machinations and the dangers that lurked beneath the surface. It was about their future, about the choice to fight for it, no matter what it cost. Seb could feel Alaric's presence beside him, solid and unyielding, a constant anchor in the storm of uncertainty that surrounded them. Alaric's resolve mirrored his own, and that gave Seb a sense of peace he hadn't realized he needed. They were no longer two separate beings caught in a struggle they had no control over. They were allies, bound by something far stronger than mere necessity, by a shared vision of what could be, and the willingness to fight for it. The bond between them, though still young, had already proven itself to be a force far more powerful than anything Seb had ever encountered. In that moment, Seb knew that no matter what trials lay ahead, no matter how much danger they would face, he had made the right choice. The doubts that had plagued him in the past, the fears that had kept him awake at night, seemed to vanish into the ocean breeze. He could still feel the weight of the world pressing down on him, but it no longer felt like a burden. It felt like a responsibility he was willing to bear. The captain, the pirate who had spent his life fighting against odds, had found his true purpose. And that purpose was standing beside him, not as a commander and a soldier, but as something far more profound, partners, bound by the same desire to reshape their fate. The captain had found his resolve, and with it, a bond that was stronger than any storm. It was a bond that could weather the fiercest winds, endure the harshest trials, and stand firm even when the world seemed determined to tear it apart. Seb felt a new fire ignite in his chest, one that burned not with the flames of rebellion or resistance, but with something far more lasting. This was not about revenge or victory for the sake of power. This was about a future where they were free to shape their own destiny, where they could rewrite the story of their lives and their worlds. They would fight for each other. Seb's gaze turned to Alaric, and he could see the same fire burning in his eyes. It was a look of understanding, of recognition, of a man who had found his equal, his partner, his reason for standing tall in the face of impossible odds. They didn't need to speak the words. They both knew the truth. They would fight for each other, not because they had to, but because they wanted to. The path ahead would be fraught with challenges, but neither of them would back down. Not now, not ever. They had found something worth fighting for, and that was more than enough to carry them through the hardest of times. They would fight for their future. The future they had envisioned together, one where their worlds, so long divided by hatred, fear, and tradition, could finally be united. Seb could already see it, just beyond the horizon, a world where sirens and pirates, once enemies, could stand side by side, where the prophecy didn't have to be a curse, but a gift. It would take time, and it would take sacrifice, but Seb was willing to give whatever it took. He wasn't fighting for a chance to rule or conquer. He was fighting for a world where the legacy of their bond would live on. And together, they would change the fate of both their worlds. Seb took one last look at the ocean stretching out before them, its vastness a reminder of both the unknown and the possibilities that lay ahead. There was no map for the journey they were about to embark on, no clear path to follow. But that was part of what made it worth it, the uncertainty, the thrill of knowing they were creating something new, something no one had ever dared to imagine before. With Alaric by his side, Seb felt ready to face whatever came next, knowing that together they could change the world. Chapter 20: A Test of Loyalty. The night was unusually still, the silence thick and oppressive, as though the very ocean itself held its breath. The world seemed suspended in a moment of uneasy anticipation. Seb stood on the edge of the cliff again, staring out at the inky black expanse of water. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a pale glow that shimmered across the surface of the sea, creating a delicate dance of light and shadow. But despite its beauty, the moonlight did little to cut through the heavy tension that had settled in the air. It was as if the ocean, the moon, and the winds were all aware of the prophecy that loomed over them, a prophecy that was no longer just a shadow in their minds. It had become a living, breathing thing. A force that was closing in on them, demanding answers they were not yet ready to give. Seb's gaze remained fixed on the water, but his mind was a storm of its own. The prophecy had begun to consume him, and with it, the weight of everything they had yet to face. It wasn't just the fate of two worlds that hung in the balance anymore. It was the future of their bond, the very thing that had brought them together, and had already begun to tear at the edges of their resolve. The more he thought about it, the more impossible it seemed to reconcile the worlds of pirates and sirens, to merge their destinies in any way that would satisfy both. And yet, he knew that there was no other choice. There was no turning back now. They were trapped in this fate together, bound by forces they barely understood, and the only way forward was through it. Alaric's presence had become a constant in Seb's life. It had started as something unexpected, something that threatened to unravel the very foundation of Seb's existence. But now, the siren was always there, a part of him, running just beneath Seb's thoughts. Like an undercurrent, he could no longer escape. The haunting beauty of Alaric's eyes, the depth they carried, the way they seemed to see far more than they let on, it all pulled at Seb in ways he couldn't explain. Alaric's aura was both a comfort and a reminder of the danger they were courting. He had come to rely on the siren, perhaps more than he realized. Yet tonight something was different. A subtle shift in Alaric's energy lingered in the air, an unease that Seb couldn't ignore. It was as though the siren was troubled, as if something important loomed just beyond the horizon, waiting to break. The tension between them had been building for days, and Seb could feel it in the very air they breathed. Every word, every glance, seemed charged with the unspoken, as though they were both dancing around a truth they weren't yet ready to face. The prophecy had cast its shadow over them, but it was no longer just a distant specter. It had taken root in their lives, and it was growing stronger with each passing day. Seb could feel the weight of it in his chest, heavy and suffocating. And yet, he knew they were at a crossroads. The moment to act had arrived. The question was, would they have the strength to face what was coming? It wasn't until Alaric appeared, stepping into the clearing where Seb stood, that the weight of it all became undeniable. The siren's presence was always potent, but tonight it was different. There was a quiet urgency in the way Alaric moved, the way his gaze never left Seb's face, as though trying to read him, to understand what lay beneath the surface of his thoughts. The tension between them had reached its breaking point, and Seb could feel the pull of something dangerous, shifting in the air. The calm before the storm had arrived, and he could feel it in every fiber of his being. It was as though the very earth beneath them was trembling, waiting for the first spark to ignite the inevitable. Alaric's expression was unreadable as he stood before Seb, his eyes fixed on him with a look that was almost too calm, as if he were holding something back. There was no trace of the wild intensity Seb had come to expect from him, no flash of anger or urgency. Instead, the siren's face was a mask of control, though Seb could see the cracks beneath the surface, the tightness around Alaric's jaw, the slight tension in his posture. It was as though Alaric was preparing himself for something Seb wasn't ready to hear. And in that moment, Seb knew that whatever was about to come, it would change everything. The prophecy had never felt more real, more imminent, than it did in that moment. "We need to talk." Alaric's voice broke the silence, soft but edged with something darker, something Seb couldn't place. The words hummed between them, filled with a weight Seb wasn't prepared for. The wind whipped through Seb's hair, tossing it around his face, but he barely noticed. All he could focus on was the palpable tension in Alaric's voice, the shift in the air around them. Even the ocean below seemed to sense the change, its waves surging with the rising tide, as if nature itself were responding to the looming confrontation. The moment had arrived, and Seb's heart raced, knowing that nothing would be the same after this. Alaric's eyes were fixed on Seb with an intensity that made his chest tighten. There was something else behind his gaze now, an emotion Seb had never seen before, something vulnerable yet fierce. It was as if the siren was bracing himself for a battle of wills, a test of strength that neither of them could avoid. Seb could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on him, and though his body was tense, he refused to look away. The winds howled around them, the sea roared below, but in that moment, Seb knew the greatest battle they would face was not with the world, but with themselves. The prophecy had already begun to bind them together in ways neither could understand, and what they decided next would determine everything. Seb didn't turn to face Alaric immediately. He could feel the weight of the siren's presence behind him, the tension in the air as thick and palpable as the ocean mist that clung to the cliffs. Seb knew what was coming, the warning in Alaric's tone, the heaviness in the air, but he wasn't ready to hear it. Not yet. He let the silence stretch out for a moment longer, the sound of the waves crashing against the rocks below filling the space between them. Finally, he let out a quiet breath and spoke, his voice low but steady. "What's going on, Alaric?" His heart was already picking up speed in his chest, a nervous flutter that matched the unease creeping through his veins. "You've been distant." "I have," Alaric admitted, his voice soft but edged with frustration. He stepped closer, closing the space between them just enough so that Seb could feel the heat radiating off his body, but not enough to make the moment feel intimate. It was an unspoken tension, the kind that hovered on the edge of something bigger. "And I can't keep pretending like nothing's happening." "The council." Alaric's words trailed off, as if he were struggling to find the right way to say it. His frustration was clear, his normally controlled demeanor slipping just a little. "They're pressuring me. They know about you. About us." He exhaled sharply, his posture tightening as though the mere mention of it caused him physical pain. "And they don't like it." Seb could feel the weight of Alaric's words before he even spoke. He already knew what the siren was about to say, and yet hearing it aloud, feeling the gravity of it settle over him, was still a blow. "Of course they don't," Seb muttered, his voice sharp, turning to face Alaric at last. His jaw was clenched, his eyes narrowing with the growing realization of just how high the stakes had become. He could see the strain in Alaric's features now, a flicker of something raw and vulnerable beneath his usual calm exterior. "They never liked humans. And I doubt they've changed their minds, especially when it comes to the prophecy." Alaric's gaze hardened, and for a moment, Seb caught a glimpse of the inner conflict that raged behind those piercing eyes. It was a fleeting thing, but it was enough to make Seb's chest tighten. Alaric was always so composed, so in control of every situation, but in that moment, the strain of what he was about to say was impossible to hide. "They want me to prove my loyalty to them. To my people." His voice dropped, the words heavy with the weight of his duty and the impossible expectations he was now carrying. "They think I've been swayed by you, by this bond we share." His shoulders stiffened, and he took a deep breath, as if preparing himself for something he could no longer avoid. "They think I'm betraying them by not standing against you. Against your kind." The revelation hung in the air, thick and suffocating. Seb's chest tightened further, his heart pounding as he processed the implications of Alaric's words. Betrayal. The word echoed in his mind, and for a moment, he was caught in a swirl of anger and disbelief. He wanted to shout, to demand answers, but he kept himself in check, his fingers digging into the rough stone beneath his feet as if grounding himself in the moment. He had always known that their bond would not be without consequences, but hearing it so plainly, hearing it from Alaric himself, made it all feel too real. Too dangerous. "So, what are you going to do?" Seb asked, his voice low, the question laden with more than just curiosity. It was a challenge, a plea, and a test all at once. Alaric's eyes softened for just a fraction of a second, his gaze flicking to Seb's, then away, as if he could not bear the weight of his own thoughts. But when he spoke again, his voice was firm, though a hint of vulnerability lingered in the edges of his words. "I don't know," he admitted, his voice quieter now, as though the very admission of uncertainty was a heavy burden. "I don't know what to do anymore. They won't let me have both. They want me to choose my people, or you." The pain in his voice was unmistakable, the exhaustion of being caught between two worlds that could never reconcile with each other. Seb took a step forward, closer to Alaric, until there was barely any space left between them. The tension was almost unbearable, the weight of their unspoken connection humming in the air. He could feel the urgency in Alaric's posture, the pull of something bigger than both of them. "You're not alone in this," Seb said, his voice steady but filled with a quiet determination. "I won't let them tear us apart. No matter what they say. No matter what they want." His gaze never wavered from Alaric's face, his resolve hardening with each word. This wasn't just about the prophecy anymore. It was about the two of them, and Seb wasn't willing to lose that. Not without a fight. "Then what does that mean for us?" Seb asked, his voice tight with the weight of Alaric's words. His chest tightened as the truth of the situation began to sink in, a cold, heavy knot forming in his stomach. Every word that had passed between them now felt heavier, as if they were standing on the edge of something monumental, something that neither of them could avoid. "Are you going to betray me, Alaric? Are you going to walk away from this?" His heart pounded, each beat echoing in his ears as the very idea of losing Alaric, of losing what they had, threatened to overwhelm him. Alaric's face flickered with something like sorrow, but it was so brief that Seb barely had time to register it before it was gone, replaced by something harder. There was a tension in the air now, thick with unspoken things. Alaric's voice, when it came, was sharp, cutting through the silence like a blade. "No," he said, his tone holding a strength that Seb hadn't expected. "But I have to go to the council. I have to face them. If I don't prove my loyalty to my people, they'll see me as a traitor." His jaw clenched, and Seb could see the internal conflict flickering behind his eyes. But Alaric's resolve was clear. "And I can't afford that. Not now. Not when everything is in jeopardy." The words hit Seb like a physical blow. His heart twisted in his chest, the weight of Alaric's decision pressing down on him. He stepped forward, closing the distance between them, his fingers curling into fists at his sides. The air between them felt charged, like a storm was about to break, and Seb couldn't stop himself from speaking, his voice rough with emotion. "And what if your loyalty is torn between them and me?" he demanded. His chest heaved with the force of the question, the vulnerability in his voice undeniable. "What then, Alaric? Will you choose your people over me? Over what we have?" The words stung as they left his lips, a painful truth he didn't want to face but couldn't ignore. Alaric's eyes narrowed, the sharpness in his gaze cutting through Seb like a blade. There was no warmth there, no softness, just a cold intensity that seemed to fill the space between them. "Don't make this about us," Alaric said, his voice icy, every word carefully measured. His stance had shifted, his body rigid with something Seb couldn't quite place. "This is bigger than us. It's bigger than a bond between a pirate and a siren. This is about the survival of our world, Seb." The weight of those words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. "And I'm not going to let my feelings for you cloud my judgment. I can't." The finality in Alaric's voice stung, and for a moment Seb felt a sharp pang of something like betrayal. It wasn't the words themselves that hurt. It was the coldness with which they were delivered, the implication that their bond, everything they had fought for, could be so easily cast aside. Seb's fist tightened even further, but he kept his ground, not willing to back down. "So what?" he said, his voice quieter now, a mix of frustration and sadness curling through him. "You're willing to sacrifice us, to sacrifice everything we've built together, because of some council? Some people who don't even understand what we're facing." Alaric's jaw tightened, and for a brief moment, Seb thought he saw a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. But it was gone too quickly to be sure, buried beneath a layer of resolve. "I'm not sacrificing anything," Alaric said, his voice low, controlled. "But I can't turn my back on my people. I won't. The prophecy isn't just about us, it's about the future of both our worlds. If I fail now, if I choose you over my people, then everything we fought for is in vain. The balance will tip, and I can't let that happen." There was a weight in his words, something more than just duty. But Seb couldn't see it through the fog of his own frustration. The silence between them stretched on, thick and oppressive, as Seb tried to process the enormity of what Alaric was saying. It felt as though the world had tilted beneath his feet, that everything he thought he knew about them, about their future, was being ripped apart. He had never imagined a choice like this, never imagined that Alaric would be torn between him and the world they were both part of. "So that's it," Seb whispered, his voice barely audible, the raw edge of pain in it unmistakable. "You're just going to walk away? You're going to choose your people and leave us behind?" Alaric's expression softened, just slightly, as he reached out, his hand brushing against Seb's arm in a gesture that was almost too gentle, too fleeting. "I'm not walking away from you," he said quietly. "I'm not abandoning us. But there's something bigger at play here, something we can't ignore. The Council, the prophecy, they're forces we can't control, and I have to play my part. I have to protect what we have by making sure I don't lose everything else in the process." The words hung in the air, hanging between them like a fragile thread, and for a moment neither of them spoke. Seb could feel the weight of Alaric's decision, but in that silence, he also felt the fragility of what they had left. Seb's chest tightened with an unbearable pressure, but he refused to back down. His eyes locked onto Alaric, a fierce determination burning in them. "So you're telling me that you'd let them tear us apart? That you'd choose their ancient laws over our future?" His voice was steady, but beneath it, a storm was brewing, raw, unfiltered emotion threatening to spill out. Every word felt like a blow, but he would not let himself falter. Not now. Not when everything they had fought for seemed to hang in the balance. Alaric stepped back, his face an unreadable mask, the lines of his jaw tight with strain. He said nothing for a long moment, his eyes looking away as if trying to avoid Seb's gaze. Finally, he muttered, his voice laced with frustration. "You don't understand." There was something in his tone, something that suggested the weight of the decision he was facing was too much to bear alone. He met Seb's eyes then, and for a brief second, Seb saw a flicker of vulnerability, a glimpse of the man beneath the siren. "They'll kill me if they think I'm a threat," Alaric continued, his words heavy with resignation. "If they think I'm giving in to human influence, to this prophecy, I'll be branded a traitor." The impact of those words hit Seb like a punch to the gut. For a moment, he couldn't breathe. His chest ached as if the air itself had been sucked out of the world. The weight of Alaric's warning crushed him, and Seb suddenly saw the danger of the world they were caught in, the complexity of it, the depth of the forces they were up against. "And you won't be safe, Seb," Alaric added, his voice quieter but no less intense. "You'll never be safe again." There was something chilling in his words, something that made Seb question just how far Alaric had already gone to protect him, even from the things he hadn't yet revealed. Seb was silent for a long moment, the sting of Alaric's words settling deep inside him. The pain was sharper than he'd expected, and it cut deeper than any physical wound could. For the first time since he had stepped into Alaric's world, he felt the weight of his presence here, this strange, dangerous world that was not his own. He had always considered himself a survivor, a man who knew how to fight, how to navigate through blood and chaos, but this was different. This wasn't a battle of weapons and tactics. This was something personal. This was about the heart, about a bond that tied him to someone who could either save him or destroy him. "I don't care about your counsel," Seb said, his voice steady despite the rage building inside him, a fire kindling at the edges of his words. His fists clenched at his sides, the urge to do something, to make Alaric understand, nearly overwhelming. The fire in his chest threatened to consume him, but he held it in. every syllable measured, deliberate. "I don't care about their threats. I care about you." The words were raw, vulnerable in a way he had never allowed himself to be. It was true. He cared about Alaric more than he had ever cared about anyone in his life, and the thought that Alaric might choose something else over their bond felt like a betrayal of everything they had fought for. Seb took a step forward, his gaze hardening as he closed the distance between them. "And if you choose them over me, then you're not the man I thought you were." His voice cracked slightly, though he didn't allow it to show. He had never been the type to beg, never the type to plead, but this was different. He wasn't asking for Alaric to choose him out of weakness, but out of strength, out of the understanding that the bond they shared was something worth fighting for. They had already fought too much to let it slip through their fingers now. Alaric's expression softened for a moment, his eyes flicking to the ground as though he couldn't bear to look Seb in the face. The tension between them hung thick in the air, charged with everything unspoken and unresolved. Seb's heart raced, and in the quiet, he heard the thundering rhythm of it, a reminder that he was alive and standing here, hoping, praying that Alaric would see that. That Alaric would see the truth of what they had, and what it meant, not just for them but for the future of both their worlds. But then Alaric took a deep breath, and his eyes lifted, locking with Seb's once again. There was something steely in them now, a resolve that hadn't been there before. "I'm doing this to protect you, Seb," Alaric said, his voice low, but with a strength that could not be ignored. "I'm doing this so that we can have a future. If I don't prove my loyalty, if I don't stop this rebellion before it gets worse, then everything we've worked for will be in vain. You'll be caught in the middle, and that's not something I'm willing to risk." Seb's breath caught in his throat. For a moment, he was silent, feeling the weight of Alaric's words settle around him. The idea that everything they had might come crashing down wasn't something he could easily accept. But in the depth of Alaric's gaze, he saw the truth. Alaric wasn't trying to tear them apart. He wasn't choosing his people over Seb. He was trying to protect them both. It was a harsh reality, but it was a reality nonetheless. And Seb would fight with everything he had to make sure that their love, their future, wouldn't be another casualty of the war they were caught in. Alaric's jaw tightened, and for a brief moment, Seb saw something he hadn't expected, raw emotion flickering across the siren's face. Hurt, anger, regret. The combination was fleeting, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared, replaced by something much colder. The mask of duty, of survival, slipped back into place. "You don't get it, Seb," Alaric said, his voice rough and low, as if every word pained him. "You never will." His gaze hardened, like stone, and his posture stiffened. "I don't have the luxury of choosing my feelings. I have a responsibility to my people, and I have to uphold that, no matter what. This bond between us, it's a complication I can't afford." Each word felt like a calculated blow, but Seb could see the truth behind it, the internal conflict that tore at Alaric. The weight of Alaric's words sank deep into Seb's chest, and for a moment, he felt the sting of them like a physical blow. He wanted to argue, to shout that they had a choice, that there had to be another way. But as he met Alaric's eyes, he saw the raw vulnerability beneath the hard exterior. The siren was torn, trapped between two worlds that demanded different allegiances. His expression, the way his eyes flickered with something unspoken, made it clear that Alaric was fighting a battle within himself, a battle that Seb could never fully understand. The burden was too great, the stakes too high, and Seb was nothing more than one piece in a larger, much more dangerous puzzle. Seb's throat tightened as he opened his mouth, ready to speak, to plead with Alaric, to try and make him see that there was more to this than duty and survival. But before he could form the words, Alaric turned away sharply, his cloak billowing out like the crashing waves of the sea, an echo of the distance that was growing between them. The coldness in his movement, the way he avoided Seb's gaze, left a bitter taste in Seb's mouth. The finality of the gesture was unmistakable. Alaric was leaving, and there was nothing Seb could do to stop it. "I'll be back." Alaric's voice floated back to Seb, distant and almost emotionless, but with an undercurrent of something more. Seb could hear the raw edge of it, the part of Alaric that was fighting against everything inside him. "I'll go to the council. I have to face them. But when I return, I'll have an answer." The words were like a promise, but there was something unspoken in them, something that made Seb's heart ache. Alaric wasn't just going to face the council. He was going to face something much bigger than that. He was going to confront the very thing that threatened to tear them apart. And Seb was left in the dark, uncertain of what that answer would be. Alaric paused for a moment, his back to Seb, the night air whipping around him as if it were trying to pull him away. His next words came in a quiet murmur, barely audible over the wind. "We'll figure this out. But you need to trust me, Seb. Trust that I'll do what's necessary." The finality of the statement hung between them, a quiet plea for understanding, but also a declaration of what Alaric saw as inevitable. He was leaving, but he wasn't abandoning them. He was doing what he felt he had to do. Still, the weight of his departure crushed Seb's spirit, as if he were being torn apart by the simple act of Alaric walking away. Seb stood frozen, watching Alaric's retreating figure until the darkness swallowed him whole, his silhouette disappearing into the night. A heavy silence settled over the cliff, broken only by the distant sound of the ocean's waves crashing against the rocks below. Seb felt a hollow ache in his chest, as though part of him had been ripped away with Alaric's absence. The siren had been his anchor in a world that had never felt like home, and now that anchor was slipping through his fingers. He wanted to call out, to stop him, but something held him back, a mixture of pride, pain, and an understanding that this was something Alaric had to do alone. It felt like a test, Seb realized. A test of loyalty, of trust, and of what they were willing to sacrifice for each other. There was no certainty in what lay ahead. Alaric had to choose his path, and Seb had to choose whether or not he could trust that Alaric would come back to him. It was the kind of test that cut deep into the core of their bond, challenging everything they had built. Could they survive the separation? Could they endure the weight of the choices each of them had to make, even if those choices might tear them apart? As the night grew darker, Seb felt the coldness of the air seep into his bones, but it was nothing compared to the coldness settling in his heart. He stood alone on the cliff, staring out at the ocean, unable to shake the image of Alaric walking away from him. He didn't know what the future held, whether Alaric would return with the answers they both needed or if their bond would be shattered forever. All he knew was that the uncertainty was unbearable, and the storm inside him was only just beginning to build. He couldn't help but feel the rising tide of doubt, a slow and suffocating swell that churned in the pit of his stomach. Seb had always trusted in action, in the certainty of movement, of instinct. But now, standing alone beneath the darkened sky, the silence around him only amplified the gnawing fear taking root inside him. The truth was, Alaric's loyalty to his people wasn't a simple obstacle. It was a force of nature, ancient and unyielding. Like the ocean itself, it demanded reverence and sacrifice. And no matter how deeply Seb wanted to believe that the bond they shared could weather any storm, part of him couldn't ignore the pull that still anchored Alaric to a world Seb had never truly belonged to. The sea had always been a mystery to Seb, untamable, vast, and wild. Alaric embodied that same mystique, a creature of myth and might, bound by traditions and duty far older than either of them. Their connection had been born of sparks and defiance, forged in the heat of conflict and the quiet of stolen moments. But was it strong enough? Would it be enough to pull Alaric back from the tide of expectation that threatened to drag him under? Seb had never feared battle, but this was a war of the heart, and he wasn't sure how to win it. A gust of wind whipped around him, carrying the scent of salt and storm, and Seb's eyes drifted toward the water below. The waves crashed against the rocks in a steady, unrelenting rhythm, as if echoing the turmoil within him. He wanted to scream, to let the ocean take his frustration and his pain, to rage at the unfairness of it all. But he remained still, fists clenched, jaw tight. The ache in his chest was a deeper wound than any blade had ever left behind. He turned from the edge of the cliff, his boots crunching over gravel and sand as he began to walk into the night. The moonlight cast a pale glow on the path ahead, but it offered no comfort. Each step felt heavier than the last, as though the very air around him resisted his movement. He didn't know where he was going, only that he couldn't stand there, waiting, hoping, fearing. Alaric had made his choice for now, and Seb had to make his own. He had to move forward, even if it felt like leaving a part of himself behind on that cliffside. Memories flickered in his mind, Alaric's laughter, his fierce gaze during a fight, the way his voice softened when they were alone. Every moment they'd shared felt like it clung to his skin, refusing to be forgotten. And yet doubt crept in like cold water through the seams of the ship. Would those memories be all he had left? Would the council poison Alaric's heart against him? Or worse, would Alaric sacrifice their bond for the sake of duty? Seb stopped for a moment, staring up at the stars, their light dim and distant. He wondered if Alaric was looking at them too, somewhere far across the sea, trying to find his own clarity. The sky stretched out endlessly above, just as the ocean stretched endlessly below, a reminder of how small he was in the grand scheme of things. And yet, even in that vastness, Seb refused to let himself disappear. His love, his anger, his hope, they were real. And he wouldn't let them be swept away without a fight. He tightened his coat around him and kept walking, forcing his thoughts into focus. He had survived mutinies, storms, betrayals. He had rebuilt his life from ash and ruin more times than he could count. This was no different. It hurt in ways he hadn't expected, but he wouldn't let it break him. If anything, the pain was proof of what he stood to lose, and that made his resolve stronger. Alaric might be facing the council, torn between two worlds, but Seb would be here, waiting, fighting, refusing to let go. And if Alaric did come back, if he returned not just to face Seb, but to choose him, then Seb would be ready. Not with desperation, but with strength. With the fire of someone who knew exactly what they were worth. He wasn't going to beg. He wasn't going to plead. But he would stand, firm and unwavering, with his heart open and his sword ready, if that was what it took. Because love, real love, wasn't passive. It didn't wait quietly in the shadows. It fought. It endured. So as the night deepened and the wind howled across the coast, Seb kept moving, the path before him uncertain, but his purpose clear. Alaric's world might have been carved in song and salt, ruled by council law and ancient tides, but Seb's was forged in fire, and fire would always burn, even in the dark.